Our plan for the youngest was to marry her to someone who would come and live with her here and help look after us in our old age. About 3 years ago, a very nice-looking young fellow turned up, saying that he came from Fuling, and that his surname was Hogg. He said he had no parents or brothers and sisters, and was looking for a family where he would be taken as son-in-law in return for the work that he did about the place. He sounded just the sort we wanted, and I accepted him. I must say, he worked very hard. He pushed a plow himself and never asked to use a bowl. He managed to do all his reaping without knife or staff. For some time we were perfectly satisfied, except for one thing. His appearance began to change in a very odd way. "In what way?" asked Monkey. "When he first came," said the old man, "he was just a dark, stoutish fellow. But afterwards his nose began to turn into a regular snout. His ears became larger and larger, and great bristles began to grow at the back of his neck. In fact, he began to look more and more like a hog. His appetite is enormous. He eats 4 or 5 pounds of rice at each meal, and as a light collation in the morning, I've known him get through over 100 pasties. He's not at all averse to fruit and vegetables either. And with this and all the wine he drinks in the course of the last 6 months, he's pretty well eaten and drunk us out of house and home." "No doubt," said Tripitaka. "Anyone who works so hard as he does needs a lot of nourishment." "If it were only this business of food," said the old man, "it wouldn't be so bad. But he frightens everybody around by raising magic winds, suddenly vanishing and appearing again, making stones fly through the air, and such like tricks. Worst of all, he has locked up Blue Orchid in the back outhouse, and it is 6 months since we set eyes on her. We don't even know if she is dead or alive. It is evident that he's an ogre of some kind, and that is why we were trying to get hold of an exorcist." "Don't you worry," said Monkey. "Tonight I'll catch him and make him sign a deed of relinquishment and give you back your daughter." "The main thing is to catch him," said Mr. Cow. "It doesn't matter so much about documents." "Perfectly easy," said Monkey. "Tonight, as soon as it is dark, you'll see the whole thing settled." "What weapons do you need, and how many men to help you?" asked Mr. Cow. "We must get on with the preparations." "I'm armed already," said Monkey. "So far as I can see, all you've got between you is a pre-staff," said the old man. "That wouldn't be much use against such a fiend as this." Monkey took his embroidery needle from behind his ear and once more changed it into a great iron cudgel. "Does this satisfy you?" he asked. "I doubt if your house could provide anything tougher." "How about followers?" said the old man. "I need no followers," said Monkey. "All I ask for is some decent elderly person to sit with my master and keep him company." Several respectable friends and relatives were fetched, and having looked them up and down, Monkey said to Tripitaka, "Sit here quietly and don't worry. I'm off to do this job. Take me to the back building," he said to Mr. Cow, grasping his cudgel. "I'd like to have a look at the monster's lodging place." "Give me the key," he said when they came to the door. "Think what you're saying," said the old man. "Do you suppose that if a key was all that was wanted, we should be troubling you? What's the use of living so long in the world if you haven't learned even to recognize a joke when you hear one?" said Monkey, laughing. Then he went up to the door and with a terrific blow of his cudgel, smashed it down. Within it was pitch dark. "Call your daughter and see if she is there," said Monkey. The old man summoned up his courage and cried, "Miss 3." Recognizing her father's voice, she answered with a faint, "Papa, I am here." Monkey peered into the darkness with his steely eyes, and it was a pitiable sight that he saw. Unwashed cheeks, matted hair, bloodless lips, weak and trembling. She tottered towards her father, flung her arms around him, and burst into tears. "Don't make that noise," said Monkey, "but tell us where your monster is." "I don't know," she said. "Nowadays he goes out at dawn and comes back at dusk. I can't keep track of him at all. He knows that you're trying to find someone to exorcise him. That's why he keeps away all day." "Not a word more," said Monkey. "Old man, take your darling back to the house and calm her down. I'll wait here for the monster. If he doesn't come, it is not my fault. And if he comes, I'll pluck up your troubles by the roots." Left alone, Monkey used his magic arts to change himself into the exact image of Blue Orchid and sat waiting for the monster to return. Presently, there was a great gust of wind. Stones and gravel hurtled through the air. When the wind subsided, there appeared a monster of truly terrible appearance. He had short bristles on his swarthy cheeks, a long snout, and huge ears. He wore a cotton jacket that was green but not green, blue but not blue, and had a spotted handkerchief tied around his head. "That's the article," laughed Monkey to himself. Dear Monkey. He did not go to meet the monster or ask him how he did, but lay on the bed groaning as though he were ill. The monster, quite taken in, came up to the bed and grabbed at Monkey, tried to kiss him. "None of your lewd tricks on old Monkey," laughed Monkey to himself, and giving the monster a great clout on the nose, sent him reeling. "Dear sister," said the monster, picking himself up, "why are you crossing with me today? Is it because I am so late?" "I'm not cross," said Monkey. "If you're not cross," said the monster, "why do you push me away?" "You've got such a clumsy way of kissing," said Monkey. "You might have known that I'm not feeling well today when you saw I did not come to the door to meet you. Take off your clothes and get into bed." Still suspecting nothing, the monster began to undress. Monkey, meanwhile, jumped up and sat on the commode. When the monster got into bed, he felt everywhere, but could not find his bride. "Sister," he called, "what has become of you? Take off your clothes and get into bed." "You go to sleep first," said Monkey. "I'll follow when I've done my duties." Monkey suddenly began to sigh, murmuring, "Was there ever such an unhappy girl as I?" "What are you grumbling about?" said the monster. "Since I came here, I've cost you something in food and drink that I own, but I've more than earned what I have got. Haven't I cleaned the ground and drained ditches, carried bricks and tiles, built walls, plowed field, planted grain, and improved the farm out of all knowing? You got good clothes to wear and all the food you need. What's all this childish nonsense about being unhappy?" "That's not it at all," said Monkey. "Today my parents came and made a fearful scene through the partition wall." "What did they make a scene about?" said the monster. "They don't like having you here as their son-in-law," said Monkey. "They say you've got an ugly face, and they don't know who your father is and haven't seen any of your relations. They say you come and go no one knows when or where, and it's bad for the credit of the house that we don't know your name or anything at all about you. That's what they said, and it has made me miserable." "What does looks matter?" said the monster. "It's a strong man they need about the place, and they can't say anything against me on that score. And if they think so ill of me, why did they accept me here at all? As for who I am, there's no mystery about it. I come from the Cloud Ladder Cave at Fu Ling, and because I look a bit like a pig, they call me Pigsy, Pigsy Bristles. Next time they ask, just tell them that." Confiding monster, thought Monkey. It takes no torture to get a confession from him. Now we know where he comes from and who he is. It only remains to catch him. "They are looking for an exorcist to drive you away," he said to the monster. "Go to sleep," said Pigsy, "and don't worry about them any more. Am I not strong enough, with my 9-pronged muckrake, to frighten off any exorcist or priest or whatnot? Even if your old man's prayers could bring down the master of all devils from the 9th heaven. As a matter of fact, he's an old friend of mine and wouldn't do anything against me." "He's done more than that," said Monkey. "He is called in the great sage, who 500 years ago made turmoil in heaven." "If that's so," said Pigsy, "I'm off. There'll be no more kissing tonight." "Why are you going?" asked Monkey. "You don't know," said Pigsy. "That chap is terribly powerful, and I don't know that I could deal with him. I'm frightened of losing my reputation." He dressed hastily, opened the door, and went out. But Monkey caught hold of him and, making a magic pass, changed himself back into his true form. "Monster, look around," he cried, "and you will see that I am he." When Pigsy turned and saw Monkey with his sharp little teeth and grinning mouth, his fiery steely eyes, his flat head and hairy cheeks, for all the world like a veritable thunder demon, he was so startled that his hands fell limp beside him, and his legs gave way. With a scream he tore himself free, leaving part of his coat in Monkey's hand, and was gone like a whirlwind. Monkey struck out with his cudgel, but Pigsy had already begun to make for the cave he came from. Soon Monkey was after him, crying, "Where are you off to? If you go up to heaven, I will follow you to the summit of the pole star, and if you go down into the earth, I will follow you to the deepest pit of hell." If you do not know how far he chased him or which of them won the fight, You must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 17. The monster fled with Monkey at his heels until they came at last to a high mountain. Here the monster disappeared into a cave, and a moment later came back brandishing a 9-pronged muckrake. They set at once and battled all night long, from the second watch until dawn began to whiten the sky. At last, the monster could hold his ground no longer, and retreating into the cave, bolted the door behind him. Standing outside the cave door, Monkey saw that on a slab of rock was the inscription Cloud Ladder Cave. As the monster showed no sign of coming out again, and it was now broad daylight, Monkey thought to himself, "The master will be wondering what has happened to me. I had better go and see him and then come back and catch the monster." So, tripping from cloud to cloud, he made his way back to the farm. Tripitaka was still sitting with the old man, talking of this and that. He had not slept all night. He was just wondering why Monkey did not return when Monkey alighted in the courtyard and suddenly stood before them. "Master, here I am," he said. The old men all bowed down before him, and supposing that he had accomplished his task, thanked him for all his trouble. "You must have had a long way to go to catch the creature," said Tripitaka. "Master," said Monkey, "the monster is not a common incubus or elf. I have recognized him as a former inhabitant of heaven, where he was in command of all the watery hosts. He was expelled to earth after an escapade with the daughter of the moon goddess, and though he was here reincarnated with a pig-like form, he retains all his magic powers. I chased him to his mountain cave, where he fetched out a 9-pronged muckrake, and we fought together all night. Just at dawn, he gave up the fight and locked himself up in his cave. I would have beaten down the door and forced him to fight to a decision, but I was afraid the master might be getting anxious, so I thought I had better come back first and report." "Reverend sir," said old Mr. Cow to Monkey, "I am afraid this hasn't helped matters much. True, you have driven him away, but after you have gone, he's certain to come back again. And where shall we be then? We shall have to trouble you to catch him for us. That is the only way to pluck out our trouble by the root. I'll see to it that you have no cause to regret the trouble you take. You shall have half of all that is ours, both land and goods. If you like, my friends and relations shall sign a document to this effect. It will be well worth their while if only we can remove this shame from our home." "I think you make too much of the whole affair," said Monkey. "The monster himself admits that his appetite is large, but he has done quite a lot of useful work. All the recent improvements in the estate are his work. He claims to be well worth what he cost to keep, and does not see why you should be so anxious to get rid of him. He is a divinity from heaven. Although condemned to live on earth, he helps to keep things going. And so far as I can see, he hasn't done any harm to your daughter." "It may be true," said old Mr. Cow, "that he's had no influence upon her, but I believe that it's very bad for our reputation. Wherever I go, I hear people say Mr. Cow has taken a monster as his son-in-law. What is one to say to that?" "Now, Monkey," said Tripitaka, "don't you think you had better go and have one more fight with him and see if you can't settle the business once and for all?" "As a matter of fact," said Monkey, "I was only having a little game with him, to see how things would go. This time I shall certainly catch him and bring him back for you to see. Don't you worry. Look after my master," he cried to Mr. Cow. "I'm off." So saying, he disappeared into the clouds and soon arrived at the cave. With one blow of his cudgel he beat the doors to bits, and standing at the entrance he cried, "You noisome lout, come out and fight with old Monkey." Pigsy lay fast asleep within, snoring heavily. But when he heard the door being beaten down and heard himself called a noisome lout, he was so much enraged that he snatched up his rake, pulled himself together, and rushed out crying, "You wretched stableman, if ever there was a rogue, you're he. What do I have to do with you, that you should come and knock down my door? Go and look at the statute book. You'll find that obtaining entry to premises by forcing a main door is a miscellaneous capital offense." "You fool," said Monkey. "Haven't I a perfectly good justification at law for forcing your door? Remember that you laid violent hands on a respectable girl and lived with her without matchmaker or testimony, tea, scarlet, wine, or any other ceremony. Are you aware that heads are cut off for less than that? "Stop that nonsense and look at old Pig's rake," cried Pigsy. He struck out, but Monkey warded off the blow, crying, "I suppose that's the rake you used when you worked on the farm. Why should you expect me to be frightened of it?" "You are very much mistaken," said Pigsy. "This rake was given to me by the Jade Emperor himself." "A lie," cried Monkey. "Here's my head. Hit as hard as you please, and we'll see." Pigsy raised the rake and brought it down with such force on Monkey's head that the sparks flew. But there was not a bruise or scratch. Pigsy was so taken aback that his hands fell limp at his side. "What a head!" he exclaimed. "You've still something to learn about me," said Monkey. "After I made havoc in heaven and was caught by Erlang, all the deities of heaven hacked me with their axes, hammered me with their mallets, slashed me with their swords, set fire to me, hurled thunderbolts at me. But not a hair of my body was hurt. Lao Tzu put me in his alchemic stove and cooked me with holy fire. But all that happened was that my eyes became fiery, my head and shoulders hard as steel. If you don't believe it, try again and see whether you can hurt me or not." "I remember," said Pigsy, "that before you made havoc in heaven, you lived in the cave of the water curtain. Lately, nothing has been heard of you. How did you get here? Perhaps my father-in-law asked you to come and deal with me." "Not at all," said Monkey. "I have been converted and am now a priest, and am going with a Chinese pilgrim called Tripitaka, who has been sent by the emperor to fetch scriptures from India. On our way, we happened to come past Mr. Cow's farm, and we asked for a night's lodging. In the course of conversation, Mr. Cow asked for help about his daughter. That's why I'm after you, noisome lout." No sooner did Pigsy hear these words than the rake fell from his hand. "Where's that pilgrim?" he gasped. "Take me to him." "What do you want to see him for?" asked Monkey. "I've been converted," said Pigsy. "Didn't you know? The Bodhisattva Kuan Yin converted me and put me here to prepare myself by fasting and abstention for going to India with a pilgrim to fetch scriptures, after which I am to receive illumination. That all happened some years ago, and since then I have had no news of this pilgrim. If you are his disciple, what on earth possessed you not to mention this scripture-seeking business? Why did you prefer to pick a quarrel and knock me about in front of my own door?" "I suspect," said Monkey, "that you are just making all this up in order to get away. If it's really true that you want to escort my master to India, you must make a solemn vow to heaven that you're telling the truth. Then I'll take you to him." Pigsy flung himself upon his knees and, kowtowing at the void, up and down like a pestle in the mortar, he cried, "I swear before the Buddha Amitabha, praise be his name, that I am telling the truth. And if I am not, may I be condemned once more by the tribunals of heaven and sliced into 10,000 pieces." When Monkey heard him make this solemn vow, "Very well then," he said, "first take a torch and burn down your lair, and then I will take you with me." Pigsy took some reeds and brambles, lit a fire, and soon reduced the cave to the state of a burnt-out kiln. "You've nothing against me now," he said. "Take me along with you." "You'd better give your rake to me," said Monkey. When Pigsy had handed over the rake, Monkey took a hair, blew on it with magic breath, and changed it into a 3-ply hemp cord. Pigsy put his hands behind his back and let himself be bound. Then Monkey caught hold of his ear and dragged him along, crying, "Hurry up, hurry up." "Don't be so rough," begged Pigsy. "You're hurting my ear." "Rough indeed," said Monkey. "I shouldn't get far by being gentle with you. The proverb says, 'The better the pig, the harder to hold.' Wait till you have seen the master and shown that you are in earnest. Then we'll let you go." When they reached the farm, Monkey twitched Pigsy's ear, saying, "You see that old fellow sitting so solemnly up there? That's my master." Mr. Cow and the other old men, seeing Monkey leading the monster by the ear, were delighted beyond measure and came out into the courtyard to meet him. "Reverend sir," they cried, "that's a creature, sure enough, that married our master's daughter." Pigsy fell upon his knees and, with his hands still tied behind his back, kowtowed to Tripitaka, crying, "Master, forgive me for failing to give you a proper reception. If I had known that it was you who were staying with my father-in-law, I would have come to pay my respects, and all these unpleasantnesses would never have happened." "Monkey," said Tripitaka, "how did you manage to bring him to this state of mind?" Monkey let go of his ear and giving him a knock with a handled rake, shouted, "Speak, fool." Pigsy then told how he had been commissioned by Kuan Yin. "Mr. Cow," said Tripitaka, when he heard the story, "this is the occasion for a little incense." Mr. Cow then brought out the incense tray, and Tripitaka washed his hands in burning incense. He turned toward the south and said, "I am much beholden Bodhisattva." Then he went up into the hall and resumed his seat, bidding Monkey to release Pigsy from his bonds. Monkey shook himself. The rope became a hair again and returned to his body. Pigsy was free. He again obeyed and vowed that he would follow Tripitaka to the west. Then he bowed to Monkey, whom as the senior disciple he addressed as elder brother and teacher. "Where's my wife?" said Pigsy to Mr. Cow. "I should like her to pay her respects to my father and brother in the law." "Wife indeed," laughed Monkey. "You haven't got a wife now. There's some sorts of Taoists that are family men, but who ever heard of a Buddhist priest calmly talking about his wife? Sit down and eat your supper, and early tomorrow we'll all start out for India." After supper, Mr. Cow brought out a red lacquer bowl full of broken pieces of silver and gold and offered the contents to the 3 priests as a contribution toward their traveling expenses. He also offered them 3 pieces of fine silk to make clothes. Tripitaka said, "Traveling priests must beg their way as they go. We cannot accept money or silk." But Monkey came up and, plunging his hand into the dish, took out a handful of gold and silver and called to the lad Cow Tsai, "You were kind enough yesterday to introduce my master into the house, and we owe it to you that we have found a new disciple. I have no other way of showing my thanks but giving you these broken pieces of gold and silver, which I hope you will use to buy yourself a pair of shoes. If you come across any more monsters, please speak to them for me, and I shall be even further obliged to you." "Reverend sirs," said Mr. Cow, "if I can't persuade you to accept silver or gold, I hope that you will at least let me show my gratitude by giving you these few pieces of coarse stuff to make into cassocks." "A priest who accepts so much as a thread of silk," said Tripitaka, "must do penance for 1,000 eons to expiate his crime. All I ask is a few scraps left over from the household meal to take with us as dry provisions." "Wait a minute," cried Pigsy. "If I get my due for all I've done on this estate since I married into the family, I should carry away several tons of provisions. That's by the way, but I think my father-in-law might in decency give me a new jacket. My old one was torn by Brother Monkey in the fight last night, and my shoes are all in pieces. I should be glad of a new pair." Mr. Cow acceded to his request, and Pigsy, delighted by his new finery, strutted up and down in front of the company, calling to Mr. Cow, "Be so kind as to inform my mother-in-law, my sisters-in-law, and all my kinsmen by marriage that I have become a priest, and must ask their pardon for going off without saying goodbye to them in person. And father-in-law, I'll trouble you to take good care of my bride, for if we don't bring off this scripture business, I shall turn layman again and live with you as your son-in-law." "Loud!" cried Monkey. "Don't talk rubbish." "It's not rubbish," said Pigsy. "Things may go wrong, and then I shall be in a pretty pass. No salvation and no wife either." "Kindly stop this silly argument," said Tripitaka. "It is high time we started." So they put together the luggage, which Pigsy was told to carry, and when the white horse was saddled, Tripitaka was set astride. Monkey, with his cudgel over his shoulder, led the way. And so, parting from Mr. Cow and all his relations, the 3 of them set out for the west. And if you do not know what befell them, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 18. So the 3 travelers journeyed westward, eventually reaching a vast plain. Summer had passed, and autumn was now upon them. They heard the cicadas singing in the rotten willows, and saw the fire star rolling to the west. At last, they arrived at a huge and turbulent river, racing with gigantic waves. "That's a very broad river," cried Tripitaka from horseback. "There doesn't seem to be a ferry anywhere. How are we to get across?" "A boat wouldn't be much use in waters as rough as that," said Pigsy. Monkey leapt into the air, shading his eyes with his hand as he gazed at the waters. "Master," he cried, "this is going to be no easy matter. For me, I would only have to shake my hips, and I'd be across in a single bound. But for you, it won't be so easy. I can't even see the other side, said Tripitaka. How far is it, do you suppose? About 800 leagues, said Monkey. How do you come to that reckoning? Asked Pigsy. I'll tell you frankly, said Monkey. My sight is so good that I can see everything, lucky or unlucky, 1,000 leagues away. When I look down on this river from above, I could see well enough that it must be a good 800 leagues across. Tripitaka was very much depressed. As he turned his horse, he saw a slab of stone with the inscription River of Flowing Sands. Underneath, in small letters, was a verse. In the floating sands, 800 wide, in the dead waters, 3,000 deep, a goose feather will not keep afloat. A rush flower sinks straight to the bottom. They were looking at this inscription when suddenly a monster of horrifying aspect surged through the mountainous waves. His hair was flaming red, his eyes like 2 lanterns. 9 skulls were strung at his neck, and he carried a huge priest's staff. Like a whirlwind, he rushed straight at the pilgrims. Monkey seized Tripitaka and hurried him up the bank to a safe distance. Pigsy dropped his load and charged at the monster with his rake. The monster fended off the blow with his priest's staff. A good fight ensued, each displaying his powers on the shores of the River of Flowing Sands. They fought 20 bouts without reaching a decision. Monkey, seeing the grand battle, itched to join. At last he said to Tripitaka, "You sit here and don't worry. I'm going off to have a bit of fun with the creature." Tripitaka did his best to dissuade him, but Monkey, with a wild whoop, leapt into the fray. At that moment, Pigsy and the monster were locked in combat, and it was hard to get between them. But Monkey managed to land a tremendous blow with his cudgel right on the monster's head. At once, the monster broke away, rushing madly back to the water's edge, leaping in and disappearing. Pigsy was furious. "Hey, brother," he cried, "who asked you to interfere?" The monster was just beginning to tire. After another 3 or 4 rounds, he wouldn't have been able to fend off my rake, and I should have had him in my mercy. But as soon as he saw your ugly face, he took to his heels. "You've spoiled everything." "I'll just tell you how it happened," said Monkey. "It's been months since I had a chance to use my cudgel. When I saw you having such a rare time with him, my feet itched with longing not to miss the fun, and I couldn't hold myself back. How did I know that the monster wouldn't play?" So hand in hand, laughing and talking, the 2 of them went back to Tripitaka. "Have you caught the monster?" he asked. "He gave up the fight," said Monkey, and went back into the water. "It wouldn't be a bad thing," said Tripitaka, "if we could persuade him to show us how to get across. He's lived here a long time and must know this river inside out. Otherwise, I don't see how we can get across an enormous river like this without a boat." "There is something in that," said Monkey. "Does not the proverb say, 'You cannot live near cinnabar without becoming red, or near ink without becoming black'? If we succeed in catching him, we certainly ought not to kill him, but make him take the master across this river and then dispose of him." "You shall have your chance this time," said Pigsy to Monkey. "I'll stay here and look after the master." "That's all very well," said Monkey, "but this job is not at all in my line. I'm not at my best in the water. To get along here, I have to change myself into some water creature, such as a fish or crab. If it were a matter of going up into the clouds, I have tricks enough to deal with the ugliest situation. But in the water, I confess I am at a disadvantage." "I used, of course," said Pigsy, "to be marshal of the river of heaven and at command of 80,000 watery fellows. So I certainly ought to know something about that element. My only fear is that if whole broods of water creatures were to come to the monster's help, I might get myself into a bit of a fix." "What you must do," said Monkey, "is to lure the monster out and not get yourself involved in more of a scrap than you can help. Once he is out, I'll come to your assistance." "That's the best plan," said Pigsy. "I'll go at once." So saying, he stripped off his blue embroidered jacket and shoes, and brandishing his rake, plunged into the river. He found that he had forgotten none of his old water magic, and lashing through the waves, he soon reached the bed of the stream and made his way straight ahead. After retiring from the fight, the monster had laid down and taken a nap. Soon, however, he was woken by the sound of someone coming through the water. Starting up, He saw Pigsy pushing through the waves, rake in hand. Seizing his staff, he came toward him shouting, "Now then, shaven pate, just look where you're going, or you'll get a nasty knock with this staff." Pigsy struck the staff aside with his rake, crying, "What monster are you, that you dare to bar my path?" "I'm surprised that you don't recognize me," said the monster. "I am not an ordinary spook, but a divinity with name and surname." "If that is so," said Pigsy, "what are you doing here? Taking human lives? Tell me who you are and I'll spare you." "So great was my skill in alchemic arts," said the monster, "that I was summoned to heaven by the Jade Emperor and became a marshal of the hosts of heaven. One day at a celestial banquet, my hand slipped, and I broke a crystal cup. The Jade Emperor was furious, and I was hurried away to the execution ground. Fortunately for me, the red-legged immortal begged for my release, and my sentence was changed to one of banishment to the river of flowing sands. When I am hungry, I go ashore and eat whatever living thing comes my way. Many are the woodmen and fishermen who have fallen to me as my prey, and I don't mind telling you I am very hungry at this moment. Don't imagine that your flesh would be too coarse for me to eat. Chopped up fine and well sauced will suit me nicely." "Coarse indeed," said Pigsy. "I'm a dainty enough morsel to make any mouth water. Mind your manners and swallow your grandfather's rake." The monster ducked and avoided the blow. Then both of them came up to the surface of the water, and treading the waves, fought stubbornly for 2 hours without reaching a decision. It was a case of the copper bowl meeting the iron broom, the jade gong confronted by the metal bell. After some 30 rounds, Pigsy pretended to give in, dragging his rake after him. He made for the shore, with the monster hard on his heels. "Come on," cried Pigsy. "With firm ground under our feet, we'll have a better fight than before." "I know what you're up to," cried the monster. "You've lured me up here so that your partner may come and help you. We'll go back into the water and finish the fight there." The monster was too wily to come any further up the bank, and they soon were fighting again, this time at the very edge of the water. This was too much for Monkey, who was watching them from distance. "Wait here," he said to Tripitaka, "while I try the trick called the ravening eagle pouncing on its prey." So saying, he catapulted into the air and swooped down on the monster. The monster, swiftly turning his head and seeing Monkey pouncing down upon him from the clouds, leapt straight into the water and was seen no more. "He's given us the slip," said Monkey. "He's not likely to come out on the bank again. What are we going to do?" "It's a tough job," said Pigsy. "I doubt if I can beat him. Even if I sweat till I burst, I can't get beyond quitting." "Let's go and see the master," said Monkey. They climbed the bank, and finding Tripitaka, they told him of their predicament. Tripitaka burst into tears. "We shall never get across," he sobbed. "Don't you worry," said Monkey. "It is true that with that creature lying in wait for us, we can't get across. But Pigsy, you stay here by the master and don't attempt to do any more fighting. I'm going off to the Southern Ocean." "And what are you going to do there?" asked Pigsy. "This scripture-seeking business," said Monkey, "is an invention of the Bodhisattva, and it was she who converted us. It is surely for her to find some way of getting us over this river. I'll go and ask her. It's a better idea than fighting with the monster." "Brother," said Pigsy, "when you're there, you might say a word to her for me. Tell her I'm very much obliged indeed for having been put on the right way." "If you're going," said Tripitaka, "you had better start at once and get back as soon as you can." Monkey somersaulted into the clouds, and in less than half an hour, he had reached the Southern Ocean and saw Mount Patalaka rise before him. After landing, he went straight to the purple bamboo grove, where he was met by the spirits of the 24 Ways. "Great sage, what brings you here?" they said. "My master is in difficulties," said Monkey, "and I wish to have an interview with the Bodhisattva." "Sit down," they said, "and we will announce it to you." The Bodhisattva was leaning against the parapet of the lotus pool, looking at the flowers, with the Dragon King's daughter, bearer of the magic pearl, at her side. "Why aren't you looking after your master?" she said to Monkey when he was brought in. "When we came to the river of flowing sand," said Monkey, "we found it guarded by a monster formidable in the arts of war. My fellow disciple Pigsy, whom we picked up on the way, did his best to subdue the creature, but was not successful. That is why I have ventured to come and ask you to take pity on us and rescue my master from his predicament." "You obstinate ape," said the Bodhisattva. "This is the same thing all over again. Why didn't you say that you were in charge of the priest of Tang?" "We were both far too busy trying to catch him and make him take the master across," said Monkey. "I put him there on purpose to help scripture seekers," said Kuan. "If only you had mentioned the fact that you had come from China to look for scriptures, you would have found him very helpful. At present," said Monkey, "he is skulking at the bottom of the river. How are we to get him to come out and make himself useful? And how is Tripitaka going to get across the river?" The Bodhisattva summoned her disciple Huyen, and taking a red gourd from her sleeve, she said to him, "Take this gourd. Go with Monkey to the river and shout Sandy. He will come out at once, and you must then bring him to the master to make his submission. Next, string together the 9 skulls that he wears at his neck according to the disposition of the magic square, with the gourd in the middle, and you will find you have a holy ship that will carry Tripitaka across the river of flowing sands." Soon Huyen and Monkey alighted on the riverbank. Seeing who Monkey had brought with him, Pigsy led forward the master to meet them. After salutations had been exchanged, Huyen went to the edge of the water and called, "Sandy, Sandy, the scripture seekers have been here a long time. Why do you not come out and pay your respect to them?" The monster Sandy, knowing that this must be a messenger from Kuan Yin, hastened to the surface. As soon as his head was above water, he saw Huyen and Monkey. He put on a polite smile and came toward them, bowing and saying to Huyen, "Forgive me for not coming to meet you. Where is the Bodhisattva?" "She has not come," said Huyen. "She sent me to tell you to put yourself at Tripitaka's disposal and become his disciple. She also told me to take the skulls that you wear at your neck and this gourd that I have brought, and make a holy ship to carry the master across." "Where are the pilgrims?" asked Sandy. "Sitting there on the eastern bank," said Huyen. "Well," said Sandy, looking at Pigsy, "that filthy creature never said a word about scriptures, though I fought with him for 2 days. Then seeing Monkey, "What, is that fellow there too?" he cried. "He's the other's partner. I'm not going near them." "The first is Pigsy," said Huyen, "and the second is Monkey. They are both Tripitaka's disciples, and both were converted by the Bodhisattva. You have nothing to fear from them. I myself will introduce you to the master." Sandy put away his staff, tidied himself, and scrambled up the bank. When they reached Tripitaka, Sandy knelt before him, exclaiming, "How can I have been so blind as not to recognize you? Forgive me for all my rudeness." "You brazen creature," said Pigsy. "Why did you insist on having a row with us instead of joining our party from the start?" "Brother," laughed Monkey, "don't scold him. It is we who are to blame for never having told him that we were going to get scriptures." "Is it indeed your earnest desire to dedicate yourself to our religion?" asked Tripitaka. Sandy bowed his assent, and Tripitaka told Monkey to take a knife and shave his head. He then once more did homage to Tripitaka, and to a lesser degree to Monkey and Pigsy. Tripitaka thought that Sandy shaped very well as a priest and was thoroughly satisfied with him. "You had better be quick and get on with your boat building," said Huyen. Sandy obediently took the skulls from his neck, and tying them in the pattern of the magic square, he put the Bodhisattva's gourd in the middle and called to Tripitaka to come down to the water. Tripitaka then ascended the holy ship, which he found as secure as any light craft. Pigsy supported him on the left, Sandy on the right, while Monkey in the stern held the halter of the white horse, which followed as best it could. Huyen floated just above them. They soon arrived in perfect safety at the other side. And if you do not know how long it was before they got illumination, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 19. Tripitaka sat in the Zen hall of the Treasurewood Temple, under the lamp. He recited the water litany of the Liang Emperor and read through the true scripture of the peacock. It was now the 3rd watch, midnight. He put his books back into their bag and was just going to get up and go to bed when he heard a great banging outside the gate and felt a dank blast of ghostly wind. Fearing the lamp would be blown out, he hastened to screen it with his sleeve. But the lamp continued to flicker in the strangest way, and Tripitaka began to tremble. He was, however, very tired, and presently he lay down across the reading desk and dozed. Although his eyes were closed, he still knew what was going on about him, and in his ears still sounded the dark wind that moaned outside the window. And when the wind had passed by, he heard a voice outside the Zen hall whispering, "Master." Tripitaka raised his head, and in his dream he saw a man standing there, dripping from head to foot, with tears in his eyes and continually murmuring, "Master, Master." Tripitaka sat up and said, "What can you be but a hobgoblin, evil spirit, monster, or foul bogey that you should come to this place and molest me in the middle of the night? But I must tell you that I am no common scrambler in the greedy world of man. I am a great and illustrious priest who, at the bidding of the Emperor of Tang, is going to the west to worship the Buddha and seek scriptures. And I have 3 disciples, each of whom is adept in quelling dragons and subduing tigers, removing monsters, and making away with bogies. If these disciples were to see you, they would grind you to powder. I tell you this for your own good, in kindness and compassion. You had best hide at once, and not set foot in this place of meditation." But the man drew nearer to the room and said, "Master, I am no hobgoblin, evil spirit, monster, nor foul bogey either." "If you are none of these things," said Tripitaka, "what are you doing here at the depth of night?" "Master," said the man, "rest your eyes upon me and look at me well." Then Tripitaka looked at him with a fixed gaze and saw that there was a crown upon his head and a scepter at his waist, and that he was dressed and shod as only a king can be. When Tripitaka saw this, he was very startled and amazed. At once he bowed down and cried out with a loud voice, "Of what court is your majesty the king? I beg of you be seated." But the hand he stretched to help the king to his seat plunged through empty space. Yet when he was back in his seat and looked up, the man was still there. "Tell me, your majesty," he cried, "of what are you emperor? Of where are you king? Doubtless there were troubles in your land. Wicked ministers rebelled against you, and at midnight you fled for your life. What is your tale? Tell it for me to hear." "Master," he said, "my home is due west of here, only 40 leagues away. At that place there is a city moated and walled, and this city is where my kingdom was founded." "And what is its name?" asked Tripitaka. "I will not deceive you," he said. "When my dynasty was set up there, a new name was given to it, and it was called Crowcock." "But tell me," said Tripitaka, "what brings you here in such consternation?" "Master," he said, 5 years ago, there was a great drought. The grass did not grow, and my people were all dying of hunger. It was pitiful indeed." Tripitaka nodded. "Your majesty," he said, "there is an ancient saying, 'Heaven favors where virtue rules.' I fear you have no compassion for your people. For now that they are in trouble, you leave your city. Go back and open your storehouses. Sustain your people, repent your misdeeds, and present a good twofold to make recompense. Release from captivity any whom you have unjustly condemned, and heaven will see to it that rain comes and the winds are tempered." "All the granaries in my kingdom were empty," he said. "I had neither cash nor grain. My officers, civil and military, were unpaid, and even at my own board, no relish could be served. I have shared sweet and bitter with my people no less than you the great when we quelled the floods. I have bathed and done penance. Morning and night, I have burnt incense and prayed. For 3 years it was like this, till the rivers were all empty, the wells dry. Suddenly, when things were at their worst, there came a magician from the Chungnen Mountains who could call the winds and summon the rain and make stones into gold. First, he obtained an audience with my many officers, civil and military, and then with me. At once I begged him to mount the altar and pray for rain. He did so and was answered. No sooner did his magic tablet resound than floods of rain fell. I told him 3 feet would be ample, but he said after so long a drought it took a lot to soak the ground, and he brought down another 2 inches. And I, seeing him to be of such great powers, prostrated myself before him and treated him henceforth as my elder brother. This was a great piece of luck, said Tripitaka. Where should my luck come? He asked. Why, said Tripitaka, If your magician could make rain when you wanted it and gold whenever you needed it, what did you lack that you must need to leave your kingdom and come to me here? For 2 years, he said, he was my fellow at board and bed. Then at springtime, when all the fruit trees were in blossom and young men and girls from every house, gallants from every quarter, went out to enjoy the sights of spring, there came a time when my officers had all returned to their desks and the ladies of the court to their bowers. I, with that magician, went slowly stepping hand in hand, till we came to the flower garden and to the 8-cornered crystal well. Here he threw down something, I do not know what, and at once there was a great golden light. He led me to the well side, wondering what treasure was in the well. Then he conceived an evil intent, and with a great shove pushed me into the well. Then took a paving stone and covered the well top and sealed it with clay, and planted a banana plant on top of it. Pity me, I have been dead 3 years. I am the phantom unavenged of one that perished at the bottom of a well. When the man said that he was a ghost, Tripitaka was terrified. His legs grew flabby beneath him, and his hair stood on end. Controlling himself at last, he asked him, saying, "Your Majesty's story is hard to reconcile with reason. You say you have been dead for 3 years. How is it that in all this time none of your officers, civil and military, nor of your queens and concubines and chamberlains ever came to look for you?" "I have told you already," the man said, "of the magician's powers. There can be few others like him in the world. He had to give himself a shake, and there and then in the flower garden, he changed himself into the exact image of me. And now he holds my rivers and hills and has stolen away my kingdom. All my officers, the 400 gentlemen of my court, my queens and concubines, all are his." "Your Majesty is easily daunted," said Tripitaka. "Easily daunted?" he asked. "Yes," said Tripitaka. "That magician may have strange powers. Turn himself into your image, steal your lands, your officers knowing nothing, and your ladies unaware. But you that were dead at least knew that you were dead. Why did you not go to Yama, king of death, and put in a complaint? The magician's power," he said, "is very great, and he is on close terms with the clerks and officers of death. The spirit of wall and moat is forever drinking with him. All the dragon kings of the sea are his kinsmen. The god of the eastern peak is his good friend. The 10 kings of judgment are his cousins. I should be barred in every effort to lay my complaint before the king of death." "If your Majesty," said Tripitaka, "is unable to lay your case before the courts of the dead, what makes you come to the world of the living with any hope of redress?" "Master," he said, "how should a wronged ghost dare approach your door? The spirit that wanders at night caught me in a gust of magic wind and blew me along. He said my 3 years' water misery was ended and that I was to present myself before you. For at your service," he said, "there was a great disciple, the monkey sage, most able to conquer demons and subdue impostors. I beg of you to come to my kingdom, lay hands on the magician, and make clear the false from the true. And master, I would repay you with all that will be mine to give." "So then," said Tripitaka, "you have come to ask that my disciple should drive out the false magician?" "Indeed, indeed," he said. "My disciple," said Tripitaka, "in other ways is not all that he should be, but subduing monsters and evil spirits just suits his powers. I fear, however, that the circumstances make it hard for him to deal with this evil power." "Why so?" asked the king. "Because," said Tripitaka, "the magician has used his magic powers to change himself into the image of you. All the officers of your court have gone over to him, and all your ladies have accepted him. My disciple could no doubt deal with them, but he would hesitate to do violence to them. For should he do so, would not he and I be held guilty of conspiring to destroy your kingdom? And what would this be but to paint the tiger and carve the swan? There is still someone of mine at court," he said. "Excellent, excellent," said Tripitaka. "No doubt it is some personal attendant who is guarding some fastness for you." "Not at all," he said. "It is my own heir apparent." "But surely," said Tripitaka, "the false magician has driven him away." "Not at all," he said. "He is in the Palace of Golden Bells, in the Tower of the 5 Phoenixes, studying with his tutor, or on the steps of the magician's throne. But all these 3 years he has forbidden the prince to go into the inner chambers of the palace, and he can never see his mother. Why is that? Asked Tripitaka. It is the magician's scheme, he said. He fears that if they were to meet, the queen might, in the course of conversation, drop some word that would arouse the prince's suspicions. So these two never meet, and he all this long time has lived secure. The disaster that has befallen you, no doubt at heaven's behest, is much like my own misfortune. My own father was killed by brigands who seized my mother, and after 3 months she gave birth to me. I at length escaped from their hands, and by good chance met with kindness from a priest of the Golden Mountain Temple, who brought me up. Remembering my own unhappy state without a father or mother, I can sympathize with your prince, who has lost both his parents. But tell me, granted that this prince is still at court, how can I manage to see him? What difficulty is that? He said. Because he is kept under strict control, said Tripitaka, and is not even allowed to see the mother who bore him. How will a stray monk get to him? Tomorrow, the king said, he leaves the court at daybreak. For what purpose? Tomorrow, early in the morning, with 3,000 followers and falcons and dogs, he will go hunting outside the city, and it will certainly be easy for you to see him. You must then tell him what I have told you, and he cannot fail to believe you. He is only a common mortal, said Tripitaka, utterly deceived by the false magician in the palace, and at every turn calling him father and king. Why should he believe what I tell him? If that is what worries you, the king said, I will give you a token to show to him. And what can you give me? In his hand, the king carried a tablet of white jade, bordered with gold. This he laid before Tripitaka, saying, Here is my token. What thing's this? Asked Tripitaka. When the magician disguised himself as me, said the king, this treasure was the one thing he forgot about. When the queen asked what had become of it, he said that the wonder worker who came to make rain took it away with him. If my prince sees it, his heart will be stirred towards me, and he will avenge me. That will do, said Tripitaka. Wait for me a little while I tell my disciple to arrange this matter for you. Where shall I find you? I dare not wait, he said. I must ask the spirit that wanders at night to blow me to the inner chambers of the palace, where I will appear to the queen in a dream and tell her how to work with her son, and to conspire with you and your disciple. Tripitaka nodded and agreed, saying, Go if you will. Then the wronged ghost beat its head on the floor and turned as though to depart. Somehow it stumbled and went sprawling with a loud noise that woke Tripitaka up. He knew that it had all been a dream, and finding himself sitting with the dying lamp in front of him, he hurriedly cried, Disciple, disciple. Hey, what's that? Cried Pigsy, waking up and coming across to him. In the old days when I was a decent chap and had my whack of human flesh whenever I wanted and all the stinking victuals I needed, that was a happy life indeed. A very different matter from coddling an old cleric on his journey. I thought I was to be an acolyte, but this is more like being a slave. By day, I hoist the luggage and lead the horse. By night, I run my legs off bringing you your pot. No sleep early or late. What's the matter this time? Disciple, said Tripitaka. I was dozing just now at my desk and had a strange dream. At this point, Monkey sat up and coming across to Tripitaka, said, Master, dreams come from waking thoughts. Each time we come to a hill, before we have even begun to climb it, you are in a panic about ogres and demons. And you are always brooding about what a long way it is to India and wondering if we shall ever get there, and thinking about Chang'an and wondering if you will ever see it again. All this brooding makes dreams. You should be like me. I think only about seeing Buddha in the West, and not a dream comes near me. Disciple, said Tripitaka, this was not a dream of homesickness. No sooner had I closed my eyes than there came a wild gust of wind, and there at the door stood an emperor, who said he was the king of Krokok. He was dripping from head to foot, and his eyes were full of tears. Then he told Monkey the whole story. You need to say no more, said Monkey. It is clear enough that this dream came to you in order to bring a little business my way. No doubt at all that this magician is an ogre who has usurped the throne. Just let me put him to the test. I don't doubt my stick will make short work of him. Disciple, said Tripitaka, He said the magician was terribly powerful. "What do I care about how powerful he is?" said Monkey. If he had any inkling that Monkey might arrive on the scene, he would have cleared out long ago. "Now I come to think of it," said Tripitaka. He left a token. Pigsy laughed. "Now, master," he said, "you must pull yourself together. A dream's a dream. Now it is time to talk sense again." But Sandy broke in. "He who does not believe that straight is straight must guard against the wickedness of good. Let us light torches, open the gate, and see for ourselves whether the token has been left or not." Monkey did indeed open the gate, and there in the light of the stars and moon, with no need for torches, they saw lying on the ramp of the steps a tablet of white jade with gold edges. Pigsy stepped forward and picked it up, saying, "Brother, what's this thing?" "This," said Monkey, "is the treasure that the king carried in his hand. It is called the jade tablet. Master, now that we have found this thing, there is no more doubt about the matter. Tomorrow it will be my job to catch this fiend." Dear Monkey, he plucked a hair from his tail, blew on it with magic breath, cried out change, and it became a casket lacquered in red and gold. He laid the tablet in it and said, "Master, take this in your hand, and when day comes put on your embroidered cassock, and sit reading the scriptures in the great hall. Meanwhile, I will inspect that walled city. If I find that an ogre is indeed ruling there, I will slay him and do a deed by which I shall be remembered here. But if it is not an ogre, we must beware of meddling in the business at all." "You are right," said Tripitaka. "If," said Monkey, "the prince does not go out hunting, then there is nothing to be done. But if the dream comes true, I will bring him here to see you. And if he comes here, how am I to receive him? When I let you know that he is coming, open the casket and wait while I change myself into a little priest 2 inches long, and put me in the casket. When the prince comes here, he will go and bow to the Buddha. Don't you take any notice of the prince or kneel down before him. When he sees that you a commoner, do not bow down to him. He will order his followers to seize you. You will, of course, let yourself be seized and beaten too if they choose to beat you, and bound if they choose to bind you. Let them kill you indeed if they want to. They will be well armed," said Tripitaka. "They might very well kill me. That is not a good idea at all." "It would not matter," said Monkey. "I could deal with that. I will see to it that nothing really serious happens. If he questions you, say that you were sent by the Emperor of China to worship Buddha and get scriptures, and that you have brought treasures with you. When he asks what treasures, show him your cassock, and say it is the least of the 3 treasures, and that there are 2 others. Then show him the casket, and tell him that there is a treasure within that knows what happened 500 years ago, and what will happen in 500 years long hence and 500 years between, 1,500 years in all of things past and present. Then let me out of the casket, and I will tell the prince what was revealed in the dream. If he believes, I will go and seize the magician, and the prince will be avenged upon his father's murder, and we shall win renown. But if he does not believe, I will show him the jade tablet. Only I fear he is too young and will not recognize it." Tripitaka was delighted. "An excellent plan," he said. "But what shall we call the 3rd treasure? The first is the embroidered cassock, the second the white jade tablet. What is your transformation to be called?" "Call it," said Monkey, "the baggage that makes kings." Tripitaka agreed and committed the name to memory. Neither disciple nor teacher could sleep. How glad would they have been able, by a nod, to call up the sun from the mulberry tree where it rests, and by a puff of breath blow away the stars that fill the sky. However, at last it began to grow white in the east, and Monkey got up and gave his orders to Pigsy and Sandy. "Do not," he said, "upset the other priests in the temple by coming out of your cell and rollicking about. Wait till I have done my work, and then we will go on again together." As soon as he had left them, he turned a somersault and leapt into the air. Looking due west with his fiery eyes, he soon saw a walled and moated city. You may ask how it was that he could see it. Well, it was only 40 leagues away from the temple, and being so high in the air, he could see as far as that. Going on a little way and looking closely, he saw that baleful clouds hung round the city and fumes of discontent surrounded it, and suspended in mid-air, Monkey recited, were he a true king seated on the throne, then there would be a lucky gleam in fire-colored clouds. But as it is, a false friend has seized the dragon seat, and coiling wreaths of black fume tarnish the golden gate. While he was gazing at this sad sight, Monkey suddenly heard a great clanging, and looking down, he saw the eastern gate of the city open, and from it a great throng of men and horses came out. Truly a host of huntsmen. Indeed, a brave show look at them. At dawn they left the east of the forbidden city. They parted and rounded up in the fields of low grass. Their bright banners opened and caught the sun. Their white palfreys charged abreast the wind. Their skin drums clatter with a loud roll. The hurled spears fly each to its mark. The hunters left the city and proceeded eastwards for 20 leagues towards a high plain. Now Monkey could see that in the midst of them was a little general in helmet and breastplate, in his hand a jeweled sword, riding a bay charger, his bow at his waist. "Don't tell me," said Monkey in the air, "that is the prince. Let me go and play a trick on him." Dear Monkey, he lowered himself on his cloud, made his way through the ranks of the huntsmen, and when he came to the prince, changed himself into a white hare and ran in front of the prince's horse. The prince was delighted, took an arrow from his quiver, strung it, and shot at the hare, which he hit. But Monkey had willed the arrow to find its aim, and with a swift grab, just as it was about to touch him, he caught hold of it and ran on. The prince, seeing that he had hit his mark, broke away from his companions and set out in pursuit. When the horse galloped fast, Monkey ran like the wind. When it slowed down, Monkey slowed down. The distance between them remained always the same, and so bit by bit, he enticed the prince to the gates of the Treasurewood Temple. The hare had vanished, for Monkey went back to his own form, but in the doorpost an arrow was stuck. "Here we are, master," said Monkey, and at once changed again into a 2-inch priest and hidden casket. Now when the prince came to the temple gate and found no hare, but only his own arrow sticking in the gatepost. "Very strange," said the prince. "I am certain I hit the hare. How is it that the hare has disappeared, but the arrow is here? I think it was not a common hare, but one that had lived too long and changed at last into a sprite." He pulled out the arrow and, looking up, saw that above the gate of the temple was an inscription which said Treasurewood Temple, erected by royal command. "Why, of course," said the prince. "I remember years ago my father, the king, ordered an officer to take gold and precious stuff to the priests of this temple so that they might repair the chapel and images. Little thought that I would come here one day like this." A couplet says, "Chance brought me to a priest's cell and I listened to his holy talk. From the life of the troubled world I got half a day's rest. I will go in." The prince leapt from his horse's back and was just going in when 3,000 officers who were in attendance upon him came galloping up in a great throng and were soon pouring into the courtyard. The priest of the temple, much astonished, came out to do homage to the prince and escort him into the Buddha hall to worship the Buddha. The prince was admiring the cloisters when suddenly he came upon a priest who sat there and did not budge when he came past. "Does this priest have no manners?" the prince cried in a rage. "As no warning was given that I was visiting this place, I could not expect to be met at a distance. But as soon as you saw men-at-arms approaching the gate, you ought to have stood up. How comes it that you are still sitting here without budging? Seize him." No sooner had he uttered the command than soldiers rushed from the sides, dragged Tripitaka off with them, and made ready to bind him hand and foot. But Monkey in the casket soundlessly invoked the guardian spirits, Devis that protect the law, and Lu Ting and Lu Chia. "I am now on an errand to subdue an evil spirit, but this prince in his ignorance has made his servants bind my master, and you must come at once to his aid. If he is indeed bound, you will be held responsible." Thus secretly addressed by Monkey, how could they venture to disobey? They set a magic ring about Tripitaka, so that each time anyone tried to lay hands on him, he could not be reached, any more than if he had been hedged in with a stout wall. "Where do you come from?" the prince asked at last. "Can you cheat us like this, making yourself unapproachable?" Tripitaka now came forward and bowed. "I have no such art," he said. "I'm only a priest from China. going to the West to worship Buddha and get scriptures. China, said the prince. Although it is called the Middle Land, it is a most destitute place. Tell me, for example, if you have anything of value upon you. There is a cassock on my back, said Tripitaka. It is only a third-class treasure, but I have treasures of the first and second class, which are far superior. A coat like yours, said the prince, that leaves half the body bare. It seems a queer thing to call that a treasure. This cassock, said Tripitaka, although it covers only half my body, is described in a poem. Buddha's coat left one side bare, but it hid the absolute from the world's dust. Its 10,000 threads and 1,000 stitches fulfilled the fruits of meditation that I asked to wonder that when I saw you come, I did not rise to greet you. You who call yourself a man, yet have failed to avenge a father's death. What wild nonsense this priest is talking about, said the prince in a great rage. That half-coat, if it has done nothing else for you, has given you the courage to babble ridiculous fustian. How can my father's death be unavenged, since he is not dead? Just tell me that. Tripitaka came one step forward, pressed the palms of his hands together, and said, Your Majesty, to how many things does man, born into the world, owe gratitude? To 4 things, said the prince. To what 4 things? He is grateful, said the prince, to heaven and earth for covering and supporting him, to the sun and moon for shining upon him, to the king for lending him water and earth, and to his father and mother for rearing him. Tripitaka laughed. To the other 3 he owes gratitude indeed, he said. But what is the need of a father and mother to rear him? That's all very well for you, said the prince, who is a shaven-headed, disloyal, food-cadging wanderer. But if a man had no father or mother, how could he come in the world? Your Majesty, said Tripitaka, I do not know, but in this casket there is a treasure called the baggage that makes kings. It knows everything that happened during the 500 years long ago, the 500 years between, and the 500 years to come, 1,500 years in all. If he can quote a case where there was no gratitude to father and mother, then let me be detained captive here. Show him to me, said the prince. Tripitaka took off the cover, and out jumped Monkey and began to skip about this way and that. A little fellow like that can't know much, said the prince. Hearing himself described as too small, Monkey used his magic power and stretched himself till he was 3 feet 4 inches high. The huntsmen were astonished and said, If he goes on growing like this, in a few days he will be bumping his head against the sky. But when he reached his usual height, Monkey stopped growing. At this point the prince said to him, Baggage who makes kings, the old priest says you know all things good and ill, in past and present. Do you divine by the tortoise or by the milfoil? Or do you decide men's fates by sentences from books? Not a bit of it, said Monkey. All I rely on is my 3 inches of tongue that tell me everything. This fellow talks great nonsense, said the prince. It has always been by the book of changes that mysteries have been elucidated and the prospects of the world decided so that people might know what to pursue and what to avoid. Is it not said, the tortoise for divination, the milfoil for prognostication? But as far as I can make out, you go on with no principle at all. You talk at random about fate and the future, exciting and misleading people to no purpose. Now don't be in a hurry, your highness, said Monkey, but listen to me. You are the crown prince of Krokok. 5 years ago, there was a famine in your land. The king and his ministers prayed and fasted, but they could not get a speck of rain. Then there came a wizard from the Chungnan Mountains who could call the winds, fetch rain, and turn stone into gold. The king was deceived by his wiles and hailed him as elder brother. Is this true? Yes, yes, said the prince. Go on. For the last 3 years, the magician has not been seen, said Monkey. Who is it that has been on the throne? It is true about the wizard, said the prince. My father made this wizard his brother and ate with him and slept with him. But 3 years ago, when they were walking in the flower garden and admiring the view, a gust of magic wind that the magician sent blew the jade tablet that the king carried out his hand, and the magician went off with it straight to the Chungnan Mountains. My father still misses him and has no heart to walk in the flower garden without him. Indeed, for 3 years it has been locked up, and no one has set foot in it. If the king is not my father, who is he?" At this, Monkey began to laugh and did not stop laughing when the prince asked him what was the matter. Till the prince lost his temper. "Why don't you say something?" he said, instead of standing there laughing. "I have quite a lot to say," said Monkey, "but I cannot say it in front of all these people." The prince thought this reasonable and motioned to the huntsman to retire. The leader gave his orders, and soon the 3,000 men and horses were all stationed outside the gates. None of the priests of the temple were about. Monkey stopped laughing and said, "Your Highness, he who vanished was the father that begot you. He who sits on the throne is the magician that brought rain." "Nonsense," cried the prince, "since the magician left us. The winds have been favoring, the people have been at peace. But according to you, it is not my father who is on the throne. It is all very well to say such things to me when I am young and let it pass. But if my father were to hear you uttering this subversive talk, he would have you seized and torn into 10,000 pieces." He began railing at Monkey, who turned to Tripitaka and said, "What is to be done? I have told him, and he does not believe me. Let's get to work. Show him your treasure, and then get your paper scene and go off to India." Tripitaka handed the lacquer box to Monkey, and Monkey, taking it, gave himself a shake, and the box became invisible. For it was in reality one of Monkey's hairs which he had changed into a box, but now put back again as a hair on his body. But the white jade tablet he presented to the prince. "A fine sort of priest," the prince exclaimed. "You it was who came 5 years ago, disguised as a magician and stole the family treasure, and now disguised as a priest, are offering back again. Seize him." This command startled Tripitaka out of his wits, and pointing at Monkey, "It's you," he cried, "you wretched horse-groom, who have brought this trouble on us for no reason at all." Monkey rushed forward and checked him. "Hold your tongue," he said, "and don't let out my secrets. I am not called the baggage that makes kings. My real name is quite different." "I should be glad to know your real name," said the prince, "that I may send you to the magistrate to be dealt with as you deserve." "My name, then," said Monkey, "is the great monkey sage, and I am this old man's chief disciple. I was going with my master to India to get scriptures, and last night we came to this temple and asked for shelter. My master was reading scriptures by night, and at the third watch he had a dream. He dreamt that your father came to him and said he had been attacked by that magician, who in the flower garden pushed him into the 8-cornered crystal well. Then the wizard changed himself into your father's likeness. The court and all the officers were completely deceived. You yourself were too young to know. You were forbidden to enter the inner apartments of the palace, and the flower garden was shut up, lest the secret should get out. Tonight, your father came and asked me to subdue the false magician. I was not sure that he was an evil spirit, but when I looked down from the sky, I was quite certain of it. I was just going to seize him when I met you and your huntsman. The white hare you shot was me. It was I who led you here and brought you to my master. This is the truth, every word of it. You have recognized the white tablet, and all that remains is for you to repay your father's care and revenge yourself on his enemy." This upset the prince very much. "If I do not believe this story," he said to himself, "it must in any case have an unpleasant amount of truth in it. But if I believe it, how can I no longer look upon the present king as my father?" He was in great perplexity. "If you are in doubt," said Monkey, "ride home and ask your mother a question that will decide it. Ask whether she and the king, as man and wife, are on changed terms these last 3 years." "That is a good idea," said the prince. "Just wait while I go and ask my mother." He snatched up the jade tablet and was about to make off when Monkey stopped him, saying, "If all your gentlemen follow you back to the palace, suspicions will be aroused, and how can I succeed in my task? You must go back all alone and attract no attention. Do not go in at the main gate, but by the back gate. And when you get to the inner apartments and see your mother, do not speak loudly or clearly, but in a low whisper, for if the magician should hear you, so great is his power that your life and your mother's would be in danger." The prince did as he was told, and as he left the temple, he told his followers to remain there on guard and not to move. "I have some business," he said, Wait till I have got to the city, and then come on yourselves. Look at him. He gives his orders to the men-at-arms, flies on horseback home to the citadel. If you do not know whether on this occasion he succeeded in seeing his mother, and if so, what passed between them, you must listen to the next chapter. Chapter 20. The prince soon returned to Crocock City. As instructed, he avoided the main gate and, without announcing himself, proceeded to the back entrance where several eunuchs stood guard. They dared not stop him. The dear prince rode in alone and quickly reached the arbor of brocade perfume. There he found his mother surrounded by her women, who fanned her as she leaned weeping over a carven balustrade. One might ask, was she weeping? In the fourth watch of the night, she had had a dream, half of which she could recall and half of which had faded. She was deep in thought. Leaping from his horse, the prince knelt before her and cried, "Mother." She forced a happier countenance and exclaimed, "Child, this is a joy indeed. For years past you have been so busy in the men's quarters at the palace, studying with your father, that I have never seen you, which has been a great sorrow to me. How have you managed to find time today? It is an unspeakable pleasure. My child, why is your voice so mournful? Your father is growing old. Soon the time will come when the dragon returns to the pearl-gray sea, the phoenix to the pink mists. You will then become king. Why should you be dispirited?" The prince struck the floor with his forehead. "Mother asks you," he said, "who is it that sits upon the throne?" "He has gone mad," said the queen. "The ruler is your father and the king. Why should you ask?" "Mother," the prince said, "if you will promise me forgiveness, I will speak. But if not, I dare not. How can there be questions of guilt and pardon between mother and son? Of course, you are free to speak. Be quick and begin." "Mother," said the prince, "if you compare your life with my father these last 3 years with your life with him before, would you say that his affection was as great?" Hearing this question, the queen completely lost her composure. Leaping to her feet, she ran from the arbor and flung herself into his arms, saying, "Child, why, when I have not seen you for so long, should you suddenly come and ask me such question?" "Mother," said the prince hotly, "do not evade this question, for much hangs upon the answer to it." Then the queen sent away all the court ladies. With tears in her eyes, she said in a low voice, "Had you not asked me, I would have gone down to the 9 springs of death without ever breathing a word about this matter. But since you have asked, hear what I have to say. What 3 years ago was warm and bland, these last 3 years have been cold as ice. When at the pillow's side I questioned him, he told me age had impaired his strength and that things did not work. When he heard this, the prince shook himself free, gripped the saddle, and mounted his horse. His mother tried to hold him back, saying, "Child, what is it that makes you rush off before our talk is done?" The prince returned and knelt in front of her. "Mother," he said, "I dare not speak. Today at dawn, I received a command to go hunting outside the city with a falcon and a dog. By chance, I met a priest sent by the Emperor of China to fetch scriptures. He has a chief disciple named Monkey, who is very good at subduing evil spirits. According to him, my father, the king, was drowned in the crystal well in the flower garden, and a wizard impersonated him and seized his throne. Last night at the 3rd watch, my father appeared in a dream to this priest and asked him to come to the city and seize the impostor. I did not believe all this, and so came to question you. But what you have just told me makes me certain that it is an evil spirit." "My child," said the queen, "why should you believe strangers, of whom you have no knowledge?" "I should not," said the prince, "have dared to accept the story as true, had not the king, my father, left behind a token in the hands of these people." The queen asked what it was, and the prince took out from his sleeve the white jade tablet bordered with gold and handed it to his mother. When she saw that it was indeed a treasure that had been the king's in old days, her tears gushed out like a water spring. "My lord and master," she cried, "why have you been dead 3 years and never come to me, but went first to a priest and afterwards to the prince?" "Mother," said the prince, "what do these words mean?" "My child," she said, "at the 4th watch I too had a dream. I dreamt I saw your father stand in front of me, all dripping wet, saying that he was dead. and that his soul had visited a priest of Tang and asked him to defeat the false king and rescue his own body from where it had been thrown. That is all I can remember, and it is only half. The other half I cannot get clear, and I was puzzled about it when you came. It is strange that you should just at this moment come with this tale and bring this tablet with you. I will put away, and you must go and ask that priest to come at once and do what he promises. If he can drive away the impostor and distinguish the false from the true, you will have repaid the king your father for the pains he bestowed upon your upbringing. The prince was soon back at the gates of the Treasurewood Temple, where he was joined by his followers. The sun's red disk was now falling. He told his followers to stay quietly where they were, went into the temple alone, arranged his hat and clothes, and paid his respects to Monkey, who came hopping and skipping from the main hall. The prince knelt down, saying, "Here I am again, father." Monkey raised him from his knees. "Did you ask anyone anything when you were in the city?" he said. "I questioned my mother," said the prince, and he told the whole story. Monkey smiled. "If it is as cold as that," he said, "he is probably a transformation of some chilly creature. No matter. Just wait while I mop him up for you. But today it is growing late, and I cannot very well start doing anything. You go back now, and I will come early tomorrow." "Master," said the prince, kneeling before him, "let me wait here till the morning and then go along with you." "That will not do," said Monkey. "If I were to come into the city at the same time as you, the suspicions of the impostor would be aroused. He would not believe that I forced myself upon you, but would be sure you had invited me, and in this way the blame would fall on you." "I shall get into trouble anyhow," said the prince, "if I go into the city now." "About?" asked Monkey. "I was sent out hunting," said the prince, "and I have not got a single piece of game. How dare I face the king? If he accuses me of incompetence and casts me into prison, who will you have to look after when you arrive tomorrow? There's not one of the officers who knows you." "What matters?" said Monkey. "You have only to mention that you need some game, and I will procure it for you." Dear Monkey, watch him while he displays his arts before the prince. He gives himself a shake, jumps up onto the fringe of a cloud, performs a magic pass, and murmurs a spell which compels the spirits of the mountain and the local deities to come before him and do obeisance. "Great sage," they said, "what orders have you for us little divinities?" "I guarded a priest of Tang on his way here," said Monkey. "I want to seize an evil spirit, but this prince here has nothing to show for his hunting and does not dare return to court. I have sent for you divinities to ask you to do me a favor. Find some musk deer, wild boar, hares, and so on, any wild beasts or birds you can discover, and bring them here." The divinities dared not disobey. "How many do you require of each?" they asked. "It does not matter exactly how many," said Monkey. "Just bring some along. That is all." Then these divinities, using the secret instruments that pertained to them, made a magic wind that drew together wild beasts. Soon there were hundreds and thousands of wild fowl, deer, foxes, hares, tigers, panthers, and wolves collected in front of Monkey. "It is not I who wants them," he cried. "You must get them on the move again and string them out on each side of the road for 40 leagues. The hunters will be able to take them home without use of falcon or dog. That is all that is required of you." The divinities obeyed and spread out the game on each side of the road. Monkey then lowered his cloud and said to the prince, "Your Highness may now go back. There is a game all along the road. You have only to collect it." When the prince saw him floating about in the air and exercising magic powers, he was deeply impressed and bent his head on the ground in prostration before Monkey, from whom he humbly took his leave. He then went out in front of the temple and gave orders to the huntsmen to return to court. They were astonished to find endless wild game on each side of the road, which they took without use of falcon or dog, merely by laying hands upon it. They all believed that this blessing had been vouchsafed to the prince and had no idea that it was Monkey's doing. Listen to the songs of triumph that they sing as they throng back to the city. When the priests of the temple saw on what terms Tripitaka and the rest were with the prince, they began to treat them with a new deference. They invited them to refreshments and again put the Zen hall at Tripitaka's disposal. It was near the first watch, but Monkey had something on his mind and could not get to sleep at once. Presently he crept across to Tripitaka's bed and called, "Master." Tripitaka was not asleep either, but knowing that Monkey liked giving people a start, he pretended to be asleep. Monkey rubbed his tonsure and, shaking him violently, said, "Master, why are you sleeping?" "The rogue," cried Tripitaka crossly. "Why can't you go to sleep instead of pestering me like this?" "Master," said Monkey, "there is something you must give me your advice about." "What is that?" said Tripitaka. "I talk very big to Prince," said Monkey, giving him to understand that my powers were high as the hills and deep as the sea, and I could catch the false wizard as easily as one takes things out of a bag. I had only to stretch out my hand and carry him off. But I cannot get to sleep, for it has occurred to me that it may not be so easy. "If you think it's too difficult, why do it?" said Tripitaka. "It's not that there's any difficulty about catching him," said Monkey. "The only question is whether it is legal." "What nonsense this monkey talks," said Tripitaka. "How can it be illegal to arrest a monster that has seized a monarch's throne? You only know how to read scriptures, worship Buddha, and practice Zen, and have never studied the code of Xiao Ho. But you must at least know the proverb, 'Take robber, take loot.' The magician has been king for 3 years, and not the slightest suspicion has been felt by anyone. All the late king's ladies sleep with him, and the ministers, civil and military, disport themselves with him. Even if I succeed in catching him, how am I to convince anyone of his guilt?" "What is the difficulty?" asked Tripitaka. "Even if he were as dumb as a calabash, he would be able to talk one down. He would say boldly, 'I am the king of Krokok. What crime have I committed against heaven that you should arrest me?' How would one argue with him then?" "And you," said Tripitaka, "what plan have you got?" "My plan is already made," said Monkey, smiling. "The only obstacle is that you have a partiality." "A partiality for whom?" said Tripitaka. "Pigsy," said Monkey. "You have a preference for him because he is so strong." "What makes you think that?" asked Tripitaka. "If it were not so," said Monkey, "you would pull yourself together and have the courage to stay here with Sandy to look after you, while I and Pigsy go off to the city of Krokok, find the flower garden, uncover the well, and bring up the emperor's body, which we will wrap in our wrapper, and next day bring to court. There we will get our papers, put in order, confront the magician, and I will feel him with my cudgel. If he tries to exonerate himself, I will show him the body and say, 'Here is the man you drowned.' And I will make the prince come forward and wail over his father, the queen come out and recognize her husband, the officers, civil and military, look upon their lord, and then I and my brother will get to work. In this way, the whole thing will be on a proper footing." Tripitaka thought this was a splendid plan, but he was not sure that Pigsy would consent. "Why not?" said Monkey. "Didn't I say you were partial to him and did not want him to go? You think he would refuse to go because you know that when I call you, it is often half an hour before you take any notice. You'll see when I start that I shall only need a turn or two of my 3-inch tongue, and no matter if he is Pigsy or Wigsy, I am quite capable of making him follow me." "Very well," said Tripitaka. "Call him when you go." "Pigsy, Pigsy," cried Monkey at Pigsy's bedside. That fool did most of the hard work when they were on the road, and no sooner did his head touch the pillow than he was snoring. It took a great deal more than a shout to wake him. Monkey pulled his ears, tweaked his bristles, and dragged him from the pillow, shouting, "Pigsy!" That fool pushed him away. Monkey shouted again. "Go to sleep, and don't be so stupid," Pigsy said. "Tomorrow we have got to be on the road again." "I am not being stupid," said Monkey. "There is a bit of business I want your help in." "What business?" asked Pigsy. "You heard what the prince said?" said Monkey. "No," said Pigsy. "I did not set eyes on him, or hear anything he said." "He told me," said Monkey, "that the magician has a treasure worth more than an army of 10,000 men. When we go to the city tomorrow, we are sure to fall foul of him. He will use it to overthrow us. Wouldn't it be much better if we got in first and stole the treasure?" "Brother," said Pigsy, "are you asking me to commit robbery? If so, that's a business I have experience of and can really be of some help. But there's one thing we must get clear. If I steal a treasure or subdue a magician, I expect more than a petty, skunking share. The treasure must be mine." "What do you want it for?" asked Monkey. "I am not so clever as you are at talking people into giving me alms. I am strong, but I have a very common way of talking, and I don't know how to recite the scriptures. When we get into a tight place, wouldn't this treasure be good to exchange for something to eat and drink? I only care for fame, said Monkey. I don't want any treasures. You may have it all to yourself. That fool, when he heard that it was all to be his, was in high glee. He rolled out of bed, hustled into his clothes, and set out with Monkey. Clear wine brings a blush to the cheeks. Yellow gold moves even a philosophic heart. The two of them opened the temple gate very quietly, and leaving Tripitaka, mounted a wreath of cloud and soon reached the city, where they lowered their cloud just as the second watch was being sounded on the tower. Brother, it's the second watch, said Monkey. Couldn't be better, said Pigsy. Everyone will just be deep in their first sleep. They did not go to the main gate, but to the back gate, where they heard the sound of the watchmen's clappers and bells. Brother, said Monkey, they are on the alert at all the gates. How shall we get in? When a thieves ever go in by a gate, said Pigsy, we must scramble over the wall. Monkey did so, and at a bound was over the rampart and wall. Pigsy followed, and the two stealthily made their way in, soon rejoining the road from the gate. They followed this till they came to the flower garden. In front of them was a gate tower with 3 thatched white gables, and high up was an inscription in shining letters, catching the light of the moon and stars. It said Imperial Flower Garden. When Monkey came close, he saw that the locks were sealed up several layers deep, and he told Pigsy to get to work. That fool wielded his iron rake, which he brought crashing down upon the gate and smashed it to bits. Monkey stepped over the fragments, and once inside could not stop himself jumping and shouting for joy. Brother, said Pigsy, you'll be the ruin of us. Who ever heard of a thief making all that noise? He'll wake everyone up. We shall be arrested and taken before the judge. And if we are not condemned to death, we shall certainly be sent back to where we came from and drafted into the army. Why try to make me nervous, said Monkey. Look, the painted and carven balustrades are scattered and strewn. The jewel-studded arbors and trees are toppling down. The sedgy islands and knotweed banks are buried in dust. The white peonies and yellow glove flowers, all dust-destroyed. Jasmine and rose perfume the night. The red peony and tiger lily bloom in vain. The hibiscus and Syria mallow are choked with weeds. Strange plants and rare flowers are crushed and die. And what does it matter if they do, said Pigsy. Let's get on with our business. Monkey, although deeply affected by the scene, called to mind Tripitaka's dream, in which he was told that the well was underneath a banana plant. When they had gone a little further, they did indeed discover a most singular banana plant, which grew very thick and high. Now, Pigsy, said Monkey, are you ready? The treasure is buried under this tree. That fool lifted his rake in both hands, beat down the banana tree, and began to nuzzle with his snout till he had made a hole 3 or 4 feet deep. At last he came to a slab of stone. Brother, he cried, here's luck. We've found the treasure. It's bound to be under this slab. If it's not in a coffer, it will be in a jar. Hoist it up and see, said Monkey. Pigsy went to work again with his snout and raised the slab till they could see underneath. Something sparkled and flashed. Didn't I say we were in luck? Said Pigsy. That is the glittering treasure. But when they looked closer, it was the light of the stars and moon reflected in a well. Brother, said Pigsy, you should not think so much of trunk that you forget the root. Now, what does that mean? Asked Monkey. This is a well, said Pigsy. If you had told me before we started that the treasure was in a well, I should have brought with me the 2 ropes we tie up our bundles with, and you could have contrived to let me down. As it is, how are we to get at anything down there and bring it up again? You intend to go down, said Monkey. That's what I should do, said Pigsy, if I had any rope. Take off your clothes, said Monkey, and I'll manage it for you. I don't go in for much in the way of clothes, said Pigsy, but I'll take off my jerkin if that's any good. Dear Monkey. He took out his metal clasp cudgel, called to it, stretch, and when it was some 30 feet long, he said to Pigsy, you catch hold of one end and I'll let you down. Brother, said Pigsy, let me down as far as you like, so long as you stop when I come to the water. Just so, said Monkey. Pigsy caught hold of one end of the staff and was very gently raised and let down into the well by Monkey. He soon reached the water. "I'm at the water," he called up. Monkey, hearing this, let him down just a little further. That fool Pigsy, when he felt the water touch him, began to beat out with his trotters, let go of the staff, and flopped right into the water. "The rascal," he cried, spluttering and blowing. "I told him to stop when I came to the water, and instead he let me down further." Monkey only laughed and withdrew the staff. "Brother," he said, "have you found the treasure?" "Treasure indeed," said Pigsy. "There's nothing but well water." "The treasure is under the water," said Monkey. "Just have a look." Pigsy, it so happened, was thoroughly at home in the water. He took a great plunge straight down into the well. But, oh, what a long way it was to the bottom. He dived again with all his might, and suddenly opening his eyes, saw in front of him an entrance, above which was written, "The Crystal Palace." This astonished him very much. "That finishes it," he cried. "I've come the wrong way and got into the sea. There's a crystal palace in the sea. But I never heard of one down a well." For he did not know that the Dragon King of the Well also has a crystal palace. Pigsy was thus debating with himself when a Yaksha, on patrol duty in the waters, opened the door, saw the intruder, and immediately withdrew to the interior, announcing, "Great King, a calamity. A long-snout, long-eared priest has dropped down into our well, all naked and dripping. He is still alive, and speaks to himself rationally." The Dragon King of the Well was, however, not at all surprised. "If I am not mistaken," he said, "this is General Pigsy. Last night the spirit that wanders by night received orders to come here and fetch the soul of the King of Crocock and bring it to the priest of Tang to ask the monkey sage to subdue the wicked magician. I imagine that Monkey has come, as well as General Pigsy. They must be treated with great consideration. Go at once and ask the general to come in." The Dragon King then tidied his clothes, adjusted his hat, and bringing with him all his watery kinsmen, he came to the gate and cried in a loud voice, "General Pigsy, pray come inside and be seated." Pigsy was delighted. "Fancy meeting with an old friend," he said, and without thinking what he was in for, that fool went into the Crystal Palace. Caring nothing for good manners, all dripping as he was, he sat down in the seat of honor. "General," said the Dragon King, "I heard lately that your life was spared to you on condition you should embrace the faith of Sakyamuni and protect Tripitaka on his journey to India. What are you doing down here?" "It's just in that connection that I come," said Pigsy. "My brother Monkey presents his best compliments and sends me to fetch some treasure or other." "I am sorry," said the Dragon King, "but what should I be doing with any treasure? You're mixing me up with the dragons of the Yangtze, the Yellow River, the Huai, and the Chi, who soar about the sky and assume many shapes. They no doubt have treasures, but I stay down here all the time in this wretched hole, never catching a glimpse of the sky above. Where should I get a treasure from?" "Don't make excuses," said Pigsy. "I know you've got it, so bring it out at once." "The one treasure I have," said the Dragon King, "can't be brought out. I suggest you should go and look at it for yourself." "Excellent," said Pigsy. "I'll come and have a look." The Dragon King led him through the Crystal Palace till they came to a cloister in which lay a body 6 feet long. Pointing at it, the Dragon King said, "General, there is your treasure." Pigsy went up to it, and oh, what did he see before him? It was a dead emperor, on his head a tall crown, dressed in a red gown, on his feet upturned shoes, girded with a belt of jades, who lay stretched full length upon the floor. Pigsy laughed. "You won't kid me like that," he said. "Since when did this count as a treasure?" "Why, when I was an ogre in the mountains, I made my supper on them every day. When one has not only seen a thing time after time, but also eaten it again and again, can one be expected to regard it as a treasure?" "General," said the Dragon King, "you do not understand. This is the body of the King of Crocock. When he fell into the well, I preserved him with a magic pearl, and he suffered no decay. If you care to take him up with you, show him to Monkey, and succeed in bringing him back to his senses, you need worry no more about treasures. You'll be able to get anything out of him that you choose to ask for." "Very well then," said Pigsy. "I'll remove him for you, if you'll let me know how much I shall get as my undertaker's fee." "I haven't got any money," said the Dragon King. So you expect to get jobs done for nothing, said Pigsy. If you haven't got any money, I won't remove him. If you won't, said the Dragon King, I must ask you to go away. Pigsy at once retired. The Dragon King ordered 2 powerful yikshaws to carry the body to the gate of the Crystal Palace and leave it just outside. They removed from the gate its water-fending pearls, and at once there was a sound of rushing waters. Pigsy looked round. The gate had vanished, and while he was poking about for it, his hand touched the dead king's body, which gave him such a start that his legs gave way under him. He scrambled to the surface of the water, and squeezing against the well wall, he cried, "Brother, let down your staff and get me out of this." "Did you find the treasure?" asked Monkey. "How should I?" said Pigsy. "All I found was a Dragon King at the bottom of the water, who wanted me to remove a corpse. I refused, and he had me put out at the door. Then his palace vanished. I found myself touching the corpse. It gave me such a turn that I felt quite weak. Brother, you must get me out of this." "That was your treasure," said Monkey. "Why didn't you bring it up with you?" "I knew he had been dead a long time," said Pigsy. "What was the sense of bringing him?" "You'd better," said Monkey, "or I shall go away." "Go," said Pigsy. "Where to?" "I shall go back to the temple," said Monkey, "and go to sleep like Tripitaka." "And I shall be left down here," said Pigsy. "If you can climb out," said Monkey, "there is no reason why you should stay here, but if you can't, there's an end to it." Pigsy was thoroughly frightened. He knew he could not possibly climb out. "Just think," he said, "even a city wall is difficult to get up, but this well shaft has a big belly and a small mouth. Its walls slope in, and as no water has been drawn from it for several years, they have become all covered with slime. It's far too slippery to climb. Brother, just keep up a nice spirit between friends. I'll carry it on." "That's right," said Monkey, "and be quick about it so that we can both go home to bed." That fool Pigsy dived down again, found the corpse, hoisted it onto his back, clambered up to the surface of the water, and propped himself and the body against the wall. "Brother," he called, "I've brought it." Monkey peered down, and seeing that Pigsy had indeed a burden on his back, he lowered his staff into the well. That fool was a creature of much determination. He opened his mouth wide, bit hard on the staff, and Monkey pulled him gently up, putting down the corpse. Pigsy pulled himself into his clothes. The emperor, Monkey found on examining him, was indeed in the most perfect preservation. "Brother," he asked, "how comes it that a man who has been dead for 3 years can look so fresh?" "According to the Dragon King of the Well," said Pigsy, "he used a magic pearl which prevented the body from decaying." "That was a bit of luck," said Monkey, "but it still remains to take vengeance upon his enemy and win glory for ourselves. Make haste and carry him off." "Where to?" asked Pigsy. "The temple," said Monkey, "to show him to Tripitaka." "What an idea," grumbled Pigsy to himself. "A fellow is having a nice sound sleep, and along comes this baboon with a wonderful yarn about a job that must be done, and in the end it turns out to be nothing but this silly game of carting about a corpse. Carry that stinking thing. It will dribble filthy water all over me and dirty my clothes. There's no one to wash them for me. There are patches in several places, and if the water gets through, I have nothing to change into." "Don't worry about your clothes," said Monkey. "Get the body to the temple, and I will give you a change of clothes." "Impudence," cried Pigsy. "You've none of your own. How can you give me any to change into?" "Does that twaddle mean that you won't carry it?" asked Monkey. "I'm not going to carry it," said Pigsy. "Then hold out your paw and take 20, said Monkey. "Brother," said Pigsy, much alarmed, "that cudgel is very heavy. After 20 strokes of it, there would not be much to choose between me and this emperor." "If you don't want to be beaten," said Monkey, "make haste and carry it off." Pigsy did indeed fear the cudgel, and sorely against his will. He hoisted the corpse onto his back and began to drag himself along towards the garden gate. "Dear Monkey," he performed a magic pass, recited a spell, traced a magic square on the ground, and going to it, blew a breath that turned into a great gust of wind, which blew Pigsy clean out of the palace grounds and clear of the city moat. The wind stopped, and alighting, they set out slowly on their way. Pigsy was feeling very ill-used and thought of a plan to revenge himself. "This monkey," he said to himself, "has played a dirty trick on me. but I'll get even with him all right. When we get back to the temple, I will tell Tripitaka that monkey can bring the dead to life. If he says he can't, I shall persuade Tripitaka to recite the spell that makes this monkey's head ache, and I shan't be satisfied till his brains are bursting out his head. But thinking about it as he went along, he said to himself, "That's no good. If he is asked to bring the king to life, he won't have any difficulty. He will go straight to Yama, king of death, ask the soul, and so bring the king to life. I must make it clear that he is not to go to the dark realm, but must do his cure here in the world of light. That's the thing to do." They were now at the temple gate, went straight in, and put down the corpse at the door of the Zen hall, saying, "Master, get up and look." Tripitaka was not asleep, but was discussing with Sandy why the others were away so long. Suddenly he heard them calling, and jumping up, he said, "Disciples, what is this I see?" "Monkey's father-in-law," said Pigsy. "He made me carry him." "You rotten fool," said Monkey. "What have I any father-in-law?" "Brother, if he isn't your father-in-law," said Pigsy, "why did you make me carry him? It has been tiring work for me, I can tell you that." When Tripitaka and Sandy examined the body and saw that the emperor looked just like a live man, Tripitaka suddenly burst into lamentation. "Alas, poor emperor," he cried, "in some forgotten existence, you doubtless did great wrong to one that in this incarnation has now confounded you and brought you to destruction. You were torn from your wife and child. None of your generals or counselors knew. None of your officers were aware. Alas, for the blindness of your queen and prince that offered no incense, no tea to your soul." Here he broke down, and his tears fell like rain. "Master," said Pigsy, "what does it matter to you that he is dead? He is not your father or grandfather. Why should you wail over him?" "Disciple," said Tripitaka, "for us who are followers of Buddha, compassion is the root, indulgence the gate. Why is your heart so hard?" "It isn't that my heart is hard," said Pigsy, "but Brother Monkey tells me he can bring him to life. If he fails, I am certainly not going to cart him about any more." Now Tripitaka, being by nature pliable as water, was easily moved by that fool story. "Monkey," he said, "if you can indeed bring this emperor back to life, you will be doing what matters more than that. We should reach the holy mountain and worship the Buddha. They say, to save one life is better than to build a 7-story pagoda." "Master," said Monkey, "do you really believe this fool's wild talk? When a man is dead in 3 times 7, 5 times 7, or at the end of 700 days, when he has done penance for his sins in the world of light, his turn comes to be born again. This king has been dead for 3 years. How can he possibly be saved?" "I expect we had better give up the idea," said Tripitaka when he heard this. But Pigsy was not to be cheated out of his revenge. "Don't let him put you off," he said to Tripitaka. "Remember, his head is very susceptible. You have only to recite that stuff of yours, and I guarantee that he'll turn the king into a live man." Tripitaka accordingly recited the headache spell, and it gripped so tight that Monkey's eyes started out of his head, and he suffered frightful pain. If you do not know whether in the end this king was brought to life, you must listen to what unfolds in the next chapter. Chapter 21. The pain in that great monkey sage's head was so intense that he could bear it no longer. He cried piteously, "Master, stop praying, stop praying. I'll doctor him." "How will you do it?" asked Tripitaka. "The only way is to visit Yama, king of death in the land of darkness, and get him to let me have the king's soul," said Monkey. "Don't believe him, master," said Pigsy. "He told me there was no need to go to the land of darkness. He said he knew how to cure him here and now in the world of light." Tripitaka believed this wicked lie and began praying again. Monkey was so harassed that he soon gave in. All right," he cried. "I'll cure him in the world of light." "Don't stop," said Pigsy. "Go on praying as hard as you can." "You ill-begotten idiot," cursed Monkey. "I'll pay you out for making the master put a spell upon me." Pigsy laughed until he fell over. "Ho, ho, brother," he cried. "You thought it was only on me that tricks could be played. You didn't think that I could play a trick on you." "Master, stop praying," said Monkey, "and let me cure him in the world of light." "How can that be done?" asked Tripitaka. "I will rise on my cloud trapeze," said Monkey, and force my way into the southern gate of heaven. I shall not go to the palace of the pole and ox, nor to the hall of holy mists, but go straight up to the 33rd heaven. In the Triasimstra courtyard of the heavenly palace of quit grief, I shall visit Lao Tzu and ask for a grain of his 9 times sublimated life-restoring elixir. With it, I shall bring the king back to life. This suggestion pleased Tripitaka very much. Lose no time about it, he said. It is only the 3rd watch, said Monkey. I shall be back before it is light, but it would look all wrong if the rest of you went quietly to sleep. It is only decent that someone should watch over the corpse and mourn. You need to say no more, said Pigsy. I can see that you expect me to act as a mourner. I would like to see you refuse, said Monkey. If you don't act as a mourner, I certainly won't bring him to life. Be off, brother, said Pigsy, and I'll do the mourning. There are more ways than one of mourning, said Monkey. Mere bellowing with dry eyes is no good, nor is it any better just to squeeze out a few tears. What counts is a good hearty howling, with tears as well. That's what is wanted for a real, miserable mourning. I'll give you a specimen, said Pigsy. He then, from somewhere or other, produced a piece of paper, which he twisted into a paper spill and thrust up his nostrils. This soon set him sniveling and his eyes running. When he began to howl, he kept up such a din that anyone would have thought he had indeed lost his dearest relative. The effect was so mournful that Tripitaka, too, soon began to weep bitterly. That's what you've got to keep up the whole time I'm away, said Monkey, laughing. What I am frightened of is that this fool, the moment my back is turned, will stop wailing. I shall creep back and listen, and if he shows any sign of leaving off, he will get 20 on the paw. Be off with you, laughed Pigsy. I could easily keep this up for 2 days on end. Sandy, seeing that Pigsy had settled down to his job, went off to look for some sticks of incense to burn as an offering. Excellent, laughed Monkey. The whole family is engaged in works of piety. Now's the time for old Monkey to get to work. Dear Monkey, just at midnight he left his teacher and fellow disciples, mounted his cloud trapeze, and flew in at the southern gate of heaven. He did not indeed call at the precious hall of holy mists or go on to the palace of the pole and ox, but only along a path of cloudy light went straight to the 33rd heaven, to the Triasimstra courtyard of the heavenly palace of quit grief. Just inside the gate, he saw Lao Tzu in his alchemical studio, with a number of fairy boys holding banana leaf fans and fanning the fire in which the cinnabar was sublimating. As soon as Lao Tzu saw him coming, he called to the boys, "Be careful, all of you. Here's the thief who stole the elixir and came back again." Monkey bowed and said, laughing, "Reverend sir, there is no need to be in such a fret. You need to take no precautions against me. I have come on quite a different business." "Monkey," said Lao Tzu, 500 years ago, "you made great trouble in the palace of heaven and stole a great quantity of my holy elixir, for which crime you were arrested and placed in my crucible, where you smelled for 49 days, at the cost of I do not know how much charcoal. Now you have been lucky enough to obtain forgiveness, enter the service of Buddha, and go with Tripitaka, the priest of Tang, to get scriptures in India. Some while ago you quelled the demon in the flat-topped mountain and tricked disaster, but did not give me my share in the treasure. What brings you here today?" "In those old days," said Monkey, "I lost no time in returning to you those 5 treasures of yours. You have no reason to be suspicious of me." "But what are you doing here?" asked Lao Tzu, "creeping into my palace instead of getting on with your journey?" "On our way to the west," said Monkey, "we came to a country called Crowcock. The king of the country employed a wizard who had disguised himself as a Taoist to bring rain. This wizard secretly did away with the king, whose form he assumed, and now he is ensconced in the Hall of Golden Bells. My master was reading the scriptures in the treasurewood temple when the soul of the king came to him and earnestly requested that I might be sent to subdue the wizard and expose his imposture. I felt that I had no proof of the crime and went with my fellow disciple Pigsy. We broke into the flower garden by night and looked for the crystal well into which the king had been thrown. We fished him up and found him still sound and fresh. When we got back to the temple and saw Tripitaka, his compassion was aroused, and he ordered me to bring the king to life. But I was not to go to the world of darkness to recover his soul. I must cure him here in the world of light. I could think of no way but to ask for your help. Would you be so kind as to lend me 1,000 of your 9 times sublimated life-restoring pills? Then I shall be able to set him right. 1,000 pills indeed, exclaimed Lao Tzu. Why not 2,000? Is he to have them at every meal instead of rice? Do you think one is only to stoop and pick them up like dirt from the ground? Shoo, be off with you. I've nothing for you. I'd take 100, said Monkey, laughing. I dare say, said Lao Tzu, but I haven't any. I'd take 10, said Monkey. A curse on this monkey, said Lao Tzu, very angry. Will he never stop haggling? Be off with you immediately. If you really haven't got any, said Monkey, I shall have to find some other way of bringing him to life. Go, 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 screamed Lao Tzu. Very reluctantly, Monkey turned away, but suddenly Lao Tzu thought to himself, this monkey is very crafty. If he really went away and stayed away, it would be all right, but I am afraid he will slip back again and steal some. So he sent a fairy boy to bring Monkey back and said to him, if you are really so anxious to have some, I'll spare you just 1 pill. Sir, said Monkey, if you had an inkling of what I can do if I choose, you would think yourself lucky to go sharing it with me. If you hadn't given in, I should have come with my dredge and fished up the whole lot. Lao Tzu took a gourd-shaped pot and, tilting it up, emptied 1 grain of elixir and passed it across to Monkey, saying, that's all you'll get, so be off with it. And if with this 1 grain you can bring the king back to life, you are welcome to the credit of it. Not so fast, said Monkey. I must taste it first. I don't want to be put off with a sham. So saying, he tossed it into his mouth. Lao Tzu rushed forward to stop him, and pressing his fists against his skull cap, he cried in despair, if you swallow it, I shall kill you on the spot. Revolting meanness, said Monkey. Keep calm. No one is eating anything of yours. And how much is it worth, anyhow? It's pretty wretched stuff, and come to that, I haven't swallowed it. It's here. For the fact is that monkeys have a pouch under the gullet, and Monkey had stored the grain of elixir in his pouch. Lao Tzu pinched him and said, be off with you, and don't let me find you hanging round here any more. So Monkey took leave of him and quitted the Triasimstra heaven. In a moment he had left by the southern gate, and turning eastward, he saw the great globe of the sun just mounting. Lowering his cloud seat, he soon reached the treasure-wood temple, where even before he entered the gate, he could hear Pigsy still howling. He stepped briskly forward and cried, Master. Is that Monkey? Said Tripitaka, delightedly. Have you got your elixir? Certainly, said Monkey. What's the use of asking? Said Pigsy. You can count on a sneak like that to bring back some trifle that doesn't belong to him. Brother, laughed Monkey, you can retire. We don't need you any more. Wipe your eyes, and if you want to do more howling, do it elsewhere. And you, Sandy, bring me a little water. Sandy hurried out to the well behind the temple, where there was a bucket of water already drawn. He dipped his bowl into it and brought half a bowl full of water. Monkey filled his mouth with water, and then spat out the elixir into the emperor's lips. Next, he forced open his jaws, and pouring in some clean water, he floated the elixir down into his belly. In a few moments there was a gurgling sound inside, but the body still did not move. Master, said Monkey, what will become of me if my elixir fails? Shall I be beaten to death? I don't see how it can fail, said Tripitaka. It's already a miracle that a corpse that has been dead so long can swallow water. After the elixir entered his belly, we heard the guts ring. When the guts ring, the veins move in harmony. It only remains to get the breath into circulation. But even a piece of iron gets a bit rusty when it has been underwater for 3 years. It is only natural that something of the same kind should happen to a man. All that's wrong with him is that he needs a supply of breath. If someone puts a mouthful of good breath into him, he would be quite himself again. Pigsy at once offered himself for this service, but Tripitaka held him back. You're no use for that, he cried. Let Monkey do it. Tripitaka knew what he was talking about, for Pigsy had in his early days eaten living things, and even monstrously devoured human flesh, so that all his stock of breath was defiled. whereas Monkey had always lived on pine seeds, cypress cones, peaches, and the like, and his breath was pure. So Monkey stepped forward, and putting his wide mouth against the emperor's lips, he blew hard into his throat. The breath went down to the two-story tower, round the Hall of Light, on to the cinnabar field, and from the jetting spring went back again into the mud wall palace. Whereupon there was a deep, panting sound. The king's humors concentrated. His spirits returned. He rolled over, brandished his fist, and bent his legs. Then with a cry, "Master," he knelt down in the dust and said, "Little did I think, when my soul visited you last night, that today at dawn I should again belong to the world of light." Tripitaka quickly raised him from his knees and said, "Your Majesty, this is no doing of mine. You must thank my disciple." "What talk is that?" said Monkey, laughing. "The proverb says a household cannot have two masters. There's no harm in letting him pay his respect to you." Tripitaka, still feeling somewhat embarrassed, raised the emperor to his feet and brought him to the hall of meditation, where he and his disciples again prostrated themselves and set him on a seat. The priests of the temple had got ready their breakfast and invited Tripitaka and his party to join them. Imagine their astonishment when they saw an emperor, his clothes still dripping. "Don't be surprised," said Monkey, coming forward. "This is the king of Krokok, your rightful lord. 3 years ago he was robbed of his life by a fiend, and tonight I brought him back to life. Now we must take him to the city and surprise the impostor. If you have anything for us to eat, serve it now, and we will start as soon as we have breakfast." The priest brought the emperor hot water to wash in and helped him out of his clothes. The almoner brought him a cloth jacket, and instead of his jade belt, tied a silk sash around his waist, took off his upturned shoes, and gave him a pair of old priest sandals. Then they all had breakfast and saddled a horse. "Pigsy, is your luggage very heavy?" asked Monkey. "Brother, I've carried it so many days on end that I don't know whether it's heavy or not." "Divide the pack into 2, said Monkey. "Take one half yourself, and give the other to this emperor to carry. In that way we shall get to the city and dispose of our business." "That's a bit of luck," said Pigsy. "It was a nuisance getting him here, but now that he's been made alive, he is coming in useful as a partner." Pigsy then divided the luggage after his own methods. Borrowing a hod from the priests of the temple, he put everything light into his own load and everything heavy into the king's. "I hope your Majesty has no objection," said Monkey, laughing, "to being dressed up like this and carrying the luggage, and following us on foot." "Master," said the emperor, instantly flinging himself upon his knees, "I can only regard you as my second progenitor, and let alone carrying luggage for you. My heartfelt desire is to go with you all the way to India, even if I were only to serve you as the lowest menial, running beside you whip in hand as you ride." "There's no need for you to go to India," said Monkey. "That's our special concern. All you have to do is to carry the luggage 40 leagues to the city and then let us seize the fiend, after which you can go on being emperor again, and we can go on looking for scriptures." "That's all very well," said Pigsy. "But in that case he gets off with 40 leagues, while I shall be on the job all the time." "Brother," said Monkey, "don't talk nonsense, but be quick and lead the way out." Pigsy and the emperor accordingly led the way, while Sandy supported Tripitaka on his horse and Monkey followed behind. They were accompanied to the gates by 500 priests in gorgeous procession, blowing conches as they walked. "Don't come with us any further," said Monkey. "If some official were to notice, our plans might get out, and everything would go wrong. Go back at once, and have the emperor's clothes well cleaned, and send them to the city tonight or early tomorrow. I will see to it that you are well paid for your pains." They had not traveled for half a day when the walls and moat of the city of Krokok came into view. "Monkey," said Tripitaka, "I think this place in front of us must be the city of Krokok." "It certainly is," said Monkey. "Let us hurry on and do our business." When they reached the city, they found the streets and markets thronging with people, and everywhere a great stir and bustle. Soon they saw rising before them towers and gables of great magnificence. "Disciple," said Tripitaka, "let us go at once to court and get our papers put in order." Then we shall have no more trouble hanging about in government offices." "That is a good idea," said Monkey. "We will all come with you. The more the tellers, the better the story." "Well, if you all come," said Tripitaka, "you must behave nicely, and not say anything till you have done homage as humble subjects of the throne." "But that means bowing down," said Monkey. "To be sure," said Tripitaka. "You have to bow down 5 times and strike your forehead on the ground 3 times. "Master," said Monkey, "that's not a good idea. To pay homage to a thing like that is really too silly. Let me go in first, and I will decide what we are to do. If he addresses us, let me answer him. If you see me bow, then you must bow too. If I squat, then you must squat. Look at him, that Monkey King, maker of many troubles, how he goes straight up to the door and says to the high officer in charge, 'We were sent by the Emperor of China to worship Buddha in India and fetch scriptures. We want to have our papers put in order here, and would trouble you to announce our arrival. By doing so, you will not fail to gain religious merit.' The eunuch went in and knelt on the steps of the throne, announcing the visitors and their request. 'I did not think it right to let them straight in,' he said. 'They await your orders outside the door.' The false king then summoned the men. Tripitaka entered, accompanied by the true king, who as he went could not stop the tears that coursed down his cheeks. 'Alas,' he sighed to himself, 'for my dragon-guarded rivers and hills, my iron-girt shrines. Who would have guessed that a creature of darkness would possess you all?' 'Emperor,' said Monkey, 'you must control your emotion, or we shall be discovered. I can feel the truncheon behind my ear twitching, and I am certain that I shall be successful. Leave it to me to slay the monster, and when things are cleaned up, those rivers and hills will soon be yours again.' The true king dared not demur. He wiped away his tears and followed as best he could. At last they reached the Hall of Golden Bells, where they saw the 2 rows of officials, civil and military, and the 400 court officers, all of imposing stature and magnificently apparelled. Monkey led forward Tripitaka to the white jade steps, where they both stood motionless and erect. The officials were in consternation. 'Are these priests so utterly bereft of decency and reason?' they exclaimed. 'How come it that, seeing our king, they do not bow down or greet him with any word of blessing? Not even a cry of salutation escaped their lips. Never have we seen such an impudent lack of manners.' 'Where do they come from?' interrupted the false king. 'We were sent from the eastern land of Tang in southern Jambudvipa,' said Monkey haughtily, 'by royal command, to go to India that is in the western region, and there to worship the living Buddha in the temple of the great thunderclap, and obtain true scriptures. Having arrived here, we dare not proceed without coming first to you to have our passports put in order.' The false king was very angry. 'What is this eastern land of yours?' he said. 'Do I pay tribute to it, that you should appear before me in this rude fashion, without bowing down? I have never had any dealings with your country.' 'Our eastern land,' said Monkey, 'long ago set up a heavenly court and became a great power, whereas yours is a minor power, a mere frontier land. There's an old saying, the king of a great country is father and lord. The king of a lesser country is vassal and son. You admit that you have had no dealings with our country. How dare you contend that we ought to bow down? Remove that uncivil priest,' the king called to his officers of war. At this, all the officers sprang forward, but Monkey made a magic pass and cried, 'Halt!' The magic of the pass was such that these officers all suddenly remained rooted to the spot and could not stir. Well, might it be said, the captains standing round the steps became like figures of wood. The generals on the royal dais were like figures of clay, seeing that Monkey had brought his officers, civil and military, to a standstill. The false king leapt from his dragon couch and made as though to seize him. 'Good,' said Monkey to himself. 'That is just what I wanted, even if his hand is made of iron. This cudgel of mine will make some pretty dents in it.' But just at this moment, a star of rescue arrived. Who can this have been, you ask? It was none other than the Prince of Crocock, who hastened forward and clutched at the false king's sleeve, and kneeling before him cried, 'Father and king, stay your anger.' 'Little son,' asked the king, 'why should you say this?' "I must inform my father and king," said the prince. 3 years ago, I heard someone say that a priest had been sent from Tang to get scriptures in India, and it is he who has now unexpectedly arrived in our country. If my father and king, yielding to the ferocity of his noble nature, now arrests and beheads this priest, I fear that the news will one day reach the Emperor of Tang, who will be furiously angry. You must know that after Li Shimin had established this great dynasty of Tang and united the whole land, his heart was still not content, and he has now begun to conquer faraway lands. If he hears that you have done harm to his favorite priest, he will raise his hosts and come to make war upon you. Our troops are few and our generals feeble. You will, when it is too late, be sorry indeed that you provoked him. If you were to follow your small son's advice, you would question these 4 priests, and only punish them as proven not to travel at the king of China's bidding. This was a stratagem of the prince's, for he feared that harm might come to Tripitaka, and therefore tried to check the king, not knowing that Monkey was ready to strike. The false king believed him, and standing in front of the dragon couch, he cried in a loud voice, "Priest, how long ago did you leave China, and why were you sent to get scriptures?" "My master," said Monkey haughtily, "is called Tripitaka, and is treated by the Emperor of China as his younger brother. The Emperor in a vision went to the realms of death, and on his return, he ordered a great mass for all souls in torment. On this occasion, my master recited so well and showed such compassionate piety that the goddess Kuan Yin chose him to go on a mission to the west. My master vowed that he would faithfully perform this task in return for his sovereign's bounties, and he was furnished by the emperor with credentials for the journey. He started in the 13th year of the emperor's reign, in the 9th month, 3 days before the full moon. After leaving China, he came first to the land of the 2 frontiers, where he picked up me and made me his chief disciple. In a hamlet of the Cow family on the borders of the country of Wusu, he picked up a second disciple called Pigsy, and at the river of flowing sands, he picked up a third, whom we call Sandy. Finally, a few days ago at the Temple of the Treasure Wood, he found another recruit, the servant who was carrying the luggage. The false king thought it unwise to ask any more questions about Tripitaka, but he turned savagely upon Monkey and addressed to him a crafty question. "I can't accept," he said, "that one priest set out from China and picked up 3 priests on the way. But your story about the 4th member of your party I altogether disbelieve. This servant is certainly someone whom you have kidnapped. What is his name? Has he a passport or has he none? Bring him before me to make his deposition." The true king shook with fright. "Master," he whispered, "what am I to depose?" "That's all right," said Monkey. "I'll make your deposition for you." "Dear Monkey." He stepped boldly forward and cried to the magician in a loud, clear voice, "Your Majesty, this old man is dumb and rather hard of hearing. But it so happens that when he was young, he traveled in India and knew the way there. I know all about his career and origins, and with your Majesty's permission, I will make a deposition on his behalf." "Make haste," said the false king, "and furnish a true deposition, or you will get into trouble." Monkey then recited as follows. The subject of this deposition is far advanced in years. He is deaf and dumb, and has fallen upon evil days. His family for generations has lived in these parts. But 5 years ago, disaster overtook his house. Heaven sent no rain. The people perished of drought. The Lord King and all his subjects fasted and did penance. They burned incense, purified themselves, and called upon the Lord of heaven. But in all the sky, not a wisp of cloud appeared. The hungry peasants dropped by the roadside, when suddenly there came a Taoist magician from the Chengnin Mountains, a monster in human form. He called to the winds and summoned the rain, displaying godlike power, but soon after secretly destroyed this wretched man's life. In the flower garden he pushed him down into the crystal well, then set himself on the dragon throne, none knowing it was him. Luckily, I came and achieved great success. I raised him from the dead and restored him to life without hurt or harm. He earnestly begged to be admitted to our faith and act as carrier on the road, to join with us in our quest and journey to the western land. The false king who sits on the throne is that foul magician. He that now carries our load is Crowcock's rightful king. When the false king in the palace of golden bells heard these words, he was so startled that his heart fluttered like the heart of a small deer. Then clouds of shame suffused his face, and leaping to his feet, he was about to flee, when he remembered that he was unarmed. Looking round, he saw a captain of the guard with a dagger at his waist, standing there dumb and foolish as a result of Monkey's spell. The false king rushed at him and snatched the dagger, then leapt upon a cloud and disappeared into space. Sandy burst into an exclamation of rage, and Pigsy loudly abused Monkey for his slowness. "It's a pity you didn't look sharp and stop him," he said. "Now he has sailed off on a cloud, and we shall never be able to find him." "Don't shout at me, brothers," said Monkey, laughing. "Let us call to the prince to come and do reverence to his true father, and the queen to her husband." Then, undoing by magic past the spell that he had put upon the officers, he told them to wake up and do homage to their lord, acknowledging him as their true king. "Give me a few facts to go upon," he said, "and as soon as I've got things clear, I will go and look for him." Dear Monkey, he instructed Pigsy and Sandy to take good care of the prince, king, ministers, queen, and Tripitaka. But while he was speaking, he suddenly vanished from sight. He had already jumped up into the empyrean and was peering round on every side, looking for the wizard. Presently, he saw that monster flying for his life towards the northeast. Monkey caught him up and shouted, "Monster, where are you off to? Monkey has come." The wizard turned swiftly, drew his dagger, and cried, "Monkey, you scamp, what has it got to do with you whether I usurp someone else's throne? Why should you come calling me to account and let out my secrets?" "Ho, ho," laughed Monkey. "You impudent rascal. Do you think I am going to allow you to play the emperor? Knowing who I am, you would have done well to keep out of my way. Why did you bully my master, demanding depositions and what not? You must admit now that the deposition was not far from the truth. Stand your ground and take the old monkey's cudgel like a man." The wizard dodged and parried with a thrust of his dagger at Monkey's face. It was a fine fight. After several bouts, the magician could no longer stand up against Monkey, and suddenly turning, he fled back the way he had come, leapt into the city, and slipped in among the officers who were assembled before the steps of the throne. Then, giving himself a shake, he changed into an absolute counterpart of Tripitaka and stood beside him in front of the steps. Monkey rushed up and was about to strike what he supposed to be the wizard when this Tripitaka said, "Disciple, do not strike. It is me." It was impossible to distinguish between them. If I kill Tripitaka, who is a transformation of the wizard, then I shall have achieved a glorious success. But supposing, on the other hand, it turns out that I have killed the real Tripitaka, that would not be so good. There was nothing for it but to hold his hand, and calling to Pigsy and Sandy, he asked, "Which really is the wizard, and which is our master? Just point it at me, and I will strike the one you point at." "We were watching you going for one another up in the air," said Pigsy, "when suddenly we looked round and saw that there were two Tripitakas. We have no idea which is the real one." When Monkey heard this, he made a single pass and recited a spell to summon the devas that protect the law, the local deities, and the spirits of the neighboring hills, and told them of his predicament. The wizard thought it time to mount the clouds again and began to make towards the door. Thinking that Tripitaka was clearing the ground for him, Monkey raised his cudgel, and had it not been for the deities he had summoned, he would have struck such a big blow at his master as would have made mincemeat of 20 Tripitakas. But in the nick of time, the guardian deities stopped him, saying, "Great sage, the wizard is just going to mount the clouds again." Monkey rushed after him and was just about to cut off his retreat when the wizard turned round, slipped back again into the crowd, and was once more indistinguishable from the real Tripitaka. Much to Monkey's annoyance, Pigsy stood by, laughing at his discomfiture. "You've nothing to laugh at, you hulking brute," he said. "This means you've got two masters to order you about. It's not going to do you much good." "Brother," said Pigsy, "you call me a fool, but you're a worse fool than I. You can't recognize your own master, and it's a waste of effort to go on trying. But you would at least recognize your own headache. And if you ask our master to recite his spell, Sandy and I will stand by and listen. The one who doesn't know the spell will certainly be the wizard. Then all will be easy. "Brother," said Monkey, "I am much obliged to you. There are only 3 people who know that spell. It sprouted from the heart of the Lord Buddha himself. It was handed down to the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin, and was then taught to our master by the Bodhisattva herself. No one else knows it. Good. Then, master recite." The real Tripitaka at once began to recite the spell, while the wizard could do nothing but mumble senseless sounds. "That's the wizard," cried Pigsy. "He's only mumbling." And at the same time, he raised his rake and was about to strike when the wizard sprang into the air and ran up along the clouds. Dear Pigsy, with a loud cry, he set off in pursuit, and Sandy, leaving Tripitaka, hastened to the attack with his priest staff. Tripitaka stopped reciting, and Monkey, released from his headache, seized his iron cudgel and sped through the air. Hey, what a fight! 3 wild priests beleaguered one foul fiend. With rake and staff, Pigsy and Sandy assailed him from right and left. "If I join in," said Monkey, "and attack him in front, I fear he is so frightened of me that he will run away again. Let me get into position above him and give him a real garlic-pounding blow that will finish him off for good and all." He sprang up into the empyrean and was about to deliver a tremendous blow when from a many-colored cloud in the northeast there came a voice which said, "Monkey, stay your hand." Monkey looked round and saw it was the Bodhisattva Manjusri. He withdrew his cudgel and came forward obeisant, saying, "Bodhisattva, where are you going to?" "I came to take this monster off your hands," said Manjusri. "I am sorry you should have the trouble," said Monkey. The Bodhisattva then drew from his sleeve a magic mirror that showed demons in their true form. Monkey called to the other 2 to come and look, and in the mirror they saw the wizard in his true shape. He was Manjusri's lion. "Bodhisattva," said Monkey, "this is the blue-maned lion that you sit upon. How come that it ran away and turned into an evil spirit? Can't you keep it under control?" "It did not run away," said Manjusri. "It acted under orders from Buddha himself." "You mean to tell me," said Monkey, "that it was Buddha who told this creature to turn into an evil spirit and seize the emperor's throne? In that case, all the troubles I meet while escorting Tripitaka are very likely ordered by His Holiness." "A nice thought." "Monkey," said Manjusri, "you don't understand. In the beginning, this king of Krokok was devoted to good works and the entertaining of priests. Buddha was so pleased that he sent me to fetch him away to the Western Paradise, where he was to assume a golden body and become an arhat. As it was not proper for me to show myself in my true form, I came disguised as a priest and begged for alms. Something I said offended him, and not knowing that I was anyone in particular, he had me bound and cast into the river, where I remained underwater for 3 nights and 3 days, till at last a guardian spirit rescued me and brought me back to paradise. I complained to Buddha, who sent this creature to throw the king into the well, and let him remain there 3 years as a retaliation for the 3 days that I was in the river. You know the saying, not a sip, not a sup. But now you have arrived on the scene. The episode is successfully closed." "That is all very well," said Monkey. "All these sips and sups may have enabled you to get even with your enemy. But what about all the unfortunate people whom this fiend has ruined?" "He hasn't ruined anyone," said Manjusri. "During the 3 years that he was on the throne, rain has fallen, the crops have been good, and the people are at perfect peace. How can you speak of his ruining people?" "That may be," said Monkey. "But how about all the ladies of a court who have been sleeping with him and unwittingly been led into a heinous and unnatural offense? They would hardly subscribe to the view that he had done no harm." "He isn't in a position to defile anyone," said Manjusri. "He's a gelded lion." At this, Pigsy came up to the wizard and felt him. "Quite true," he announced, laughing. "This is a blotchy nose that never sniffed wine. A bad name and nothing to show for it." "Very well then," said Monkey. "Take him away. If you had not come just in time, he'd have been dead by now." Manjusri then recited a spell and said, "Creature, back to your true shape and look sharp about it." The wizard at once changed into his real lion form, and Manjusri, putting down the lotus that he carried in his hand, harnessed the lion, mounted him, and rode away over the clouds. If you do not know how Tripitaka and his disciples left the city. You must listen while it is explained to you in the next chapter. Chapter 22. Monkey and the other 2 disciples lowered their clouds and returned to court. They were met with humble thanks from the king, his ministers, heir, consort, and all the officers. Monkey explained how Manjusri had reclaimed the fiend, and everyone prostrated themselves with extreme awe and reverence. Amidst these congratulations and rejoicings, a eunuch suddenly arrived, announcing, "My lord and master, for more priests have arrived." "Brother," said Pigsy in consternation, "what if the fiend, having disguised himself as Manjusri and taken us all in, has now turned himself into a priest, hoping to confound us?" "Impossible," said Monkey. He ordered them to be shown in. The officers of the court relayed the order, and when the priests appeared, Monkey immediately recognized them. They were from the Treasurewood Temple, bringing the king's crown, belt, cloak, and upturned shoes. "Just at the right moment," said Monkey, delighted. He called for the porter to come forward, removed his head wrap, and placed the crown upon the king's head. He took off his cloth coat and put on the royal robe, undid the sash, and girded him with the belt of jades. Slipping off his priest's sandals, he put on the upturned shoes. Then he instructed the prince to bring out the white jade tablet and place it in the king's hand, bidding him mount the dais and proclaim his sovereignty. This, Monkey explained, was in accordance with the old saying, "A court must not, even for a day, be without a sovereign." But the king was very reluctant to sit upon the throne. Weeping bitterly, he knelt on the center of the steps, saying, "I was dead for 3 years. Now by your doing, I have been brought back to life. How can I dare proclaim myself your sovereign? It would be better if one of you priests became king, and I, with my wife and child, lived like a commoner outside the city walls." Tripitaka, of course, would not accept, as his heart was set upon going to worship the Buddha and retrieve scriptures. The king then asked Monkey. "Gentlemen," said Monkey, laughing, "I will not deceive you. If I had wanted to be an emperor, I could have had the throne in any of the 10,000 lands and 9 continents under heaven. But I have grown accustomed to being a priest and leading a lazy, comfortable existence. An emperor must wear his hair long. At nightfall, he may not doze. At the 5th drum, he must be awake. Each time there is news from the frontier, his heart jumps. When there are calamities and disasters, he is plunged into sorrow and despair. I should never get used to it. You return to your job as emperor, and let me go back to mine as a priest, doing my deeds and going upon my way." Seeing that refusal was useless, the king at last mounted the dais. He turned towards his subjects and proclaimed his sovereignty, announcing a great amnesty throughout his realm. He loaded the priests from the Treasurewood Temple with presents and sent them home. Then he opened the eastern upper room and held a banquet for Tripitaka. He also sent for a painter to create portraits of Tripitaka and his disciples, which were to be hung in the palace of golden bells and revered as objects of worship. Having placed the king upon his throne, Tripitaka and his disciples were eager to depart as soon as possible. The king, his ladies, the prince, and all the ministers pressed upon them all the heirlooms of the kingdom, gold, silver, silks, and satins, to show their deep gratitude. But Tripitaka would not accept so much as a split hair. Once their passports were in order, he urged Monkey and the rest to saddle the horse so they might start at once. The king, very loath to part with them, ordered his state coach to be prepared and had Tripitaka ride in it. He was drawn by civil and military officers, while the prince and ladies of the court pushed at the sides until they were beyond the city walls. Here, Tripitaka alighted and took leave of them all. "Master," said the king, "on your way back from India, when you pass this way, you must certainly visit me." "I shall obey your command," said Tripitaka. Then, with eyes full of tears, the king, accompanied by all his ministers, returned to the palace. The master and his 3 disciples traveled westward, going slowly to better enjoy the scenery. Suddenly, they heard what sounded like the hubbub of 100,000 voices. Tripitaka, much alarmed, reined in his horse and turning to Monkey asked, "Where does that strange noise come from?" "It sounded to me like a landslide," broke in Pigsy. I should say it was a thunderstorm, said Sandy. I'm certain it is men shouting and horses neighing, said Tripitaka. You're all wrong, laughed Monkey. Wait while I go and have a look. Dear Monkey. He gave himself a shake, sprang straight up into the clouds and looked down. Below him, he saw a moated city. The vapors surrounding it were all of good omen. None were baleful. Monkey thought to himself, where can all that noise come from? I see no banners or halberds, no artillery. Yet, certainly, there is a din of horses and men. While he was debating with himself, his eye fell upon a tall, sandy cliff outside the city. Near it, a great crowd of Buddhist priests were gathered, dragging a cart. To give themselves courage for their task, each time they halt, they cried out all together the name of the Bodhisattva of power. This was the noise that had alarmed Tripitaka. Lowering his cloud, Monkey saw that the cart was loaded with bricks, tiles, timber, earth clods, and the like. The cliff was almost perpendicular, but a narrow path ran up between steep walls. How they were going to get the cart up this path defied imagination. It was a hot day, but they were all still clad in full monastic robes. Seeing them in this plight, Monkey could think of no better explanation than that they were building a temple and unable to obtain laborers because the harvest was in process. They had found nothing for it but to undertake the work themselves. While he was thus speculating, the city gates opened, and two young Taoists came out. No sooner did the Buddhists see them than in evident agony of apprehension, they redoubled their efforts, tugging madly at the cart. Aha, said Monkey to himself. Now all is plain. The priests are afraid of those Taoists. I have heard it said that on the way to the west, there is a place where Taoists are in power and Buddhism has been destroyed. This must be the place that was meant. However, if I go back at once and tell the master, he will say this is all mere guesswork and scold me for not bringing back a trustworthy report. I will go down and find out all about it before I speak to the master. He gave himself a shake and changed into the guise of a wandering Taoist magician. On his left arm he carried a hamper, and in his right hand a tambourine. Singing Taoist songs as he went, he strolled towards the two Taoists. Masters, I salute you most humbly, he said, bowing. Where do you come from? They asked. Your disciple, said Monkey, wanders through the world like a cloud. The four corners of the earth are his home. His purpose in coming here is to collect subscriptions for works of piety. In what quarters of this city of yours is the way loved? In what streets are the worthy esteemed? For I feel like going and begging for a little supper. Sir, said the two Taoists, we are surprised to hear you speak so humbly. What do you mean by humbly? Asked Monkey. You spoke of begging for your supper, they said. Is that not a humble way of talking? That is how those who have left the world must get their bread, said Monkey, for they have no money to buy it with. It is clear, they said, smiling, that you have no knowledge of how things stand in these parts. In this city, not only do all the officials and officers love the way, and all rich merchants and tradesmen esteem its adepts, so that there's not a man or woman, young or old, who does not bow down before us and ask to be allowed to supply our needs. That would be a small thing, hardly worth mentioning. What is singular in this country is that the king himself is a devout supporter of Taoism. I am young, said Monkey, and come from far away. It is natural that I should know nothing of this. I must trouble you to tell me the name of this country, and how it comes about that the king is such a lover of the way, that I may know just how things stand with my fellow Taoists in this country. This country, they said, is called Cartslow, and the king is our kinsman. He is, I suppose, the Taoist priest who became king, said Monkey. No, they said. 20 years ago there was a famine here. The whole court and all the people purified themselves and prayed fervently for rain. Their prayers were not answered, but just when all seemed lost, 3 immortals suddenly came from the sky and saved us. Today they are our masters and we are their disciples. What are their names? Asked Monkey. Their leader, said the Taoist, is called the Tiger Strength Immortal, and the 2 others are called Deer Strength Immortal and Ram Strength Immortal. And what powers of magic have they? Asked Monkey. They can summon the wind or bring rain, said the Taoists, by a mere turn of the hand. They can point at water, and it becomes oil, prick stones, and they become gold, as easily as one turns in bed. Small wonder that the king and his ministers fell down before them and are eager to count us Taoists as their kin. Your king is a lucky man, said Monkey. And if your masters have such arts, there must be few who would be sorry to claim kinship with him. Indeed, if it isn't too bold, I should take it as a great kindness if I might be allowed to meet them for a moment myself. There is no difficulty about that, they said. We, too, are the most favored and trusted of all their disciples. Moreover, such is their love of Taoism that they have only to hear the word mentioned, and they immediately come out, overflowing with welcome. If we were to introduce you, the thing would be as easy as blowing ashes from a tray. Bravo, cried Monkey. Let us go to them at once. You must wait a few minutes, they said. We have some business to attend to. I don't quite understand, said Monkey. Those who have left the world are bound by no ties. How can you speak of having business to conduct? Those people over there, they said, pointing to the priest by the cliff, are working for us. We have to go and check them off the list, in case some should be playing truant. You must be mistaken, said Monkey. Those are Buddhists, but they are priests just as we are. What right have we to set them to work or check them off on a list? You do not understand, said the Taoists. At the time of the Great Drought, the Buddhists prayed to Buddha and the Taoists to the pole star. The Buddhists had no success at all. In vain they prayed. In vain they recited their scriptures. But in the nick of time, our masters appeared, and at once rain fell, and the suppliant crowds were saved. Our masters then demanded that as the Buddhists had proved themselves to be impostors, their temples and images should be destroyed and their passports taken away from them, so that they might not flee to their homes. They were then given to us to work for us as slaves. It is they who light our fires, they who sweep our floors, they who are the porters at our gate. At the back of our temple, there is a building which is not yet finished. So we set them to bring tiles and bricks and logs up the cliff. It was feared they might be shirking their work or not pulling hard enough at the cart. So we too were sent to see what was happening. This is almost unfortunate, said Monkey, bursting into tears. It is quite impossible for me to meet your masters. How is that? They asked. I must tell you, said Monkey, that the purpose of my wanderings is in part to discover a lost relation. What relation? They asked. I have an uncle, said Monkey, who, when he was young, became a Buddhist priest. During the famine, he went to distant parts to beg for alms and has not been seen since. It is very possible that he is detained here and cannot get home. I cannot go with you to the city until I have found out whether he is here. That can easily be done, they said. We'll sit here, and you can go to the cliff and do our business for us. There are 500 names on the list. You have only to check over the list and see that they are all there. If you find your uncle among them, in consideration of the fact that you are a Taoist yourself, we should gladly release him. Then we will take you to the city. Monkey thanked them heartily and set out towards the cliff, beating his drum as he went. When he reached them, the priests flung themselves to their knees and, beating their heads upon the ground, cried out, "Spare us, Father. There is not one among us that has been idle, nor of all the 500 is there any that has absented himself or failed to haul the cart." "Aha," thought Monkey to himself. "These priests are clearly used to being roughly handled. If they cringe like this to me, I think they must pretty well die of fright when their real masters go near them." He motioned to them to rise, saying, "You have nothing to be afraid of. I am not here to see that you do your work. I have come to look for a lost kinsman." On hearing this, they all pressed round, each stretching out his head with an upturned face, hoping that he might be claimed as kin. "Which of us is it?" they asked. After having looked attentively at each of them, Monkey burst out laughing. "It seems you have not found your relative," they said. "Why are you laughing?" "I am laughing," said Monkey, "to think what a strange notion you have of the duties of your order. Having been born under an unlucky star, you quarreled with your parents or some such thing, and were disowned by them and sent to be priests. One would have thought that you would then at least have devoted yourselves to reading the scriptures and other holy works. How is it that instead I find you hiring yourselves out to Taoists and working as their servants? Why have you come to mock us?" they cried. But You are evidently a stranger, and perhaps do not know of our plight. That is the case, said Monkey. The king of this country, they said, has turned his heart away from the true law and gives his favor to these heretical masters and their crew. How did that go? Asked Monkey. The three immortals, they said, having obtained the king's confidence by bringing rain, persuaded him to destroy us. All our temples were pulled down, our passports taken away, so that we could not return to our homes, nor were we allowed to labor for our own support, but were given over to the immortals as their drudges and bondsmen. The moment any Taoist itinerant magic maker sets foot in the town, he is sent for by the king and loaded with presents. Whereas if a Buddhist comes, whether from far or near, he is seized and given to the immortals as a laborer. Those Taoists, said Monkey, must certainly possess more than the common arts, or they would never have found their way to the king's heart. After all, summoning the wind and bringing rain are common, trumpery practices, such as would not move a monarch's heart. True enough, they said, these immortals can also make the philosopher's stone go into trances, turn water into oil, and stones into gold. And now they have built a temple dedicated to the Taoist Trinity where all day and all night they read scriptures and perform rites to preserve the king's youth, and this no doubt gratifies his majesty. Things being as they are, said Monkey, I can't imagine why you do not simply run away. Father, they said, how can we run away? The immortals have persuaded the king to have portraits of us painted, which are hung up in every part of the land. There is not a hamlet in the whole kingdom that has not got copies of these pictures, inscribed at the top in the king's own hand. Any official who catches a Buddhist priest is at once promoted 3 stages, and a private person is given a reward of 50 weights of silver. We should never succeed in escaping. Why, not to speak of priests, anyone with his hair cut a bit short or a little thin on top would as likely as not be grabbed. The whole land swarms with police and detectives. Judge for yourself what chance anyone would have of getting clear. We have no choice but to stay here and bear our sufferings. I wonder if you are alive to tell the tale, said Monkey. Father, they cried, many have died. The priests who belong to this place, together with those who were arrested in various parts of the kingdom, were about 2,000 in all. Of these, some 600 or 700 died of exhaustion, of exposure to heat and cold, or through lack of food, and 700 or 800 took their own lives. The 500 whom you see here are those who failed to die. What do you mean by failed to die? Asked Monkey. The rope broke, they said, or the blade was blunt, or the poison did not work, or the backwash carried them to the surface of the water, and they did not drown. Lucky fellows, said Monkey. Heaven has blessed you with a long life. Say, rather cursed us with eternal torment, they cried. What do you suppose they give us to feed on? Water that the cheapest rice has been cooked in, 3 times a day. And where do we sleep? Here in the open, at the foot of this cliff. But the moment we close our eyes, spirits come to keep watch over us. Quite so, said Monkey. You have nightmares as the result of all your sufferings. That is not so at all, they said. The 6 guardians and the defenders of religion come to watch over us. And if any of us is at the point of death, they revive him. More fools there, said Monkey. They ought to let you die and go to heaven as quickly as possible. They tell us in our dreams, the Buddha said, that we must hold out a little longer, despite our torments. For soon, they said, a pilgrim will come who is on his way to India to get scriptures. With him is a disciple named the Great Sage Equal to Heaven, who has great magic powers, which he uses to right the wrongs of the oppressed. He will destroy the Taoists and bring the followers of Zen once more into respect. Monkey smiled to himself. That really makes me feel quite important, he said to himself. Fancy having spirits announcing one's arrival beforehand. He turned on his heel and, beating his drum, strode towards the city gate. Did you find your kinsmen? The 2 Taoists asked. They are all my kinsmen, said Monkey. What? The whole 500? They asked. 200 on my father's side, 200 on my mother's, and the rest are my bond brothers, said Monkey. If you release the whole lot of them, I'll go back with you. You must be mad, they said. These Buddhists were given to us by the king to be our slaves. We might, to oblige you, release 1 or 2 of them. But we should have to manage it by first sending in a report that they were ill, and then another that they had died. We can't suddenly release the whole gang. These things are looked into. Why, the king himself might take it into his head to come and see how the work is going. So you won't let them go? Cried Monkey. Very well then. And taking his cudgel from behind his ear, he rushed at them and gave each such a blow upon the head that their brains gushed out, and they fell dead where they had stood. Oh, what have you done? Cried the Buddhists, leaving their carts and rushing up to Monkey in utter consternation. You have killed the king's favorites. How so? Said Monkey. These Taoists, they said, are always at the king's side, and in the presence of all the court, he humbles himself before them. The two whom you have slain were sent to supervise our work. It will at once be said that it was we who killed them. You must come with us to the city immediately and confess your crime. Enough of all this noise, said Monkey. I am not the mendicant that I appear. It is I who am your savior. You a murderer, they cried, who have added immeasurably to our burdens by your deed of violence. You are our savior. I am the great sage of whom you spoke, said Monkey, and have come to rescue you. It is not true, they said. We should recognize him. You have never seen him, said Monkey. How could you recognize him? An old man, they said, often came to us in our dreams, telling us that he was the spirit of the planet Venus. He gave us such a complete description of the great sage that we could not fail to recognize him. Flat forehead, bright steely eyes, a round head, hairy cheeks, and no chin. The old scamp, said Monkey, secretly flattered that spirits should have prepared the way for him. You are perfectly right, he said suddenly. I am not the monkey sage. I am only one of his disciples. There goes Monkey. The Buddhist turned in the direction to which he pointed, and while their backs were turned, Monkey resumed his true form. Turning round, they at once recognized him and, flinging themselves upon their knees, cried, Father, forgive us that we did not know you in your disguise. We beg of you to come with us at once to the city, put down the impostors, and give the right its due. Follow me, cried Monkey, and they pressed about him on either side. They came first to the cliff, where Monkey, using his magic power, hauled the carts to the top and tilted them over the edge so that they crashed at the bottom into 1,000 pieces. Now go your ways, he said to the Buddhists, and let not one of you show that he has any connection with me. Tomorrow I will go to the king and compass the Taoists' undoing. Father, they said, we dare not stir from here, or the magistrates will lay hands on us again, and we shall have been ransomed only to fall into fresh trouble. I will give you magic that will keep you safe, said Monkey. Dear Monkey, he plucked out a handful of his hairs, chewed them into small pieces, and gave a piece to each Buddhist, saying, Put it under the nail of your thumb and clench your fist. Then you can go where you will, and no one will dare touch you. You have only to press your thumb into the palm of your hand and cry, Great Sage! I will come at once to help you. But Father, they said, suppose we were a long way off and you could not hear us, what then? That is all right, said Monkey. If I were 10,000 leagues away, it would make no difference. You would still come to no harm. Some of the bolder among them experimented, murmuring Great Sage, while they pressed their thumbs. At once, a thunder god armed with an iron cudgel hovered before the face of each, ready to protect him against a whole army of attackers. Father, a marvelous manifestation, they cried. When the danger is past, said Monkey, you have only to cry quiet, and the apparition will vanish. And sure enough, when they cried quiet, the thunder gods changed back into hares and returned to their place under the thumbnail. The Buddhists now began to disperse. Don't go too far away, cried Monkey. Look out for news of me in the city. And as soon as a summons to Buddhists is sent out, come and give me back my hair. Meanwhile, Tripitaka, waiting at the roadside, wondered what had become of Monkey. At last, he ordered Pigsy to lead the horse and was just setting out toward the west when they met a number of Buddhist priests scattering in every direction. Presently, near the city gates, they met Monkey himself, still accompanied by a few priests who had stayed behind. Monkey, cried Tripitaka, I sent you to discover the cause of that strange noise. Why were you so long about it? Monkey brought the priests to Tripitaka and made them do reverence to him. Then he told me what had happened. "And what am I to do?" asked Tripitaka. "Our temple," the priest said, "has not been destroyed. That is because it contains an image of a king's ancestor, having been built by his order. We invite you to come and rest there, till the great sage has done his work." The sun was setting as they crossed the drawbridge and went through the triple gates. Seeing that Tripitaka was accompanied by Buddhist priests, the people in the street all drew away from him. When they reached the temple, Tripitaka took out his cassock and bowed before the golden body of Buddha. An old priest who looked after the building was called out, and on seeing Monkey he cried, "So you have come here, Father?" "Whom do you take me for?" said Monkey. "I know that you are the great sage equal of heaven," he said. "Again and again I have dreamed of you. The spirit of the planet Venus came to me in my sleep and described you to me, telling me you would soon come and save our lives. It is as well you have come now, for if you had waited another day, we would have been ghosts, not living men." Get up, said Monkey. "Tomorrow all will be set right." They then had supper and went to bed. But the second watch came, and still Monkey could not sleep, so full was his head of tomorrow's plans. Somewhere nearby, he heard the sound of conches. Dressing quietly, he leapt into the air and looked down. To the south, he saw a flare of lanterns and torches. Lowering his cloud, he looked more closely and saw that the Taoists in their great temple were celebrating a service of supplication to the pole star. In front of the gate was an inscription made of letters embroidered in yellow silk. "Wind and rain in due season. For our Lord, 10,000 years of happy rain." Conspicuous were 3 venerable Taoists in full sacramental robes, whom Monkey took to be the tiger strength, deer strength, and ram strength of mortals. Before them was a crowd of some 800 worshippers, beating drums and gongs, offering incense and confessing their sins. "I would go down and mingle with the crowd," said Monkey to himself. "But a single strand does not make a thread, nor can one hand clap. I will go and get Pigsy and Sandy to come and share the fun." He found the 2 sleeping, huddled together. "Why aren't you asleep?" Sandy asked when Monkey woke him. "Get up and come with me," said Monkey. "We're all going to have a treat." "Who wants a treat in the middle of the night?" said Sandy. "When one's mouth is dry and one's eyes won't stay open?" "The Taoists are celebrating a mass in their great temple," said Monkey, "and the whole place is littered with offerings. There are dumplings that must weigh a quart, and cakes weighing 50 pounds, and all kinds of dainties and fruits. Come and enjoy yourself." Pigsy, hearing in his sleep something about things to eat, at once woke with a start. "Brother, you're not going to leave me out of it," he cried. "If you like the idea of something to eat," said Monkey, "don't make a fuss and wake up the master. But both of you come quietly with me." They dressed quickly and followed Monkey. As soon as they came into the light of the torches, Pigsy wanted to rush in and get to work. "There's no hurry," said Monkey. "Wait till the congregation disperses. Then we'll go in and set to." "But they're praying for all they're worth," said Pigsy. "They have evidently no idea of dispersing." "I'll see to that," said Monkey. And reciting a spell, he drew a magic diagram on the ground. Then, standing upon it, he blew with all his might. At once a great wind rose, which blew down all the flower vases and lampstands and smashed the ex-votos hanging on the walls. The whole place was suddenly in darkness. The Taoists were frightened out of their wits. "I must ask the congregation to disperse," said the tiger, strength immortal. "The wind will no doubt subside, and tomorrow morning we will recite a few more scriptures, so that the prescribed number may be reached." As soon as the place was empty, the 3 of them slipped in, and that fool Pigsy began to stuff himself with victims. Monkey gave him a sharp rap over the knuckles. Pigsy drew back his hand and retreated, saying, "Wait a bit, I've hardly had time to get my tongue around the things, and he begins hitting me." "Mind your manners," said Monkey. "Let's sit down and enjoy ourselves decently." "I like that," said Pigsy. "If we're to sit down and behave ourselves decently when we are stealing a meal, what pray should we do if we were invited?" "What are those bodhisattvas up there?" asked Monkey. "If you don't recognize the Taoist Trinity," said Pigsy, "what deities would you recognize, I wonder?" "What are they called?" asked Monkey. "The one in the middle," said Pigsy, "is the great primordial. The one on the left is the lord of the sacred treasure, and the one on the right is Lao Tzu. Let's take their places, said Monkey. Then we can eat decently and comfortably. The smell of the offerings made Pigsy in a great hurry to begin eating. Scrambling up onto the altar, he knocked down the figure of Lao Tzu with a thrust of his snout, saying, "You've sat there long enough, old fellow. Now it's Pig's turn." Monkey, meanwhile, took the seat of the great primordial, and Sandy that of the lord of the sacred treasure, pushing the images out of the way. As soon as he was seated, Pigsy snatched at a big dumpling and began to gobble it down. "Not so fast," cried Monkey. "Surely, brother," said Pigsy. "Now that we've taken our places, it's time to begin. We mustn't give ourselves away just for the sake of a small thing like a bite of food. If we leave these images lying there on the floor, some Taoist monk may come along at any minute to clean the place up and trip over them. Then he'll know at once that there is something wrong. We had better put them away somewhere." "I don't know my way around here," said Pigsy. "There may be a door somewhere, but I shouldn't find it in the dark. Where am I to put these images?" "I noticed a small door on the right as we came in," said Monkey. "Judging from the smell that came from it, I think it must be a place of metabolic transmigration. You had better take them there." That fool Pigsy was uncommonly strong. He hoisted the 3 images onto his back and carried them off. When he reached the door, he kicked it open, and sure enough, it was a privy. "That chap Monkey finds some wonderful expressions," he said, laughing. "He contrives to find a grand Taoist title even for a closet." Before depositing them, he addressed the images as follows: "Blessed ones, having come a long way, we were hungry and decided to help ourselves to some of your offerings. Finding nowhere comfortable to sit, we have ventured to borrow your altar. You have sat there for a very long time, and now for a change you're going to be put in the privy. You have always had more than your share of good things, and it won't do you any harm to put up with a little stink and muck." So saying, he pitched them in. There was a splash, and not retreating quickly enough, he found that his coat was in a filthy state. "Have you disposed of them successfully?" asked Monkey. "I've disposed of them all right," said Pigsy, "but I have splashed myself, and my coat is all filthy. If you notice a queer smell, you'll know what it is. That's all right for the moment. Come and enjoy yourself," said Monkey. "But you'll have to clean yourself up a bit before you go out into the street." That fool Pigsy then took Lao Tzu's seat and began to help himself to the offerings. Dumplings, pasties, rice balls, cakes, one after another, he gobbles them down. Monkey never cared much for cooked food and only ate a few fruits, just to keep the others in check. The offerings vanished swiftly as a cloud swept away by a hurricane, and when there was nothing left to eat, instead of starting on their way, they fell to talking and joking while they digested their food. Who would have thought of it? There was a little Taoist who suddenly woke up and remembered that he had left his handbell in the temple. "If I lose it," he said to himself, "I shall get into trouble with the master tomorrow." So he said to his bedfellow, "You go on sleeping, I must go and look for my bell." He did not put on his lower garments, but just threw his coat over his shoulders and rushed to the temple. After fumbling about for some time, he succeeded in finding it and was just turning to go when he heard a sound of breathing. Very much alarmed, he ran towards the door and in his hurry slipped on a lychee seed and fell with a bang, smashing his bell into 1,000 pieces. Pigsy could not stop himself from breaking into loud guffaws of laughter, which frightened the little Taoist out of his wits. Stumbling at every step, he dragged himself back to the sleeping quarters and, banging on his master's door, cried, "Something terrible has happened." The 3 immortals were not asleep, and coming to the door, they asked what was the matter. "I forgot my bell," he said, trembling from head to foot, "and when I went in the temple to look for it, I suddenly heard someone laughing. I nearly died of fright." The immortals called for lights, and startled Taoists came scrambling out of all the cells, carrying lanterns and torches. They all went off to the temple to see what evil spirit had taken possession there. If you are not sure what came of it, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 23. Monkey pinched Sandy with one hand and Pigsy with the other. They understood his meaning and both sat stock still, while the three Taoists advanced, peering in every direction. "Some rascal must have been here," said the tiger strength immortal. "All the offerings have been eaten up." "It looks as though ordinary human beings have been at work," said the deer strength immortal. "They've spat out the fruit stones and skins. It's strange that no one is to be seen." "It's my idea," said the ram strength immortal, "that the three blessed ones have been so deeply moved by our prayers and recitations that they have vouchsafed to come down and accept our offerings. They may easily be hovering about somewhere on their cranes, and it would be a good plan to take advantage of their presence. I suggest that we should beg for some holy water and a little elixir. We would get a lot of credit at court if we could use them to the king's advantage." "A good idea," said the tiger strength immortal. And sending for some of his disciples, he bade them recite the scriptures, while he himself, in full robes, danced the dance of the Dipper Star, calling upon the Trinity to grant its devout worshippers a little elixir and holy water, that the king might live forever. "Brother," whispered Pigsy to Monkey, "there was no need to let ourselves in for this. Directly after we finished eating, we ought to have bolted. How are we going to answer their prayers?" Monkey pinched him, and then called out in a loud, impressive voice, "My children," he said, "I must ask you to defer this request. My colleagues and I have come straight from a peach banquet in heaven, and we haven't got any holy water or elixir with us." Hearing the deity condescend to address them, the Taoists trembled with religious awe. "Father," they said, "you surely realize that for us, this is too good an opportunity to be lost. Do not, we beseech you, go back to heaven without leaving us some sort of magical receipt." Sandy pinched Monkey. "Brother," he whispered, "they're praying again. We're not going to get out of this so easily." "Nonsense," whispered Monkey. "All we've got to do is to answer their prayers and give them something." "That would be easier if we had anything to give," whispered Pigsy. "Watch me," whispered Monkey, "and you'll see that you are just as capable of satisfying them as I am." "Little ones," he said, addressing the Taoists, "I'm naturally not keen on letting my congregation die out, so I'll see if we can manage to let you have a little holy water to promote your longevity. We implore you to do so," they said, prostrating themselves. "All our days shall be devoted to the propagation of the way and its power, to the service of our king and the credit of the secret school." "Very well then," said Monkey, "but we shall each need something to put it into." The tiger strength immortal bustled off and soon reappeared carrying, single-handed, an enormous earthenware jar. The deer strength immortal brought a garden vase and put it on the altar. The ram strength immortal took the flowers out of a flower pot and placed it between the other two. "Now go outside the building, close the shutters, and stay there," said Monkey, "for no one is permitted to witness our holy mysteries." When all was ready, Monkey got up, lifted his tiger skin, and urinated into the flower pot. "Brother," said Pigsy, highly delighted, "we've had some rare games together since I joined you, but this beats all." And that fool Pigsy, lifting his robes, let fall such a cascade as would have made the Luliang Falls seem a mere trickle. Left with the big jug, Sandy could do no more than half fill it. Then they adjusted their clothes and sat down decorously as before. "Little ones," Monkey called out, "you can come and fetch your holy water." The Taoists returned, full of gratitude and awe. "Bring a cup," said the tiger strength immortal to one of his disciples. "I would like to taste it." The moment he tasted the contents of the cup, the immortal's lip curled wryly. "Does it taste good?" asked the deer strength immortal. "It's rather too full-flavored for my liking," said the tiger strength immortal. "Let me taste it," said the ram strength immortal. "It smells rather like pig's urine," he said doubtfully, when the cup touched his lips. Monkey saw that the game was up. "We've played our trick," he said to the others, "and now we'd better take the credit for it." "How could you be such fools," he called out to the Taoists, "as to believe that the deities had come down to earth? We are no blessed Trinity, but priests from China, and what you have been drinking is not the water of life, but just our urine." No sooner did the Taoists hear these words than they rushed out, seized pitchforks, brooms, tiles, stones, and whatever else they could lay hands on, and with one accord rushed at the impostors. In the nick of time, Monkey grabbed Sandy with one hand and Pigsy with the other. and rushed them to the door. Riding with him on his shining cloud, they were soon back at the temple where Tripitaka was lodged. Here, they slipped back into bed, taking care not to wake the master. "Now we are all going to court to get our passports put in order," Tripitaka announced when he woke. The king of the country, on hearing that 3 Buddhist pilgrims sought admittance to the palace, was in a tearing rage. "If they must court death," he said, "why should they do here of all places? And what were the police doing, I would like to know? They ought never to have been let through." At this, a minister stepped forward. "The country of Tang," he said, "is 10,000 leagues away, and the road is as good as impassable. If they do indeed come from there, they must be possessed of some mysterious power. I am in favor of verifying their papers and letting them proceed. It would be wiser not to get on bad terms with them." The king agreed and ordered the passports to be sent in. When he had examined them, he told the eunuch to show the Buddhists in, and coming down from his dragon throne, went out to meet them, having ordered attendants to put ready 3 embroidered cushions. Turning his head as he went in, Tripitaka saw 3 Taoist dignitaries strutting along, accompanied by a tousled-headed acolyte. The whole court, at the sight of them, waited with bowed backs and eyes upon the ground, while the immortals strode up to the dais without so much as a nod to the king of the land. "To what am I indebted for the honor of this visit?" the king said humbly. "An incident has occurred which we feel bound to report," they said. "From what country do these 4 priests come from?" "From China," said the king. "They are on their way to India to fetch scriptures, and have come to present their passports." The Taoists clapped their hands and laughed aloud. "Well, of all the odd places for them to have escaped to," they exclaimed. "I don't follow you," said the king. "They have just arrived with their passports, and as they are only passing through this kingdom, and it would be unwise to pick a quarrel with China, it seems best to check their papers and let them go. I hope they have not shown disrespect to my reverend preceptors." "Disrespect," cried the Taoists. "Yesterday they killed 2 of our disciples, released 500 priests who were working for us, and smashed up our carts. Then, at night, they slipped into our temple, threw down the 3 holy images, and ate all the offerings. We naturally imagined that the deities had descended from heaven and deigned to accept the offerings. We thought it a good opportunity to ask for a little holy water for your majesty's use. The rogues then tried to trick us by giving us their urine. We were not taken in, and we're just going to lay hands on them when they made off. And here they are. Narrow is the way of the evildoer." The king flew into a great rage and was executed for executing the 4 of them on the spot. But Monkey cried out in a loud voice, "Let your majesty stay the thunderbolts of his wrath and hear what we priests have to say." "Do you dare claim," said the king, "that the heads of religion have misinformed me?" "What proof can they bring," said Monkey, "that it was we who killed the 2 Taoists? And even if we were identified, you would have the right to seize 2 of us and to forfeit their lives. The others you would have to send on their way. As for breaking carts, that is not a crime deserving of the death penalty. And if it can be brought home to us, it would be enough for one of us to be brought to justice. As for the defilement of your temple, the charge is clearly a plant." "In what sense a plant?" asked the king. "We are newcomers here," said Monkey. "How could we have found our way to the temple in the dark? And if we defiled it, why were we not arrested on the spot, instead of being suddenly accused here? You must be aware that cases of mistaken identity occur everywhere and every day. How do you know that we are the true culprits? I submit that your majesty should make a proper investigation." The king had not, at the best of times, a very clear head, and having heard Monkey's speech, he felt thoroughly perplexed. He was trying to make up his mind what to do, when a eunuch announced that a number of village elders were asking to be admitted to the throne. "Your Majesty," they said when they were brought in, "there has been no rain all spring, and we hope you will ask the immortals to bring us rain and save the people from drought." "You may retire," said the king. "You shall have your rain. If you want to know," said he, turning to Tripitaka, "why I suppressed Buddhism here, it was because some years ago the Buddhists were unable to bring rain, not a drop of it. Fortunately, these immortals arrived and saved us in the nick of time. You have come from a distant land, and attack the Taoists and their institutions. I ought to deal severely with you, but I am willing to give you one more chance. You shall have a rain-making competition with the immortals. If you can produce rain, I will pardon you, sign your passports, and let you go. But if you lose, I shall execute you all on the spot." Monkey laughed. "I don't know about the others," he said, "but if it's a matter of praying, I can claim to understand something about it, I assure you." An altar was built, and the emperor went to an upper window of his palace to watch the ceremony. Tripitaka and the other pilgrims waited below, while the immortals accompanied the king. When all the preparations were complete, the immortals were called upon to perform. The deer strength immortal left the king's side and came downstairs. "Where are you off to?" said Monkey. "I am going to the altar to pray for rain," he said. "That's not very good manners, is it?" said Monkey. "Strangers first is the rule. But the dragon does not deign to crush the earthworm. You shall have the first turn, but you must make your announcement." "What announcement?" the immortal asked. "You must say exactly what you are going to bring about," said Monkey. "Otherwise, who's to know whether you have been successful?" "It's really surprising how sensibly that little priest talks," said the king. "He'll have more surprises before he's finished with Monkey," Sandy whispered. "I see no need for a statement," said the immortal. "The king knows what I am going to do." "That's not the point," said Monkey. "We must each have our program. Otherwise, there'll be a mix-up." "Very well then," said the immortal. "I shall fix my eyes on this magic table and cry. At the first cry, the wind will come. At the second cry, clouds will rise. At the third cry, thunder will sound. And at the fourth, rain will begin. I shall cry out one last time, and the rain will cease." "Pray begins," said Monkey. "This will be most entertaining for us." The altar that had been built was about 30 feet high. On each side were the banners of the 28 lunar mansions. On a long table stood incense burners from which the smoke rose curling, and at each side torches flamed. At the side of each brazier was a metal plate inscribed with the name of a thunder spirit, and at the foot of the table were 5 great basins full of clear water, in each of which a willow spray floated, to which was attached an iron plaque inscribed with the magic diagram of one of the Lords of Thunder. Behind the altar were some Taoists writing out texts. There were also a number of statues representing the deities controlled by the magic diagrams, together with the figures of local deities and patron spirits. The immortal strode up to the altar, where an acolyte handed to him a yellow paper inscribed with diagrams and a sword. Sword in hand, he recited some spells and burned a diagram. Then several Taoists came forward with images and a written text, which they burned. A stinging sound came from the tablet which the immortal was carrying, and at the same moment there was a rush of wind in the air above. "That's bad," whispered Pigsy. His tablet sounded, and he has got as far as producing a gust of wind. "Be quiet, brother," said Monkey. "You'll have enough to do looking after the master. You may leave the rest to me." "Dear Monkey," he leapt into the air and cried, "who's supposed to be in charge of the wind?" At once, the old woman of the wind appeared, hugging her bag, while Sun Erlang held tight the rope at the mouth of the bag, and both bowed low. "I am protecting Tripitaka on his way to India," said Monkey, "and we are having a competition in rain-making with the mortals here. Why are you helping them instead of us? I'll let you off lightly if you call in the wind, but if there is enough breeze to stir those Taoist whiskers, you will each get 20 with this iron cudgel." "We shouldn't dare," said the old woman, and immediately the wind ceased. Pigsy could not refrain from bawling out, "Those Taoists must step down. There is not a breath of wind. They must make way for us at once." Again, the immortal grasped his tablet, burnt magic slips, and struck the altar with a resounding crash. At once, the sky became full of clouds and mist. "Who's supposed to be in charge of the clouds?" Monkey cried, looking up into the sky, and the cloud boy and mist lad appeared before him, bowing low. When Monkey had explained the situation to them, they immediately cleared the sky, and not a cloud or wreath of mist was left. "You've been swindling your emperor," jeered Pigsy, "and all your magic is bunkum. You stand there fiddling with your tablet, and there isn't a cloud in the sky. Now extremely perturbed, the immortal leaned on his long sword and loosed his hair. Then he burned more slips and recited more spells, banging once more with his tablet. All that happened was that in a moment or two, the thunder god and mother of lightnings appeared in the sky, bowing towards Monkey. "What brings you here?" he said. "The magic of this immortal," they said, "is perfectly correct and valid. The spells that he burnt reached the Jade Emperor, and he ordered us to come and make a storm." "The storm is all right," said Monkey, "provided that it happens when I want it. But you must hold it up for a bit." They bowed assent, and no thunder rolled, no lightning flashed. The immortal, in a perfect frenzy, was burning strips, reciting spells, and striking again and again with his tablet. Nothing happened. "Now it's my turn," said Monkey. "I'm not going to burn any magic writings or bang with the tablet. I rely on you two divinities to help me out. Tell us what you want done," said the thunder god, "and we will do it. Otherwise, rain and thunder and lightning will all mix up together, and you won't get proper credit. I intend to direct the proceedings with my cudgel." "Father," said the god of thunder, "you're surely not going to cudgel us?" "Not at all," said Monkey. "I merely ask you to watch my cudgel. When I point it upwards, you're sending a blast of wind." "We're standing by, ready with our wind bag," said the old woman of the wind. "The second time I point it upwards," said Monkey, "there are to be clouds, and the third time, thunder and lightning. The fourth time, rain, and the fifth time, the whole storm must cease." Very crestfallen, the immortal left the altar and went to join the king in his upper room. "I've been watching the proceedings attentively," said the king. "You don't seem to have been able to produce either wind or rain. What's wrong?" "The rain dragons are not at home today," said the immortal. "Don't you believe him?" cried Monkey. "They are all at home. The trouble is that this immortal has no real power over them. We Buddhists will soon set them to work. Just you see." "All right," said the king. "Go to the altar, and I'll wait here and see if there is any rain." "Come along now," said Monkey to Tripitaka. "You've got to help me." "My dear disciple," said Tripitaka, "don't think that I know anything about making rain." "Don't let him drag you into it," whispered Pigsy. "He's only trying to have someone to put the blame on if no rain comes." "It's true you don't know how to make rain," said Monkey to Tripitaka, "but you know how to recite scriptures. I'll do the rest." Tripitaka went up to the altar, sat down, and composing his mind, began silently to recite the Heart Sutra. Suddenly, an official rushed up and said, "Where's your tablet? Why aren't you burning magic strips?" "We do our work quietly," said Monkey, "without all that needless fuss." When Tripitaka had finished reciting, Monkey took out his cudgel and, expanding it, pointed toward the sky. The old woman of the wind at once brought out her bag. Erlang loosed a rope at its mouth, and with a great roar, the wind rushed out. All through the city, tiles were lifted through the air, bricks hurtled, sand and stones flew. When the wind was at its height, Monkey again pointed with his stick, and such black clouds covered the sky that the whole town was dark, and even the neighboring palace utterly disappeared. Presently Monkey pointed again, and deafening peals of thunder shook the earth. It was as though 100,000 chariots were rolling by. The inhabitants of the town were frightened out of their wits, and one and all began burning incense and saying their prayers. "Now, Thunder God," screamed Monkey, "do your work. Strike down all greedy and corrupt officials, all disobedient and surly sons, as a warning to the people." The din grew, louder than ever. Monkey pointed again, and such rain fell that it seemed as if the whole Yellow River had suddenly fallen out of the sky. This rain fell from early morning till noon. The town was already one vast swamp, when the king sent a message saying, "That's enough rain. If there is much more, it will ruin the crops, and we shall be worse off than ever." Monkey at once pointed with his cudgel, and in an instant the storm completely ceased, and there was not a cloud in the sky. The king was delighted, and his officers cried out in admiration, "Wonderful priests! It is true indeed that there is always a stronger than the strongest. In the past we have seen our mortals bring rain successfully, But even they could not stop the rain all in a moment. It always went on drizzling for the rest of the day. Whereas when these priests signaled for the rain to stop, not a drop more rain fell, and the whole sky cleared immediately. The king announced that he would return to the palace and deal with the passports at once. "Pardon me, your majesty," said the dear strength immortal. "It was I, not the Buddhists, who produced this rain." "You said just now," protested the king, "that the dragons were not at home and that this made it impossible to get rain." But directly the Buddhists set to work, in their quiet way, rain fell. "I do not see how you can claim any credit." "There was evidently some little difficulty about getting into touch with the executive officers in charge of wind, cloud, thunder, and rain," said the immortal. "The dragons would not in any case dare to neglect our instructions. By the time the Buddhists had approached the altar, contact had been made, and our orders were being carried out." The king felt thoroughly confused and was still turning over this claim in his mind, when Monkey came forward and cried, "Your Majesty, this was after all a trifling and commonplace performance, and it is not worthwhile disputing who should get the credit for it. The 4 dragon kings who came at our bidding are however still waiting, invisible, not far off in the sky. If these immortals can induce them to show themselves, I will admit that they should be given the credit. I've been king for 23 years, said the king, but no one has ever been able to show me a dragon, and I hardly know what one looks like. I am prepared to reward anyone who can do this, and I shall certainly punish anyone who claims to be able to do so and fails." The Taoists knew quite well that such a thing was beyond their powers. All the same, they called, but no dragon dared answer the summons, with Monkey standing there. Now it was Monkey's turn. "Dragon Aokwang," he called. "Are you there? Let's have a look at you and your brothers." The 4 dragons at once appeared, surging through the clouds towards the summit of the Hall of Golden Bells. The king immediately began to burn incense, and his ministers all knelt down in adoration on the steps of the throne. "I feel ashamed of having troubled these honored forms to appear," said the king. "By all means tell them that I would not dream of detaining them further. I will shortly find an opportunity to repay them by offerings." "Spirits," cried Monkey, "you can now retire. The king will repay you with offerings at the earliest opportunity." The dragons at once retired to their respective oceans, and the various other spirits went back to the sky. And if you do not know how the immortals were eventually disposed of, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 24. Seeing that Monkey could even command dragons, the king was about to stamp the passports with his jeweled seal and send the pilgrims on their way. But then, the 3 Taoists rushed forward and, quite contrary to their usual custom, knelt to present a petition. The king, helping them to rise, asked why they had suddenly become so ceremonious. "For 20 years, they said, we have done everything in our power to guard and succor your subjects and realms. Today, these Buddhists have robbed us of all our credit. But we feel sure that you will not forgive murderers simply for a single shower of rain. Can it be that you suddenly hold us so cheap?" The king, in great perplexity, wavered for a long while. At last, he consented to withhold the passports if the Taoists would accept another trial of strength. "How about a contest in meditation?" said the Tiger Strength Immortal. "I think that would be a mistake," said the king. "Meditation is the special business of these Buddhists. If they were not particularly distinguished in this line, they would not have been chosen to go on this pilgrimage. We have our own form of meditation," said the Tiger Strength Immortal. "It is called the Cloud Ladder. We shall require 100 small tables, 50 for each performer. They are piled one on top of the other, and one must then levitate to the top without touching with one's hands, sit down, and remain in motionless trance for several hours. Could any of you manage that?" the king asked Monkey. Monkey hummed uneasily and did not answer. "What's the matter, brother?" whispered Pigsy. "Why don't you speak? If it were just a matter of playing football with the firmament, stirring up the ocean, turning back rivers, carrying away mountains, seizing the moon, moving the pole star, or shifting a planet, I could manage it easily enough. Even if it were a question of my head being cut off and the brain removed, or my belly ripped open and my heart cut out, or any kind of transference or transformation, I would take on the job at once, said Monkey. But if it comes to sitting still and meditating, I am bound to come off badly. It's quite against my nature to sit still. Even if you chain me to the top of an iron pillar, I should start trying to swarm up and down and should never think of sitting still. I can practice meditation, Tripitaka interposed. Excellent, excellent, said Monkey. How long on end can you stay still? I had first-rate masters when I was young, said Tripitaka, and can remain suspended at the frontier between life and death for 2 or 3 years. Don't do that, said Monkey, or we shall never get to India. 2 or 3 hours would be quite enough, and you can come down. My trouble is, said Tripitaka, I don't know how I shall ever succeed in getting up. Take this job on, said Monkey, and I'll see to it that you get up all right. Tripitaka accordingly pressed the palms of his hand together, and addressing the king, said, I beg to inform your majesty that I can meditate. Strong men were sent for, and in about half an hour, the 2 towers were complete. The tiger-strength immortal came down from the palace, and making a magic pass, produced a carpet of cloud on which he floated up to the top of one of the towers. Monkey then made a 5-colored magic cloud, on which he transported Tripitaka to the top of the other tower. When Tripitaka was safely seated, Monkey transformed himself into a gnat. Flying close to Pigsy's ear, he said to him, Brother, keep an eye on the master, and leave all the talking to me. That fool laughed and said, As you wish, as you wish. After a time, seeing that there was nothing to choose between the competitors, one of the other immortals decided to give his colleague a little assistance. He plucked some short hairs from the back of his head, twisted them into a pellet, and tossed them onto the top of Tripitaka's head. Here, they changed into a louse which began to bite him. Tripitaka felt first an irritation and then a sharp pain. But when people are meditating, they are not allowed to move their hands. If they do, it counts as a point against them. After a time, unable to bear it any longer, he wriggled his head against his collar. Look out, cried Pigsy. He's going to throw a fit. I don't think so, said Sandy. It's just that he's giddy. The master's a gentleman, said Monkey. If he says that he knows how to meditate, he does know how to meditate. And if he said he didn't know how to, he wouldn't know how to. Gentlemen always tell the truth. You 2 keep quiet while I go and have a look. Still in the form of a gnat, Monkey flew with a buzz to Tripitaka's head and saw that on top of it was a louse the size of a small bean, which he hastily brushed off. The master, relieved of his pain, once more sat stiff and straight. On a shaven head like that, thought Monkey, one might easily find a flea. How did a louse get there? It's certainly the doing of one of those immortals. Now that I've spoiled his trick, I'll try one of my own. He flew off and settled on the immortal's head, where he changed into a centipede and crept into his nostril. The immortal began to wobble and soon fell headlong from his seat. Had he not been lucky enough to be caught by some officials who were standing near, he would undoubtedly have lost his life. The king was horrified and ordered the minister on duty to take the immortal to the hall of ornate flowers and clean him up. Monkey then lowered his master on a platform of cloud, and Tripitaka was acclaimed as victor. The king was just about to let them go when the deer-strength immortal came forward and said, Your Majesty, my brother has been suffering from a suppressed chill, which the draft up there brought on again. That is the only reason he lost the match. But keep them a little longer, and I will have a match with him at guessing what is behind the boards. What do you call guessing what is behind the boards? Asked the king. I am able to guess what is behind the boards, said the immortal. Let's see whether this Buddhist can do the same. If he guesses better than I, let him go on his way. But if he cannot guess, let him be punished as you find fit, that our fraternity may be avenged, and the services that we have done to your country for 20 years may not be dragged in the dirt. So besotted was the king that he listened to this cajolery and ordered a red-lacquered coffer to be brought. This was carried by eunuchs to the women's quarters, and the queen was asked secretly to deposit a treasure of some kind in it. Soon it was brought out again and laid on the white jade steps of the throne. Both sides must now guess what treasure lies in this coffer, said the king. Disciple, murmured Tripitaka. How can one possibly know what is inside a box? Don't you worry, said Monkey, turning once more into a gnat and settling on Tripitaka's head. I'll go and have a look. He flew lightly to the box, crept under it, and noticed that there was a slight chink between two boards at the bottom. He made his way through and found a court robe laid upon a red lacquered dish. He bit his tongue and spat upon it, crying, "Change!" At once it became a cracked old kitchen dish, with nothing but dust on it. Then he crept out, and flying to Tripitaka's ear, he whispered, "Guess that it is an old cracked dish." "I was to guess what treasure it was," said Tripitaka. "An old cracked dish is not a treasure." "Don't worry about that," said Monkey. "But just guess as I told you to." Tripitaka stepped forward and was just going to guess when the dear, strength immortal asked to be allowed to have the first turn. "I guess that in the box there is a royal garment covered with symbols of earth and sky," he said. "No, no," cried Tripitaka. "It is an old cracked dish." "That's not very polite," said the king. "You seem to be making fun of my kingdom by suggesting that an old cracked dish is the best I can do in the way of a treasure." And turning to his officers, he said, "Seize the fellow." They were just about to lay hands on Tripitaka when he cried, "Your Majesty, wait at least till the box has been opened. If it is indeed found that there is a treasure in it, then I am grievously to blame. But should it prove that no treasure is there, you will have done me a great wrong by laying hands on me." The king ordered the box to be opened, and sure enough, there was nothing but an old cracked dish. "Who put this in the box?" roared the king. "My master," said the queen, slipping from behind the dragon throne. "I put in a royal garment covered with the symbols of earth and sky. This I did with my own hand, and I cannot conceive how it has changed into what is there now." "Wife, get out of my sight," cried the king. "Such a tale that you cannot expect me to believe. Everything used in your apartments is of the finest quality. Such a cast-off as this old dish could not exist there." And turning to his officers, he said, "Follow me with the box. I'm going to put something in myself and try again." The king went to the flower garden behind the palace, and picking a large peach, he put it in the box. The box was then carried out to the front of the palace, and the guessing began again. "Disciple," whispered Tripitaka, "you must help me again." "That's all right," said Monkey. "I'll go and have a look." He flew to the box and crept in as before. What he found there was thoroughly to his liking. He resumed his proper form, squatted in the box, and ate up the peach with great relish, licking even the pouches in his cheeks quite clean. Then, leaving the peach stone, he changed back into a gnat, and flying to Tripitaka, whispered in his ear, "Guess it is a peach stone." "Disciple," said Tripitaka, "don't tease me. Last time, if I hadn't spoken up quickly, I would have been seized and executed. This time, I had certainly better guessed that it was a treasure. You can't call a peach stone a treasure." "Don't be afraid," said Monkey. "Just guess and win." This time, the ram's strength immortal insisted on guessing first, and at once said it was a peach. "It's not a peach," said Tripitaka. "It's only a peach stone." "How can it only be the stone?" roared the king. "I put in a peach myself only a moment ago." The immortal guessed rightly. "Perhaps your Majesty would not mind having the box opened before reaching a final decision," said Tripitaka. The box was accordingly opened, and all that it contained was the stone, without a trace of skin or fruit. The king was astounded. "You'd better give up trying to compete with these people," he said, "and let them go. I put in a peach, and now there's only a stone. Someone must have eaten it. The truth is, I suspect, that spirits of some kind are secretly aiding them. They little know what a long record of peach-eating lies behind him," tittered Pigsy to Sandy. At this moment, the tiger strength immortal reappeared, washed and combed. "Your Majesty," said he, "these Buddhists have the art of transforming lifeless objects. But if the box is brought again, you will see that they cannot transform human beings. If we put this acolyte of ours into the box, I guarantee that they will not be able to transform him." The acolyte was accordingly put into the box, and the lid fastened down. "Now, priest," said the king, "here is a third test for you. Tell me what is inside the box." "More guessing," groaned Tripitaka. "That's all right," said Monkey. "I'll go and have a look." On creeping into the box again, He shook himself and changed into the semblance of an old Taoist. "Master, what lesson have you taught me?" asked the boy. "Those Buddhists saw you put it into the box," said Monkey. "They will guess that a little Taoist is in the box, and we shall not win. Here's an idea. I'll shave your head and tell the immortals to say there is a little Buddhist inside." "I'll do anything you like," said the boy, "provided it brings us victory. We can't afford to go on being beaten again and again like this. We are rapidly losing our credit at court." "Quite true," said Monkey. "Come here, and when we've won, you shall have a handsome present." He took his cudgel, shook it, and changed it into a razor. Then, flinging his arms around the boy's neck, he said, "Now mind you don't scream if it hurts, Ducky." In a twinkling, he had shaved the boy's head and stuffed the hair behind the lining of the box. Then, patting his shaven pate, he said, "Now, child, you have got a priest's head, but your clothes are all wrong. Take them off, and I'll put that right." The boy was wearing a crane down of onion white color, embroidered with a cloud pattern and bordered with brocade. When he had taken it off, Monkey breathed upon it with magic breath, and it became a brown straight coat, which he made him put on. Then he plucked some of his hairs, which he changed into a wooden fish such as is carried by priests, and put it into the boy's hand, saying, "Listen here, my disciple. If you hear them say Taoist, acolyte, stay where you are. But if you hear anyone say Buddhist, raise the lid, beat with your wooden fish, and come out, reciting a Buddhist scripture. I can only say the book of the three primordials, the book of the pole star, and so on," said the boy. "Don't you know any prayers to Buddha?" asked Monkey. "Anyone can say Om Me to Fo," said the boy. "That's good enough," said Monkey. "It will save me the trouble of teaching you. Don't forget what you're going to do. I'm off." And changing once more into a gnat and flying to Tripitaka's ear, he said, "Guess that's a Buddhist." "This time I feel confident of success," said Tripitaka. "Why are you so sure?" asked Monkey. "Because," said Tripitaka, "in the scriptures Buddha, the law, and the congregation are called the three treasures. So certainly a Buddhist is a treasure." At this moment, the tiger's strength immortal stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this time it is a Taoist acolyte." Hearing these words, the boy did not stir. But when Tripitaka said, "It is a Buddhist," echoed loudly by Pigsy, the boy pushed up the lid, beat with his wooden fish, and calling upon the name of Buddha, scrambled out of a chest. All the spectators burst into loud applause, while the three immortals maintained a gloomy silence. "There is no doubt about it," said the king, "that these Buddhists are being helped by unseen influences. A Taoist entered the box, and here is a Buddhist. An accomplice might have crept in and shaved the boy's head, but he is dressed to match and is calling upon Buddha's name. You had better let these people go." "Your Majesty," said the tiger strength immortal, "the proverb says, 'The chess player needs a worthy adversary, just as the carpenter needs good wood.' I think we should very much like to challenge these people to a competition in some tricks we learned when we were young." "What arts are these?" asked the king. "My head can be cut off and I can put it back in its place," he said. "The second immortal's heart can be removed and he can make himself whole again. The third immortal can take a bath in a cauldron of boiling oil." The king was very astonished. "That all sounds to me like taking frightful risks," he said. "We can manage these things all right," said the immortal, "and insist upon this final trial being made." "Priest from China," said the king, "the immortals are unwilling to let you go until they have had a final competition with you in head-cutting, belly-ripping, and bathing in boiling oil." On hearing this, Monkey at once changed into his true form and laughed aloud. "That's luck," he cried. "More business coming my way." "I don't know why you should talk of business coming your way," said Pigsy. "I can't think of 3 quicker ways to perdition." "You don't know all my tricks," said Monkey. "Brother," said Pigsy, "I am willing to credit you with all sorts of transference and transformations, but this sort of thing is beyond you." "Not at all," said Monkey. "Cut off my head, and I can still talk. Cut off my arms, and I can still strike. Cut off my legs, I can still walk. Rip out my heart, and I can mysteriously recover. I can bathe in boiling oil with no other result than that I come out cleaner than I went in." Sandy and Pigsy roared with laughter. Monkey then stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I am quite willing to have my head cut off." "What gives you such confidence?" asked the king. "Well," said Monkey, "years ago, a first-class adept taught me the art of having one's head cut off. I don't know whether I can remember it or not, but I am quite willing to experiment." "My dear little fellow," said the king, "you don't know what you are talking about. Head cutting is no matter for experiment. The head is the chief of the 6 repositories of the element yang, and if it is cut off, death ensues." "Your Majesty," said the tiger strength immortal, "don't discourage him. This is just the very way for us to get our revenge." A place of execution was accordingly laid out, and 3,000 soldiers of the guard were drawn up in file. "My turn first," cried Monkey blithely, and was rushing off to the place of execution when Tripitaka caught hold of him, saying, "Disciple, take care what you are doing. It looks over there as if they meant business." "I'm not afraid," said Monkey. "Take your hand away and let me go." On arriving at the place of execution, he was seized by the executioner, bound with ropes, and led to the top of a small mound. At the word strike, there was a swishing sound, and Monkey's head fell upon the ground, where the executioner gave it a kick that sent it rolling, just like a melon, 30 or 40 paces away. No blood came from the trunk, but a voice coming from deep down inside cried, "Head, come back." The dear strength immortal, seeing that Monkey had some trick, recited a spell to summon the local deities, to whom he said, "Keep that head where it is, and your shrine shall be rebuilt as a great temple, while your clay images shall be replaced by statues of gold." The deities were compelled by the immortal's magic, and did indeed stay Monkey's head. Though he cried again, "Come here, head," the head remained rooted to the spot. But suddenly, from Monkey's trunk came a cry, "Grow," and a new head shot up from inside him and replaced the old one. The executioner and the soldiers were thunderstruck, and the officer in charge of the proceedings rushed off to the king and announced that Monkey had grown a new head. "He's cleverer than we thought," whispered Pigsy. "Well," said Sandy, "he's known to have 72 transformations, so I suppose he has got 72 heads." At this point, Monkey came running up to Tripitaka. "Dear disciple," said Tripitaka, "it must have hurt terribly." "It didn't hurt at all," said Monkey, "and I found it rather fun." "Brother," said Pigsy, "I suppose you put something on the scar." "Feel my neck," said Monkey, "and see whether there's a scar." That fool Pigsy put out his hand and fell. To his astonishment, he found that there was not the faintest scar or mark. The new head had simply taken the place of the old. "Here are your passports," said the king, "and I advise you to start immediately." "Thank for the passports," said Monkey. "But before we start, the immortal must try the same experiment." This was to be a competition, said the king to the immortals, "and you must not let me down by allowing these priests to go away victorious." Exactly the same proceeding was accordingly gone through with the tiger strength immortal. But when he cried, "Head, come back," Monkey at once plucked a hair, blew on it with magic breath, and cried, "Change." It changed into a brown dog, which ran at the head, took it up in its mouth, and carrying it away to the royal moat, dropped it in. 3 times the immortal cried, "Head, come back," but the head did not appear. He did not have Monkey's art of growing a new head. Alas! Blood spouted from the trunk. The immortal tottered, and presently fell headlong in the dust. The officer in charge rushed to the spot, and on returning to the king reported, "Your Majesty, where the immortal fell, all that is now to be seen is a headless, brown-coated tiger." The king turned deadly pale while he fixed his gaze upon the 2 remaining immortals. "My brother is undoubtedly no more," said the dear strength immortal, "but I cannot admit that this brown tiger has any connection with him. That is merely an illusion created by these ruffians. They must not be allowed to depart till I have competed with them in the ordeal of belly ripping." "That would suit me very well," said Monkey. "Generally speaking, I do not eat cooked food, but a few days ago, a kind patron induced me to try some pastries, and since then, I have had a pain inside. I think the pastries have gone bad, and I was just on the point of asking if I might borrow your Majesty's knife so that I might rip open my belly, take out my guts, and give them a good cleaning. I don't want to have any trouble on the journey." "Take him along," cried the king. "You need not drag me," said Monkey, when the executioner's men seized him. I am perfectly ready to go. All I ask is that my hands shall be left free. I shall need them for cleaning my entrails." "Don't bind his hands," ordered the king. "Here are your passports," said the king. "I won't delay your journey any further." "It does not matter so much about the passports," said Monkey. "The next thing is for the second immortal to have his belly ripped open." "This has nothing to do with me," said the king to the dear strength immortal. "But it was you who challenged them to this contest, and I must ask you to go and submit yourself to the ordeal." "That's quite all right," said the immortal. "I'm quite confident of success." The immortal was just beginning to manipulate his guts as he had seen Monkey do, when Monkey plucked a hair, blew on it with magic breath, cried "Change!" and it changed into a ravening hawk, which spread its claws and, snatching the immortal's guts, flew off with them to devour them at leisure far away out of sight. After a short while, the immortal collapsed against a stake. The executioners rushed up, and what should they find but the body of a lifeless white deer? "It seems that my poor brother has succumbed," said the third immortal. "But that this should be his corpse is impossible. A foul trick has been played upon us by these ruffians, and I must have my revenge." "In what ordeal do you hope to get the better of them?" asked the king. "I wager that he cannot bathe in boiling oil," said the immortal. A large cauldron was accordingly filled with oil. "Thank you for this kind attention," said Monkey. "It's been a long time since I had a bath, and my skin was beginning to feel rather irritable. This will do me good." Faggots were laid under the cauldron, and when the oil was well boiling, Monkey was invited to get in. "Is it to be a civil bath or a military bath?" he asked. "I don't know the difference," said the king. "For civil bath, one does not undress," said Monkey, "but simply folds one's hands like this and bobs and rapidly. One must not dirty one's clothes. If there is a single speck of oil on them, it counts as a defeat. For a military bath, a clothesstand is necessary and a towel. One must completely undress, jump right in, and play about in the bath, turning somersaults and splashing about at one's ease." "Which do you prefer?" said the king to the ram-strength immortal. "If I choose a civil bath," said he, "I know this wretch would put some stuff on his clothes to keep off the oil. Let it be a military bath." "Forgive my forwardness if I again claim the first turn," said Monkey. "Look at him. He leaps straight into the cauldron, plunging about in the burning oil for all the world like a dolphin in the sea waves." Pigsy, seeing him, bit his fingertip and whispered to Sandy, "We have really never taken this ape seriously enough. We would have taken a very different tone about him if we had known he was capable of such a performance as this." Seeing them whispering together, Monkey thought that they were making fun of him. "After all," he said to himself, "it's I who have all the work to do, while the incompetents sit around and enjoy the results. It wouldn't be a bad plan to give them a bit of a fright." He made a tremendous splash and then suddenly sank to the bottom and changed himself into a tin tack. In this form, he lay at the bottom of the cauldron, and the officer in charge presently reported, "Your Majesty, the boiling oil has done its work. The little priest is dead." Much relieved, the king ordered the executioner to fish up the corpse. He began to fish about in the cauldron with an iron skimmer, but the holes in the skimmer were large, and Monkey, in his present form, was very small. Each time he was scooped up, he slipped back again through a hole. "He was very delicately built," reported the executioner, "and seems to have evaporated, bone and all." "Seize the other Buddhists," said the king. Officers of the guard rushed upon Pigsy from each side, threw him down, and bound him. "Your Majesty," cried Tripitaka in great perturbation, "grant me a few moments of grace. This disciple of mine, since he embraced the faith, has performed many deeds of prowess. Now that he has met his match in this third immortal and perished in the cauldron of burning oil, I do not care what becomes of us. You are a king, and all who come under your sway must bow to your will. Command that I am to die, and I will gladly die. But this much I ask, give me half a bowl of cold rice gruel and 3 paper horses, and let me offer them to the soul of the departed. Then I will accept my fate." "It is just as I have always heard," said the king. "These Chinese are great sticklers for ceremony. Let him do what he asks." Beckoning to Sandy to come with him, Tripitaka went to the side of the cauldron, and some officers of the guard caught hold of Pigsy by the ear and dragged him along too. "Disciple," said Tripitaka, addressing Monkey Soul, "ever since you joined our order, you have faithfully protected me on my journey to the west. Little did I think that today you would go down to darkness. Alive, you set your heart on the quest of scriptures. Dead, you still carry the name of Buddha in your heart. And who knows but that I shall find your ghost waiting for me in the temple of the thunderclap?" "Master," said Pigsy, "that's not the way to talk to him. Sandy, give me a little of that rice broth, and let me address his soul." Then, lying bound with ropes upon the ground, that fool grunted out the following invocation: "Cursed ape, senseless groom, you looked for trouble and have found it. That cauldron has settled your account for good and all. We're well rid of you, monkey. We've seen the last of you, insensate groom." Hearing the fool's jibes, Monkey could not restrain himself, and resuming his proper form, he stood up in the cauldron. "You worthless lout," he screamed, "who are you insulting?" "Dear disciple," said Tripitaka, "you nearly frightened me to death." "Was anything clever ever seen?" said Sandy. "Than the way our brother pretended to be dead?" In consternation, all the officials, military and civil, rushed to the king and reported, "The priest is not dead after all. He is standing up in the cauldron of boiling oil." "Not at all," said the officer in charge. "He is dead, right enough. But it happens to be an unlucky day, and this is his ghost appearing." At this, Monkey jumped right out of the cauldron, wiped off the oil, dressed, and seized his cudgel, rushed at the officer and pounding his head with it, crying, "So I'm a ghost, am I?" Terrified out of their wits, the other officers let go of Pigsy, and kneeling before Monkey cried, "Forgive us, forgive us." The king sprang from his throne and was rushing away, when Monkey stopped him, saying, "Your Majesty, don't leave us. The third immortal is still to take his bath." "Immortal," said the king, trembling from head to foot, "I must trouble you to get into the cauldron at once, or this priest will cudgel me to death." The ram-strength immortal went to the cauldron and undressed just as Monkey had done, got into it and began to bathe himself. Seeing him looking quite comfortable, Monkey called to the stokers to put on more fuel. Presently, he went up to the cauldron and put his finger in. To his astonishment, he found that the oil was quite cold. "It was hot enough when I was in," thought Monkey to himself. "What can have happened? I have it. There must be some chilly dragon hiding there." And jumping into the air, he uttered a sonorous oem, by which he summoned the Dragon King of the Northern Ocean. "Now then, you horrid earthworm, you scaly loach, how dare you help this Taoist by allowing a chilly dragon to hide in the cauldron? Do you want to make a hero of him and see me defeated?" "Great sage, you do not understand," said the Dragon King. "This creature, by practicing considerable austerities, was able to escape from his original shape. But the only magic powers that he acquired were the 5 thunder methods. Apart from that, he only learned a few paltry tricks that have nothing to do with true Taoism. By acquiring this chilly dragon as a familiar spirit, he has been able to play all kinds of tricks upon the world at large. But you, great sage, should not have been deceived. I will at once call back this chilly dragon, and I will guarantee that the immortal will be boiled, bones, skin, and all." "Call and quickly," said Monkey, "or you'll get a good hiding." The Dragon King, in the form of a magic whirlwind, rushed to the cauldron and, seizing the chilly dragon, carried it away to the Northern Ocean. Returning from the air, Monkey joined Tripitaka, Pigsy, and Sandy, and they soon saw the immortal struggling and squirming. He made frantic efforts to get out, but all in vain, and in a little while it was all over with him. "Your Majesty," announced the officer in charge, "the third immortal has succumbed." The king, in utter despair, wept copiously and beat upon the table with his fists. If you do not know how Tripitaka and the others set things right, listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 25. The king's tears flowed like a fountain until darkness fell. "How can you be so deluded?" Monkey asked, approaching him. "Have you not seen that the first immortal's corpse proved him to be merely a tiger? The second has turned out to be a common deer. And if you have the bones of the third fished out of the cauldron, you will find he was nothing but a ram. A ram's bones could never be mistaken for those of any human being. All of them were bewitched wild animals who came here plotting your destruction. But seeing that your power was still strong, they did not dare lay hands upon you. In a year or two, when your power would have waned, they would have taken your life and stolen all your streams and hills. Luckily for you, we came in time to save you from these monsters. Why then should you weep? Make haste to give us our passports and send us on our way." The king, hearing this, began to come to his senses. Soon afterwards, his officers approached him. "Your Majesty," they said, "it is indeed true that ram's bones have been found at the bottom of the cauldron. This holy Buddhist words must be accepted as truth." "I must confess," said the king, "that I am grateful to him. But it is late. You, my chief minister, must invite these priests to spend the night in the temple of the pool of knowledge. Early tomorrow, prepare the eastern tower of the palace and tell my stewards to arrange a meatless banquet to repay them for their great achievement." The next day at his morning court, the king ordered a decree to be announced, summoning all Buddhists to the city. It was displayed at all 4 gates and in every street. Then Tripitaka and the rest were summoned to the eastern tower and entertained at a grand feast. When the fugitive Buddhists heard that a decree had been displayed, summoning them back to their homes, they came in high delight, looking everywhere for Monkey. They wished to thank him and return the hairs he had given them for protection. When the feast was over and the passports were in order, the king and queen, with all the ladies of the court and officials, both military and civil, escorted Tripitaka and his companions to the palace gates. What should they find there but a crowd of priests kneeling at the side of the street crying, "Great sage, our father, we are the priests who were imprisoned at the sandy cliff, hearing that you had destroyed the fiends and delivered us, and that our king had issued a mandate recalling all Buddhists. We have come to give you back your hairs and express our thanks." "How many are you?" asked Monkey. "Father," they said, "of the 500, not half a one is missing." Monkey, with a twist of his body, reabsorbed the hairs. Addressing all present, he said, "It was I who released these priests. It was I who destroyed the carts, and it was I who slew the 2 taskmasters. Now the whole pest has been eradicated, and you see with your own eyes that Buddhism is the true way. Never again follow false doctrines or foolish courses, but know that the 3 religions are one. Reverence priests, reverence Taoists too, and cultivate the faculties of man. I will see to it that these hills and streams are safe forever." The king bowed his assent, confessing the deepest gratitude, and escorted Tripitaka well beyond the city walls. They traveled on for many days, and autumn had already come. Late one evening, Tripitaka reined in his horse and said, "Disciple, where are we going to stop tonight?" "Master," said Monkey, "that is a question for ordinary men to ask, not for pilgrims such as we." "Wherein lies the difference?" asked Tripitaka. "Ordinary people at this hour," said Monkey, "are hugging their children or cuddling their wives in soft beds under warm coverlets, lying snug and comfortable as you please. But how can we pilgrims expect any such thing? By moonlight or starlight, we must go, supping on the air and braving the wet, so long as the road lasts." "Brother," said Pigsy, "you know your side of the question, but not mine. These roads are very hilly, and with such a load as I am carrying, it's difficult going. I must find somewhere to get a bit of sleep and refresh myself, or I won't be able to manage this load tomorrow." "We'll go on a bit further while the moon is still up," said Monkey, "and if we come to a house, we'll stop." They had not gone far before they heard a noise of water. "Here we are," said Pigsy. "This is as far as the road goes." "There's a great river right in front of us," said Sandy. "We don't know whether it's deep or shallow," said Pigsy. "I'll find out." "Think what you're saying, Pigsy," said Tripitaka. "How can you find out whether water is deep?" "By throwing a stone the size of a duck's egg into the middle," said Pigsy. "If there is a splash and foam comes up, that means it's shallow. If it goes down, down, down with a gurgling sound, that means it is deep." Pigsy found a stone and threw it in. As it went down to the bottom, there was a gurgling sound and bubbles rose. "It's very deep indeed," cried Pigsy. We can't go on. You found out that it's deep, said Tripitaka. But we still don't know how wide it is. True enough, said Pigsy. Wait here, said Monkey, while I go and have a look. He sprang into the air and peered with steady eyes. A vast expanse of water spread out in the moonlight. It seemed to go on forever. There was no trace of a further shore. Master, he said, lowering his cloud, it's very wide. You know that I have fiery, steely eyes, and even by night can see 500 leagues. But now I cannot see the further shore. How can I measure how wide it is? Dear disciple, what then are we to do? Said Tripitaka, sobbing, choking his words. Master, said Sandy, don't break down. Isn't that a man I see standing over there by the water? It looks to me like a fisherman dragging his nets. I'll go and talk to him, said Monkey. He had not gone far when there loomed up in front of him, not a man, but a stone monument. On it was written the river that leads to heaven, and in smaller writing below, the way across is 800 leagues. Few are those that have reached the far side. Come over here and look, said Monkey. When Tripitaka read the inscription, he burst again into tears. Disciple, he sobbed. When I left the capital, I thought it would be an easy matter to go to India. Little I knew that at every turn demons would bar my path, and endless rivers and mountains have to be crossed. Listen, said Pigsy. Isn't that the sound of cymbals? Somewhere priests are being feasted. If we get there in time, we shall be able to join in the feast. Perhaps they will be able to tell us if there is a ford anywhere or a ferry, so that tomorrow we may be able to get across. Tripitaka could now hear the sound distinctly. That is certainly not Taoist music, he said. I am sure that Buddhists are performing. They set off in the direction of the sound, and presently saw a village of several hundred well-built houses. At the top of the street, they saw a house with a flag hoisted outside the gate. The courtyard blazed with torches, and a heavy smell of incense came toward them. Well, said Tripitaka, that looks better than the hollow of a hillside or a riverbank. Under such substantial eaves, we can at least count on being warm and getting a little quiet sleep. You'd better not come in with me. I'll go in and explain. If they say I may stay, I'll call you in. If we can't stay, you're not to rage and swear. I don't want the people to see you to start with because you are not very good to look at. And if they get scared, we shall have nowhere to stay. Tripitaka took off his broad-brimmed hat and bareheaded. With staff in hand, he went up to the door. He found it ajar, but did not dare go straight in. When he had waited for a moment, an old man came out with a rosary hanging at his breast, mumbling his prayers as he came. Aged benefactor, said Tripitaka politely, I would like to ask you a few questions. You've arrived rather late, said the old man. How do you mean? Said Tripitaka. Well, you've come too late to get anything much, he said. The priests whom we are entertaining have each been given as much rice as they could eat, 300 measures to take away, a strip of white cloth, and 10 pieces of copper cash. It's a pity you've come when you have. Aged benefactor, said Tripitaka. I did not come because of the feast. Then why did you come? Asked the old man. I am from China and am going to fetch scriptures from India, said Tripitaka. Night overtook me when I was near your exalted abode, and hearing a sound of Buddhist music, I have come to ask you whether I may lodge here tonight. Sir, said the old man, it is incumbent upon those who have left the world to adhere strictly to truth. Are you aware that China is 54,000 leagues away? You cannot pretend that you have come that distance, traveling all alone. Aged benefactor, you are right, said Tripitaka. But I have 3 disciples who have helped me over mountains and across rivers and constantly mounted guard over me. Otherwise, I should never have gotten here. Where are they? Said the old man. Please ask them to come in and rest. Tripitaka turned and called to his disciples. Monkey was by nature too restless, Pigsy too coarse, and Sandy too simple to need a second bidding. Leading a horse and shouldering the luggage, they came tumbling in, without a thought for what might come of it. The old man was so frightened that he fell flat upon the ground, mumbling, There are demons in the yard, demons. Aged benefactor, said Tripitaka, dragging him to his feet. You need not be afraid. These are not demons. They are my disciples. How come it, he asked, trembling. "That a nice-looking gentleman like yourself has managed to get such monsters for his disciples?" "I know they are ugly," said Tripitaka, "but they are very good at subduing dragons and tigers and capturing ogres." The old man, only half reassured, walked on slowly, supported by Tripitaka. In the courtyard, some priests were reciting the scriptures. "What's it you are reading?" cried Pigsy, raising his long snout. Suddenly catching sight of these three terrifying apparitions, the priests leaped up and fled in utter panic, upsetting the Buddhist images, stumbling, crawling, and banging into one another. Highly diverted by this spectacle, the three disciples clapped their hands and roared with laughter. More frightened than ever, the priests now ran for their lives. "You wretches," cried Tripitaka, "you've spoiled everything. No one would think that I have been teaching you and preaching to you, in season and out, for all these months." The ancient said, "To be virtuous without instruction is superhuman. To be virtuous after instruction is reasonable. To be instructed and remain incorrigible is to be a fool. You three have just shown yourselves to be fools of the very lowest description. Fancy charging in at the gate like that, without any regard for what was going on inside, frightening our benefactor, scaring away the priests who were reading the scriptures, and spoiling the whole ceremony. Don't you see that it is I who will bear the blame for all this?" Thus addressed, they did not dare reply, which fortunately convinced the old man that they were indeed his disciples. "It's of no consequence," he said, bowing to Tripitaka. "We were just going to remove the lamps, scatter the flowers, and terminate the proceedings." "Well, if you have finished the service," said Pigsy, "bring out the end-of-service wine and victuals, and we'll sup before we go to bed." Just then, the inner door opened, and another old man came out, leaning on a staff. "What devils are these," he asked, "who have come to our pious doors in the black of night?" The first old man rose quickly and, going to meet him, said, "Brother, calm yourself. They are not devils, but saints going to India to fetch scriptures. The three disciples might well be better to look at, but they are good fellows." The second old man laid down his staff and bowed to the pilgrims. Then he sat down and called for tea. He had to call several times. At last, in great trepidation, several servants came in, peering anxiously at the visitors. "What are those fellows up to?" asked Pigsy. "I've told them to fetch refreshments for your reverence," said the old man. "How many men will serve us?" asked Pigsy. "8," said the old man. "Who are they going to serve?" asked Pigsy. "All of you," said the old man. "That pasty-faced master of ours does not need more than one," said Pigsy. "That hairy-faced fellow can get on with 2. That swarthy one needs 8 to himself, and I can't do it with less than 20. "You must have a very big appetite," said the old man. "You'll soon see for yourself," said Pigsy. "I'm not short of men," said he, "and big and little. 30 or 40 men were found to serve." When the pilgrims had conversed amiably with the 2 old men for some time, everyone began to feel somewhat reassured. Tripitaka was put in the seat of honor, and before using his chopsticks, began to recite the fast-breaking scripture. Pigsy was in a hurry to begin, and without waiting for the end of grace, he snatched up a red lacquer wooden bowl, filled it with white rice, and tilted it straight down his throat. Not a grain was left. A servant standing near him was very astonished. "This reverend gentleman's doing things in the wrong order," he said. "Why does he help himself to rice before helping himself to donut? Won't he mess his clothes?" "I didn't help myself to it," said Pigsy, laughing. "I ate it." "You didn't use your jaws," said the servant. "How can you have eaten it?" "What nonsense you fellows talk," said Pigsy. "Of course I ate it, and if you are in any doubt, watch me while I do it again." They filled his bowl again, and that fool Pigsy in a flash had gulped it all down. "Father," they cried, "you must have a grindstone in your throat. How else can all that go down so quickly and smoothly?" By the time Tripitaka had finished reading grace, he had gotten through 6 bowls. When the others started their meal, he continued to stuff himself with rice, bread, fruit, sweets, everything he could lay hands on. "More, more," he was soon calling to the servants. "What has become of you all?" "Don't be so greedy, brother," said Monkey. If you only eat half your fill, it will still be better than you have fared lately in a hollow of the hills. Mind your own business, said Pigsy. The proverb says, better bury a priest alive than stop him getting his fill. Clear the things away, cried Monkey, and don't take any notice of them. I am very sorry, said their host, but it's getting late, and we had only steamed a ton of flour, 5 bushels of rice, and a load or 2 of vegetables. We had meant to invite some neighbors and the priests who read the service. The priests, as you know, ran away, and we did not venture to invite our neighbors. So we were able to offer you a humble meal. If you have not had enough, I'll order more rice to be steamed. That's right, said Pigsy, get it steamed. Meanwhile, the old men turned to Tripitaka and asked, what made you turn aside from a main road? We came to a river, said Monkey, and there seemed to be no way of getting across. So hearing the sound of cymbals coming from your house, we decided to come here and ask for a night's lodging. Did you notice anything on the riverbank? All we saw was a monument, said Monkey. Well, if you went and looked again not much more than a league from there, you would come to the temple of the great king of miracles. Did you happen to see it? We did not, said Monkey. Pray, what are the miracles in question? Father, said the old man, it is this great king who year by year sends us rain in due season and blesses us with fertility. As he spoke, he wept bitterly. If he sends you rain, said Monkey, he is your good friend. How come it that you show such distress when you speak of him? Because, said the old man, beating his breast, though his favors are many, he is a wrathful deity, and as the price of his blessings, he demands each year the sacrifice of a boy or girl. And he devours them? Asked Monkey. Alas, he does, said the old man. I suppose your family, too, has had to take its turn, said Monkey. Alas, said the old man, beating his breast, I and my brother here are both badly off for children. At the age of 50, I still had no child. My friends urged me to take a concubine, and at last, very unwillingly, I consented, and a girl was born. She is now in her 8th year and is called Load of Gold. A fine name, said Pigsy. How does she get it? Finding myself childless, said he, I repaired bridges and roads, built temples and towers, gave alms, and entertained priests. I kept an account of all I spent, and what with one thing and another. By the time my daughter was born, I had spent more than 30 caddies of gold. 30 caddies make a load, and that is why she was called Load of Gold. And your brother? Said Monkey. He too is only one child, said the old man, a boy called War Boy. How did he get such a name? Asked Monkey. There is a statue of the god of war in his house, said the old man, and because he had prayed to this god before this child was born, it is called War Boy. The joint age of us 2 brothers is over 120, yet we only have these 2 children between us. But now it is our family's turn to provide for the victims, and we dare not demur. It was for the welfare of these children's souls that we held this ceremony. On hearing this unhappy tale, Tripitaka could not refrain from tears. Let me ask him a question, said Monkey. Old man, do you have a considerable amount of property? I have 40 or 50 acres of paddy, said he, 60 or 70 acres of dry field, and 80 or 90 pasture fields. Then I have 200 or 300 water buffaloes, some 30 horses and mules, and any number of pigs, sheep, chickens, and geese. I have more grain in my barns than we can get through, and more silk in my stores than we can wear, and about the house we have everything we could possibly need. If you are as well off as that, said Monkey, it's a pity you are so economical. Why do you call me economical? Said the old man. If you are as well off as this, said Monkey, I cannot understand why you allow your daughter and nephew to be sacrificed. By spending 50 pieces of silver, you could buy a girl, and for 100 pieces, you could buy a boy. Wouldn't this be better than losing your own posterity? You do not understand, said the old man. God is not so easy to deceive. He often comes to the village and goes about among us. Then you must know what he looks like, said Monkey. We don't see him, he said. We only smell a strangely scented wind. That is how we know that he has come. We hasten to burn great quantities of incense, and all of us, young and old, bow down towards this wind. The god knows everything that goes on here, even the exact date at which each of us was born. He would not accept any child that was not ours, let alone 200 pieces of silver, Not even 1,000 or 10,000 pieces could buy 2 children of exactly the same appearance and age. That is true, said Monkey. But all the same, I would very much like to have a look at this boy of yours. Chen Ching, the old man's brother, hurried in, and bringing out the child war boy in his arms, set him down in the lamplight. Knowing nothing of the terrible fate that was in store for it, the child capered about, munching at some fruit that it had brought tucked into its wide sleeves. Monkey, after having a look at it, murmured a spell, shook himself, and changed into an exact counterpart of War Boy. The 2 children joined hands and capered together in the lamplight. The father, in his astonishment at the miracle, flung himself upon his knees. "We are not worthy," said Tripitaka. "Pray rise." "A moment ago I was talking to him," said the old man, "and now he has suddenly become the exact image of my child. When I call, both come running up. This is more than I can bear. Pray go back to your usual form." Monkey rubbed his cheek and, in a moment, had resumed his proper shape. "Father," said the old man, "never would I have believed that such a miracle was possible." "Was I like you, child?" asked Monkey. "Like," said the old man. "I should think you were. Face, voice, height, everything was right." "And weight, too," said Monkey, "as you would have found if you had tested us with the scales." No doubt," cried the old man. "In weight, too." "Do you think I should have been accepted for sacrifice?" asked Monkey. "I don't doubt it," said the old man. "Of course you would be accepted. I'm going to save this child's life, so that you may have the chance to burn incense to your soul in time to come. I am ready to be sacrificed to the great king." "Father," said the old man, "if you indeed perform this act of compassion, I will give your master 1,000 pieces of silver to provide for his further journey to the west." "And won't you give anything to me?" asked Monkey. "But you'll have been sacrificed," said he. "You won't be there to receive it." "How do you mean I shan't be there?" said Monkey. "The god will have eaten you," said the old man. "Do you think he'd dare?" said Monkey. "If he doesn't eat you," said the old man, "it will only be because you smell worse than I believe." "Heavens will be done," said Monkey. "If he eats me, that proves I was meant to die young. If he doesn't eat me, that's my luck. Anyway, you may sacrifice me." Chen Ching poured out suitable thanks and added another 500 pieces of silver to the sum he promised. Meanwhile, his brother did not utter a word, but leaned against the door, weeping bitterly. "I fear you are worrying about your daughter," said Monkey, coming up to him. "Father," said the old man, kneeling in front of him, "I cannot part with her. It is something that my nephew is to be saved, but I have no other child. And if she is taken from me, who will there be to howl at my funeral? How can I give her up? Go at once and steam another 5 pecks of rice and prepare some good vegetables. That's the way to win that long-snout priest's heart. He will be only too glad to change himself into your girl or anything else you ask of him. Then we'll both go and be sacrificed together." "Brother," said Pigsy, horrified at this suggestion, "you can play with your own life as you please, but you have no right to drag me into the adventure." "Brother," said Monkey, "the proverb says, 'Even a chicken must work for its food.' We both had a sumptuous feast. Instead of complaining that you haven't been given enough, you ought to be ready to do what you can for these people in their little trouble." "I'm no good at transformations," said Pigsy. "Nonsense," said Monkey. "You have 36 transformations." "Pigsy," said Tripitaka. "He's perfectly right. To save one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You ought to show your gratitude, and you would be accumulating secret merit into the bargain. You have nothing better to do tonight, and have no excuse for not going with your brother." "You don't know what you're saying, master," said Pigsy. "I can change into a mountain, a tree, a scabby elephant, a water buffalo, or a pot-bellied rogue. But changing into a small girl is a much more difficult matter." "Don't believe him," said Monkey, "but bring out your child." Chen hurried into the house and came out carrying the child load of gold. With him came his wife and concubine and all the household, banging their heads on the floor and imploring Pigsy to save the child. The little girl was wearing an emerald fillet with pearl pendants, a red hemp-thread bodice shot with yellow, a green satin coat with a chessboard pattern collar, a plum-blossom red silk skirt, toad's head patterned pink hemp-thread shoes, and gold-kneed raw silk drawers. She, like her cousin, was nibbling at a piece of fruit. "Here's the girl, Pigsy," said Monkey. "Change quickly into a replica of her, and we'll go off and be sacrificed." "How am I to look as smart as that?" said Pigsy. "Make haste," said Monkey, "or you'll feel my cudgel." The fool wagged his head, muttered a spell, and said, "Change." His head began to change, and soon became indistinguishable from that of the child. But his big belly remained just the same and quite spoiled the resemblance. "Go on," cried Monkey, laughing. "You may beat me blue," said Pigsy, "but I swear I can't change any further." "What's to be done?" "You can't stay like that with a girl's head and a priest's belly," said Monkey. "You're neither a man nor a woman. It's a bad mess. I must see what I can do with you." He blew upon Pigsy with magic breath, and immediately the change was completed, and he became exactly like the child from head to foot. "To avoid any mistake, you had better take the real children away," said Monkey. "Then we shall know where we are. Give them some more fruit, for fear they should start crying. If the great king heard them, he might come and look into it. Well, now we're both ready. But how are we served, trussed or tied? And shall we be hashed or boiled?" "Look here, brother," said Pigsy. "It's no good trying these tricks on me. All this isn't in my line at all." "I assure you," said Mr. CHN, "there is no question of trussing or anything of the sort. We use 2 large red lacquer dishes. We shall ask you to sit in them, and they will then be put upon 2 tabletops, and a couple of strong young fellows will carry each of you to the temple." "Excellent," said Monkey. "Bring the dishes, and we'll take a trial trip just to see how it goes." The old man brought out the dishes. Monkey and Pigsy sat in them, and 4 young fellows lifted them onto the tabletops, and having taken the victims for a ride around the courtyard, set them down again in the front room. "If it was just a question of being carried about like that," said Pigsy, "I'd be quite content to do it all night. But the idea of being carried to a temple and eaten is not so funny." "All you've got to do is to watch me," said Monkey. "While he is slicing me up and eating me, you can jump up and run away." "That's all right if he begins with the boy," said Pigsy. "But how do we know he isn't going to begin with the girl?" "They always begin with the boy," said Mr. Sachin. "Once or twice, some plucky fellow has hidden at the back of the temple or under table, and it was always the boy that he saw eaten first." "That's luck," said Pigsy. While they were talking, there was a great din of gongs and drums outside, and the glow of many lanterns. Someone opened the gate and cried, "Bring out the boy and girl." The old men burst into loud weeping, while the 4 strong men carried the 2 victims away. And if you do not know whether in the end they escaped with their lives, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 26. "Great King, our Father," the worshippers proclaimed when all was ready. "Following our yearly custom, we now offer up to you a male child, war boy, and a female child, load of gold, together with a pig, a sheep, and a due portion of liquor. Grant that the winds may be temperate, that rain may fall in due season, and all our crops thrive." They then burned paper horses and returned to their homes. "I think I'll go home too," said Pigsy. "You haven't got a home," Monkey countered. "I'll go to Mr. CHN's farm and have a nap," Pigsy declared. "What nonsense this fool talks," Monkey scoffed. "We have promised to take on this job, and we have got to see it through." "It's you who are the fool," said Pigsy. "I thought you were just having game with him. You don't mean to say we are really going to be sacrificed?" "We've got to do the thing properly," Monkey insisted. "In any case, we must wait till the king comes to eat us, or we shall spoil a good start by a poor finish. And if the king finds no victims, he will send plagues and calamities to the village. You surely don't want that." While they were talking, a great gust of wind suddenly swept through. "That's done," Pigsy exclaimed. "Talk of the devil." "Let me do the talking," said Monkey. In another minute, a most horrible apparition appeared at the doors of the temple, with eyes like blazing comets and tusks like the teeth of a huge saw. "Well, which family is making the sacrifice this year?" he asked, halting at the entrance. "The family of the 2 Sachin," said Monkey, "if I may make bold to reply." The king was puzzled. "This boy speaks up uncommonly boldly," he said to himself. "Usually at the first asking, One gets no reply at all. At the second, the victim faints with terror, and by the time I have laid hands on him, he is already dead with fright. It is odd that this child should speak up so boldly. "What are your names?" he asked. "I am War Boy," said Monkey, "and the girl is called Load of Gold." "Well, War Boy and Load of Gold," said the monster, "I must tell you that this sacrifice is a very old institution. You have been offered to me by your parents according to custom, and I am now going to eat you." "Help yourself," said Monkey. "We shan't put any obstacle in your way." On hearing this, the monster again hesitated. "Now, none of your sauce," he said. "Heretofore, I usually begin with the boy, but this time I think I'll begin with the girl instead." "Stick to your rule, Great King," gasped Pigsy. "It's always a pity when old customs disappear." But the monster was not in the mood to start a discussion. Striding forward, he grabbed at Pigsy. That fool leapt off the dish, changed into his proper form, and seized his rake. The monster fled, but Pigsy was in time to land a tremendous blow. Something fell to the ground with a clang. "I've smashed his helmet," cried Pigsy. Monkey, resuming his proper shape, picked up a great fish scale, about the size of an ice dish. "Up we go," he shouted, and both of them sprang into the air. It so happened that the monster was on his way to a dinner party and was therefore unarmed. "Who are you?" he shouted up at them, "that you should come here interfering with my rights and damaging my reputation?" "It is time you should know," said Monkey. "We are disciples of Tripitaka, who is going to India to get scriptures. We heard last night of the filthy orgies in which you indulge, and are determined to save the lives of the victims and put you under arrest. Come now, confess the truth. How long has this been going on? How many boys and girls have you devoured? If you render me a full account, perhaps I will spare your life." At this, the monster fled. Before Pigsy could get in another blow, he had changed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the river. "We won't waste time chasing him," said Monkey. "Tomorrow we'll arrange a plan for disposing of him finally and getting our master across the river." They went back to the temple, collected the beasts and other things brought for the sacrifice, and returned to the farm. Tripitaka, Sandy, and the two brothers were anxiously waiting for news, when Monkey and Pigsy suddenly appeared in the courtyard, driving the sacrificial animals and dumping down the holy gear. "How did the sacrifice go?" asked Tripitaka. Monkey told them what had happened. The two old men were delighted and at once ordered the best room to be made ready for the pilgrims. Soon all were soundly asleep. When the monster got back to his palace under the river, he threw himself onto his throne and sat in complete silence. His watery kinsfolk were astonished to see him looking so glum. "You are usually in such high spirits after the sacrifice," they said. "Yes," he replied, "and I have always been able to bring back some tidbits for all of you. But today, I didn't even get anything to eat myself. I met my match and came close to losing my life." And he told them his story. "Tripitaka," he added, "is of such sanctity that anyone who ate the least scrap of his flesh would live forever. But now that he has such disciples, I very much doubt if I can catch him." Then from among his watery kinsmen, a stripy-coated perch mother stepped out, wriggling and bowing. "If you want to catch Tripitaka," she said, "nothing could be easier. But if I tell you how, what reward will you give me?" "If you have a good plan and enable me to catch him," said the monster, "I will adopt you as my sister, and you shall eat him sitting with me on the same mat." "Well then," she said, "I know that you can call the wind and make rain, but can you bring down the snow?" "Certainly," he said. "And can you make it so cold that everything freezes?" "I can," he confirmed. "In that case," she said, "all is easy." "Let's hear about it," said the monster. "It is already the third night watch," said the perch mother. "You must get to work at once. First, you must raise a cold wind, then send down a great fall of snow, and make it so cold that the river freezes right across. Some of us who are good at transformations must take on human form and must go about on the ice where the road runs down to the river, shouldering packs, umbrella in hand. Tripitaka is in a great hurry to get to India, and when he sees people walking on the ice, he will insist on going across. You will be sitting quietly here at the heart of the river, and as soon as you hear his footfall above you, you will cause the ice to crack. He and his disciples will all fall into the hole, and at one stroke you will have them all in your power." "Splendid," cried the monster. Leaving his watery home, he went up into the sky, set the wind in motion, made a snowstorm, and caused the great river to freeze all over. Just before dawn, Tripitaka and his disciples suddenly began to shiver. Pigsy kept on sneezing and coughing and could not sleep. "Brother, it's very cold," he called out at last. "Fool," said Monkey. "Where's your spirit? Pilgrims don't feel either heat or cold. What does it matter to us how much it freezes?" "Disciple," said Tripitaka, "there is something in what he says. It is remarkably cold." None of them could sleep, and soon they all tumbled out of bed, dressed, opened the door, and looked out. Everything was white. It had evidently been snowing hard for some time. "It's no wonder you were cold," said Monkey, "in such a snowstorm as this." They all gazed at the lovely snow. Down it fluttered, in pale silken threads and flying splinters of jade. When they had admired its beauty for some time, two servants of the house came along and began to brush the paths. Others brought them hot water to wash in, and hot tea and milk cakes soon followed. Braziers were brought, and they all sat down in the parlor. By the time they had finished breakfast, it was snowing harder than ever, and soon there was more than 2 feet of snow on the ground. Tripitaka became very uneasy about the prospects of the journey and burst into tears. "Calm yourself, father," said Mr. Chien. "The sight of so much snow need not distress you. The house is well stocked with provisions, and we can provide for you as long as you choose to stay." "You do not understand the cause of my anxiety," said Tripitaka. "When I received the emperor's bidding to go upon this pilgrimage, His Majesty accompanied me to the frontier, and when presenting the cup of parting, he asked me how long I should be away. I had no idea how difficult the journey would prove and promptly replied, 'It will take me 3 years to fetch the scriptures and bring them back.' But 7 years have passed, and still I have not seen Buddha's face. The thought that I have exceeded the appointed time weighs heavily upon me. Fortunately, my disciples were able last night to render you a small service, and I was thinking of making bold to ask you if you could give us a boat in which to cross the river. But now this great snowstorm threatens to postpone our journey for I don't know how many months, and my return is again delayed. Surely a few days, one way or the other, cannot make all that difference," said Mr. Chien. "Wait till the weather clears, and I will undertake to get you across the river, even if it costs my whole patrimony." So elaborate was the luncheon that was served that Tripitaka became quite uneasy. "We can only consent to a further stay," he said, "if you are willing to treat us informally, as members of the family." "There is no number of banquets, however many days running," said the old man, "that could ever repay you for saving our children from their doom." Soon afterward, the snow stopped, and people began to go about again. Seeing that Tripitaka was looking depressed, Mr. Chien had the paths of the flower garden swept. A big brazier was brought, and they all were invited to come and sit in a snow cave, by way of distraction. "What's this old fellow thinking of?" cried Pigsy. "A flower garden is a place to go in springtime. In this cold, with everything buried under the snow, what pleasure can it be?" "Fool," said Monkey, "you do not know what you are talking about. Snowbound scenes have a mysterious calm which is delightful to enjoy and will soothe our master's feelings." When they had admired the scene for some while they sat in the snow cave, and some neighbors who had joined them were told about the pilgrimage. When they had all drunk perfumed tea, Mr. Chien asked, "Do you reverend gentlemen drink wine?" "I do not," said Tripitaka, "but my disciples will drink a cup or 2 of weak wine." It was now getting late, and it was announced that supper was ready in the house. At this moment, someone in the street was heard saying, "This is something cold. The river has frozen." "Monkey, that sounds bad for us," groaned Tripitaka. "The cold came on very suddenly," said Mr. Chien. "Probably it only means that the shallow water near the bank has frozen." But the man who had given the news replied, "It is frozen the whole way across, smooth as the face of a mirror, and people are walking about on the ice where the road goes down to the river." When Tripitaka heard that people were walking on the ice, he wanted to go at once and look, Don't be in a hurry, said Mr. Seichen. It's late now. Tomorrow we will go and look. They then parted with the neighbors, and when supper was over, retired to rest. Pigsy, when he woke, announced that it was colder than ever. Tripitaka went to the door and, prostrating himself, uttered the following prayer. Deities that guard the faith, in our journey to the west, we have braved the perils of hill and stream that we might at last see Buddha face to face. Never have we grumbled or replied. Now we see before us strong evidence of heaven's help, in that this river has frozen so that it can be crossed. We swear that on our return we will inform our emperor of this favor, and he will repay you with manifold offerings. Then he ordered Pigsy to saddle the horse and get ready to cross the river while it was still frozen. Don't be in a hurry, said Mr. Seichen. In a few days the ice will have melted, and I will do my poor best to provide you with a boat. I'm not either for going at once or for staying on, said Sandy. We have only heard about the river being frozen and have not seen it for ourselves. While we are saddling the horses, I suggest that the master should go and have a look. There's some sense in that, said Mr. Seichen. He told his servants to saddle 6 horses, but not to let Tripitaka's horse be saddled for the present. Then they all rode down to the river to look. It was true enough that people were walking across the ice. Where are they going? Asked Tripitaka. They are traders, said Mr. Seichen, from a country on the other side of the river. Things that are worth 100 strings of cash are worth 10,000 on the other side, and things that are worth only 100 are here worth 2,000. So great are the profits to be made that they are willing to undertake the journey even at the risk of their lives. In ordinary times, 6 or 7 or even 10 will pack into one boat and cross even in the heaviest storms. And directly they saw that the river was frozen, they had naturally come pouring across on foot. The men of the world, said Tripitaka, stake all on profit and fame. But it must not be forgotten that we pilgrims too, in carrying out the imperial behest, are also seeking fame, and we must not allow ourselves to feel too superior. Monkey, go back at once to our benefactor's house, put together the luggage, saddle the horse, and let us cross while the ice is thick. Master, said Sandy, the proverb says, in 1,000 days, one eats up 1,000 measures of rice. As we are offered the use of Mr. Seichen's house, would it not be wiser to wait a few days till the weather changes and the ice melts, and then cross in a boat? It is a mistake to be in too much of a hurry. I am surprised that you should take such a view, said Tripitaka. If it were the end of winter and getting warmer every day, it might be good to wait till the ice melts. But it is the 8th month, when the weather grows colder every day. If we wait, we shall lose half a year of traveling. Stop your chattering, said Pigsy, dismounting from his horse, and let me go and see how thick the ice really is. Fool, said Monkey. Do you think you can find that out by throwing a stone, as you found out how deep the water was before? You don't understand, said Pigsy. I'll strike the ice with my rake. If the ice breaks, that means it's thin and we won't trust it. If it doesn't give, that means it's thick and we can walk on it. That sounds sensible, said Tripitaka. The fool hitched up his coat, went to the edge of the river, and lifted the rake in both hands, struck with all his might. There was a tremendous bang, and 9 white marks appeared on the ice. Let's be off, he cried. I'll guarantee that it's firm right to the bottom. Tripitaka was delighted. They all went back to Mr. Seichen's and prepared for the journey, unable to prevail upon them to stay. Mr. Seichen insisted upon their accepting some dried provisions and pastries to take with them, and all the household gathered round, bowing and kowtowing. A dish of broken pieces of gold and silver was also brought, and Mr. Seichen asked them to accept a small contribution to the expenses of their journey as a return for the service they had rendered to the family. Tripitaka shook his head. I have left the world, he said. Of what use is money to me? It is our duty to live entirely on such alms as are offered to us upon the road. It is enough that we should accept the provisions you have kindly offered. When the old man had renewed the offer several times, Monkey plunged his hand into the dish and brought out some pieces worth about 5 strings of cash in all. Giving them to Tripitaka, he said, Here's some pocket money for you. Take it, or Mr. Seichen will be disappointed. Then they parted and made for the riverbank. When they got onto the ice, the horse began to slip about, and Tripitaka was nearly thrown. "Master," said Sandy, "it's going." "We had better go back and ask them for some straw," said Pigsy. "Straw," said Monkey. "What for?" "You wouldn't know," said Pigsy. "If we bind straw to the horse's hoofs, it wouldn't slip, and the master wouldn't fall off." So they got some straw, and when Pigsy had tied it to the horse's hoofs, they set out once more. They had gone 3 or 4 leagues when Pigsy took Tripitaka's staff and made him carry crosswise. "Now what is this fool up to?" cried Monkey. "It's his business to carry the staff. Why has he made the master carry it?" "You've never been on ice, so you don't know," said Pigsy. "Ice always has holes in it. If one puts one's foot in a hole, down one goes, and unless one's holding a stick crosswise like this, one can't stop oneself. The ice closes above like the lid of kettle, and one never gets out again. The thing to do is to hold a stick crosswise like this." "One would think he had spent all his time going on the ice," said Monkey, laughing. They all did as he said. Tripitaka held the staff across his knees, Monkey held his cudgel, Sandy his priest staff, and Pigsy, who had the luggage on his back, tied the rake sideways at his waist. They went on, all feeling perfectly secure. When darkness fell, they ate some of their provisions but did not dare halt. With the moonlight glittering in dazzling whiteness over the ice, they rode on, never closing their eyes, all night. When it grew light, they ate some more of their provisions and then went on towards the west. After some time, a rending sound suddenly came from under the ice. The white horse plunged and almost lost its footing. "Disciple, what is that noise?" asked Tripitaka. "It is freezing so hard," said Pigsy, "that the earth at the bottom of the river is hardening. Soon we shall have one solid block under our feet." Tripitaka was astonished and delighted. He whipped on his horse, and away they went. Meanwhile, the great king and his kinsfolk were waiting below, hearing at last the sound of hoofs. He so deployed his magic power as to open a long cleft in the ice. Monkey immediately leapt into the air, but the white horse went straight in, and so did the other disciples. The monster grabbed at Tripitaka, and he and his kinsfolk swiftly carried him down to the water palace. "Where's my perch, sister?" shouted the great king. "At your service," she said, approaching the gate and curtsying. "But as for sister, no, really, I can't allow it." "Be careful," he said, "or I shall take you at your word. A team of horses cannot overtake a word that has left the mouth. I promise to call you my sister if your plan puts Tripitaka into my hands, and sister you must be." Then he called to his servants to set the tables, grind the knives, rip out Tripitaka's heart, and then flay and carve him, and to see to it that there was music. "For me and my sister are going to eat him," he said, "that we may live forever." "Great king," she said, "if we eat him now, his disciples may come in the middle and spoil the fun. We had better lie low for a couple of days, and if these wretches don't come to look for him, we'll split open his breast and hold our feast. Your majesty will preside, and all our tribe shall be there to entertain you with flute, string, song, and dance. In that way, we shall be able to enjoy the treat quite at our ease. Isn't that a better plan?" The king agreed, and Tripitaka was taken and laid in a long stone chest that stood at the back of the palace. The lid was put on, and there we left him. Meanwhile, Pigsy and Sandy fished the luggage out of the water and packed it on the horse's back. Then they all began swimming toward the shore. "What has become of Tripitaka?" asked Monkey, looking down from aloft. "There's no such person," said Pigsy. "Down among the dead men is his ticket now. It's no use worrying any more about him. We're making it to shore. When we get there, we'll decide what's to be done next." Now Pigsy had once been a marshal of the hosts of heaven and had commanded 80,000 water warriors of the river of heaven. Sandy came from the flowing sands, and the white horse was a grandchild of the dragon king of the Western Ocean. So all 3 of them were quite at home in the water. Led by Monkey from above, they made the journey much quicker than they had come, and scrambling up the bank, they scrubbed down the horse, wrung out their clothes, and, joined by Monkey, all went back to Mr. Chn's house. "They have come back again," someone announced to Mr. CHN. But there are only 3 of them. As soon as they arrived at the door, Mr. CHN saw that their clothes were wet. I told you so, he said. I begged you to stay, but you would not listen to me. If you had, you would not now be in this sad state. And what has become of Tripitaka? That's not his name now, said Pigsy. He's known as Old Down at the Bottom. Both the old men burst into tears. If only he had waited till the ice melted and taken a boat, they wailed. His obstinacy has cost him his life. Don't distress yourselves unduly, said Monkey. I've a notion that the master will live a long time yet. This is just a trick of that monster's. Meanwhile, don't worry, but get our clothes put to the mangle, dry our passports, and the white horse will fed, and then we'll go and find this creature, rescue the master, and get this business settled once and for all. Then I hope you'll all have a quiet time for a long while to come. The old men were satisfied by this, and ordered a good supper to be brought in. When the pilgrims had eaten their fill, they asked the people of the place to look after the horse, and weapon in hand, went off to the river to look for the monster. And if you do not know how they saved Tripitaka, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 16. They had been traveling for several days through very wild country when, late one evening, they saw a group of houses in the far distance. Monkey, said Tripitaka, I think that is a farm over there. Wouldn't it be a good plan to see if we can sleep there tonight? Let me go and have a look at it, said Monkey, to see whether it looks lucky or unlucky. Then we can act accordingly. Monkey reported presently. You can proceed. I am certain that good people live there. Tripitaka urged on the white horse and soon came to a gate leading into a lane. Down this lane came a lad with a cotton wrap around his head, wearing a blue jacket, umbrella in hand, and a bundle on his back. He was striding along with a defiant air. Where are you off to? Said Monkey, stopping him. There's something I want to ask you. What place is this? The man tried to brush him aside, muttering, Is there no one else on the farm that you must pester me with questions? Now don't cross, said Monkey, laughing. What harm can it do you to tell me the name of a place? If you're obliging to us, maybe we can do something to oblige you. Finding he could not get past, for Monkey was holding on to him tightly, he began to dance about in a great rage. It's enough to put anyone out, he cried. I've just been insulted by the master of the house, and then I run straight into this wretched bald pate and have to swallow his impudence. Unless you're clever enough to shake me off, which I very much doubt, said Monkey. Here you'll stay. The man wriggled this way and that, but all to no purpose. He was caught, as though by iron pincers. In the struggle, he dropped his bundle, dropped his umbrella, and began to rain blows on Monkey with both fists. Monkey kept one hand free to catch on to the luggage, and with the other held the lad fast. Monkey, said Tripitaka, I think there's someone coming over there. Wouldn't it do just as well if you asked him and let this lad go? Master, said Monkey, you don't know what you're talking about. There's no point in asking anyone else. This is the only fellow from whom we can get what we want. At last, seeing that he would never get free, the lad said, This is called Old Mr. Cow's farm. Most of the people who live and work here have the surname Cow, so the whole place is called Cow Farm. Now let me go. You look as if you were going on a journey, said Monkey. Tell me where you are going and on what business, and I will let you go. My name, he said, is Cow. Old Mr. Cow has a daughter, about 20 years old and unmarried. 3 years ago she was carried off by a monster, who since has kept her as his wife and lived with her here on the farm. Old Mr. Cow was not pleased to have a monster as a son-in-law in the house. He says, doesn't work very well. It's definitely discreditable to the house and unpleasant not to be able to look forward to comings and goings between the two families. He did everything in his power to drive away the monster, but it was no good. In the end, the creature took the girl and locked her away in that back building, where she has been for 6 months, and no one in the family has seen her. Old Mr. Cow gave me 2 or 3 pieces of silver and told me to go and find an exorcist. I spent a long time chasing around all over the countryside. I succeeded at last in getting the names of 3 or 4 practitioners, but they all turned out to be unfrocked priests or moldy Taoists, quite incapable of dealing with such a monster. Mr. Cow only just now gave me a great scolding and accused me of bungling the business. Then he gave me 5 pieces of silver to pay for my traveling expenses and told me to go on looking until I found a really good exorcist. I should be looking for one now if I hadn't run into this little scamp who won't let me pass. There, you have forced me to tell you how things are, and now you can let me go. You've thrown a lucky number, said Monkey. This is just my job. You needn't go a step further or spend an ounce of your silver. I'm no unfrocked priest or moldy Taoist. I really do know how to catch monsters. You've got your sty cured on the way to the doctor's. I'll trouble you to go to the master of the house and tell him that a priest and his disciple have come, who are on their way to get scriptures in India, and that they can deal with any monster. I hope you're telling me the truth, said the lad. You'll get me into great trouble if you fail. I'll positively guarantee, said Monkey, that I'm not deceiving you. Make haste and lead us in. The lad saw nothing for it but to pick up his bundle and go back to the house. You half-wit, roared old Mr. Cow. What have you come back for? But as soon as he had heard the lad's story, he quickly changed into his best clothes and came out to greet the guests, smiling affably. Tripitaka returned his greeting, but Monkey did not bow or say a word. The old man looked him up and down, and not knowing quite what to make of him, did not ask him how he did. And how about me? Don't you want to know how I am? Said Monkey. Isn't it enough to have a monster in the house as a son-in-law? Grumbled the old man. Without your bringing in this frightful creature to molest me? In all the years you've lived, said Monkey, you've evidently learned very little wisdom. If you judge people by their appearances, you'll always be wrong. I'm not much to look at, I grant, but I have great powers. And if you're having any trouble with bogies or monsters in the house, that's just where I come in. I'm going to get you back your daughter, so you had better stop grumbling about my appearance. Mr. Cow, trembling with fear, managed at last to pull himself together sufficiently to invite them both in. Monkey, without so much as by your leave, led the horse into the courtyard and tied it to a pillar. Then he drew up an old, weather-beaten stool, asked Tripitaka to be seated, and taking another stool for himself, calmly sat down at Tripitaka's side. The little priest knows how to make himself at home, said Mr. Cow. This is nothing, said Monkey. Keep me here a few months, and you'll see me really making myself at home. I don't quite understand, said the old man, whether you've come for a night's lodging or to drive out the monster. We've come for a night's lodging, said Monkey. But if there are any monsters about, I don't mind dealing with them, just to pass the time. But first, I would like to know how many of them there are. Heavens, cried the old man. Isn't one monster enough to afflict the household? Living here as my son-in-law? Just tell me about it from the beginning, said Monkey. If I know what he's good for, I can deal with him. We'd never had any trouble with ghosts or goblins or monsters on this farm before, said the old man. Unfortunately, I have no son, but only 3 daughters. The eldest is called Fragrant Orchid, the second Jade Orchid, and the third Blue Orchid. The first 2 were betrothed from childhood into neighboring families. Well, if you must know, said the monster, smiling sourly, I confess it was I who made the frost and seized upon your master. But I must warn you that if you want to quarrel with me, things won't go quite like last time. Then I was going to a dinner party and had no weapons with me. This time I have got my battle mallet. I challenge you to 3 bouts. If you can get the better of me, you shall have your master back. But if you can't, I shall eat you as well as him. Pretty fellow, said Pigsy. All I ask for is a fight. Have a good look at this rake. I can see that you were not a priest to start with, said the monster. What makes you think that? Said Pigsy. I can tell by your rake, said the monster. You must have worked in a vegetable garden and run off with the owner's muckrake. My boy, said Pigsy, you are much mistaken if you think that this is an ordinary garden rake. I could comb the ocean and scare the dragons out of their beds. The monster paid no heed to these boastings, but raised his brazen mallet and struck at Pigsy's head. Pigsy warded off the blow with his rake, saying, Cursed creature, I can see that you were not an ogre to start with. Can you indeed? Said the monster. How do you make that out? I can tell by the way you use your mallet, said Pigsy. You must have worked in a silversmith's forge and run off with your master's mallet. You're much mistaken, said the monster, if you imagine that this is an ordinary silverworker's mallet. It comes from the garden of the immortals, where it was tempered in magic fountains, so that no axe, spear, halberd, nor sword can withstand it. Sandy, seeing them engaged in dispute, could not refrain from stepping up and shouting, "Monster, waste no more random talk. The men of old said, 'What the mouth speaks proves nothing. Only by deeds can men be judged. Stand your ground and eat my staff.'" "I can see that you weren't a priest to start with," said the monster, fending off the blow. "How do you know?" said Sandy. "You look to me as though you had worked in a pastry cook's shop at one time or another," he said. "What makes you think that?" said Sandy. "Well, if not," said the monster, "where did you learn to use that rolling pin of yours?" "Monster," cried Sandy, "learn to use your eyes. This is no common article, but a weapon so unique in the world that few have ever heard of it. This staff came from the most secret recesses of the Palace of the Moon, and is guaranteed to shatter all the majesty of heaven at a single blow." For 2 hours, the three of them battled at the bottom of the water, without victory on either side. At last, seeing that the monster could not be overcome, Pigsy winked at Sandy, and both of them pretended to give up the fight, and made away at top speed. "Little ones," said the monster, "stay on guard here while I chase these fellows. When I have caught them, you shall all have your share to eat." Look at him, like a leaf driven by the autumn wind, or a fallen petal struck down by the rain. He fled after them up to the outer air. Monkey was watching the water intently. Suddenly, he saw a great heaving of the waves and heard a noise of grunting and panting. "Here we are," cried Pigsy, jumping out onto the bank. He was soon followed by Sandy, and a moment later, the monster's head appeared above the water. "Look out for my cudgel," cried Monkey. The monster ducked and fended the blow with his mallet. They had not finished 3 bouts when the monster, unable any longer to fend Monkey's blows and worn out, slipped down into the stream, and all was quiet again. "Brother," said Sandy, "you were a match for him up here. But now that he's down below again, things are as bad as ever. How are we to rescue the master?" "It's no use going on like this," said Monkey. "You two stay here and see that he doesn't slip off somewhere, and I'll go away." "Away? Where to?" cried Pigsy. "I'm going to the Bodhisattva in the Southern Ocean," said Monkey, "to find out who this monster really is. When I know, I shall go to his ancestral home, seize all his friends and relations, and then come back here, deal with the creature himself, and rescue the master." "Brother," said Pigsy, "that all sounds very roundabout and will waste a lot of time." "Not a bit of it," said Monkey. "I shan't waste a minute. I'll be back almost before I start." Dear Monkey, he shot up on a shaft of magic light and was soon at the Southern Ocean. In less than half an hour, Mount Patalaka rose up before him. He lowered his cloud and was met by the 24 Devas, the guardian spirits of the mountain, Moksha, and the Dragon King's daughter, carrying the pearl. "Great sage, what brings you here?" they asked. "I have business with the Bodhisattva," he said. "She left her cave early this morning," said they, "allowing no one to follow her, and went into the bamboo grove. But she evidently expected you, for she told us to receive you here if you came, and not to bring you to her at once. Just sit down here for a while and wait until she comes out of the grove." Monkey soon grew tired of waiting. "You might tell her," said he, "that if she doesn't come soon, it may be too late to save Tripitaka's life." "We dare not do that," said the divinities. "The Bodhisattva said you were to wait until she came." Monkey was by nature extremely impatient, and presently he strode off toward the grove. "Hello, Bodhisattva," he cried when he reached it. "Your servant Monkey pays his humble compliments." "Kindly wait outside," said Kwani. "Bodhisattva," he cried, kowtowing, "my master is in difficulties, and I have come to you to get particulars about this monster who haunts the river that flows to heaven." "Go away and wait until I come out," she repeated. Monkey dared not disobey, and going back to the divinities, he said, "I got a glimpse of the Bodhisattva. I don't know what she's up to today. Instead of sitting on her lotus terrace, she's poked away all by herself in the bamboo grove, paring bamboo strips. She has not even bothered to make up or put on her jewels. We know no more than you do," they said. "But as she is expecting you, she is probably busy doing something on your behalf." There was nothing for it but to wait again. After a while, the Bodhisattva came out of the grove, carrying a bamboo basket. Come along, she said. We'll go and rescue Tripitaka. I shouldn't like to hurry you, said Monkey, kneeling. Wouldn't you like to finish dressing first? I can't be bothered, she said. I'm going just as I am. She sailed away on her cloud roll, followed by Monkey. That's quick work, said Pigsy, when they appeared above the riverbank. It takes a lot of hustling to make a bodhisattva come straight along, without even doing her hair or putting on her jewels. The bodhisattva floated low over the river, untying her sash, tied the basket to it, and trailed it through the water, upstream. The dead go, the living stay. When she repeated this charm 7 times, she drew up the basket. In it flashed the tail of a golden fish. Its eyes blinked and its tail twitched. Go at once into the water and fetch up your master, cried the bodhisattva. But I haven't dealt yet with the monster, protested Monkey. The monster is in this basket, said the bodhisattva. What? Cried Pigsy and Sandy. A fish does all the harm? It is a goldfish that I reared in my lotus pond. Every day it used to put its head out and listen to the scriptures, thus acquiring great magical powers. Its mallet was a lotus stalk, topped by an unopened bud, that this creature by its magic turned into a weapon. One day there was a flood, and it got washed out of the pool and floated out to sea, finally reaching the place where you found him, leaning on the balustrade and looking at the flowers. I was surprised not to see this fellow coming out to salute me. A close inspection of the ripples convinced me that he had gone this way and might be molesting your master. So, without even stopping to comb my hair or put on my jewels, I plaited this magic basket to capture him in. In that case, said Monkey, wait a minute, and I'll call all the faithful of the village to come and gaze upon your golden visage. They will be glad to show their gratitude, and we can tell them just how the monster was recovered. That will increase the faith of these mortals and promote their piety. Very well then, said the bodhisattva. Go and fetch them quickly. Pigsy and Sandy ran back to the farm and shouted, all of you come and see the living bodhisattva. Men and women, young and old, all trooped to the riverbank, and regardless of puddles and mud, flung themselves to their knees. Among them there happened to be a skillful painter, who made a portrait of the bodhisattva. And this was the beginning of the form of Kuan Yin known as Kuan Yin with the fish basket. Soon she withdrew to the southern ocean, and Pigsy and Sandy made their way down through the water to Turtle House. Here they found all the monster's fish followers lying dead and rotting, going behind the palace. They soon hoisted Tripitaka out of the stone chest and carried him back through the waves. We are afraid, Reverend Sir, that you let yourself in for a very bad time by declining our invitation to stay on, said the brother Zichen, when Tripitaka arrived. There is no need to harp on that now, said Monkey. The main thing is that next year the village will not have to supply victims for the sacrifice. You are rid of your great king forever, and need fear no more. We must now trouble you to find us a boat to take us across the river. You shall have it, cried Mr. Zichen, and he ordered planks to be sawn and a boat made. The people of the village vied with one another in helping with the equipment. One promised to make himself responsible for the masts and sails, another for paddles and poles. One offered to supply ropes, another to pay the sailors. In the midst of all the commotion that was going on by the riverside, a voice was suddenly heard saying, Great sage, you need not trouble to build a boat. It is a waste of good material. I will take you across. So startled were they all that the more timid bolted back to the village, and even the bolder among them only dared peep cautiously in the direction from which the voice came. In a moment a square, white head appeared above the waves, and there presently emerged a huge white turtle. Great sage, the turtle said again, don't trouble to build a boat. I will take you across. Cursed creature, cried Monkey. Move an inch further, and I'll club you to death with this cudgel. I am deeply beholden to you, said the turtle, and want to show my gratitude by taking you all across. Why do you threaten me with your cudgel? For what are you beholden to me? Asked Monkey. Great sage, said the turtle, you do not realize that this turtle house under the river was my home and belonged to my ancestors for generations past. Owing to the magic powers that I won by my austerities, I was able to improve the place considerably and make it into the handsome water palace that you saw. But one day, this monster came churning through the waves and made a wanton attack upon me. In a fight that ensued, many of my children were hurt and many of my kinsmen taken. I could not stand up against him, and my home with all that was in it fell into his hands. But now, owing to your having persuaded the Bodhisattva to call on this monster, I have been able to recover possession of my house. I am happily installed there with the remaining kinsmen whom I have been able to gather about me. We are not left out in the mud, but can live comfortably in our old home. My gratitude for this is high as the hills and deep as the sea. But we are not the only ones to benefit. The people of the village will no longer have to supply children for the yearly sacrifice. It is indeed a case of two gains at one move. Surely it is natural that I should wish to show my gratitude. Are we really to believe that you are speaking the truth? Said Monkey, withdrawing his cudgel. But great sage, said the turtle, how would I dare to deceive you after all you have done for me? Swear to heaven that this is the truth, said Monkey. The turtle opened its red mouth wide and swore as follows. If I do not bring Tripitaka safely across the river as I have promised to do, may my bones turn into water. That's good enough, said Monkey. You can come out. The turtle then pushed close to shore and lumbered up onto the bank. Pressing round him, the people saw that he had a great white carapace, fully 40 feet in diameter. Get on board, said Monkey, and we'll all go across. Disciple, said Tripitaka. The ice was slippery, but at any rate, it stayed still. I am afraid that this turtle's back will be very unsteady. Don't worry, said Monkey. When creatures can speak human language, they generally tell the truth. Come, brothers, make haste and bring our horse. The white horse was led onto the middle of the turtle's back. Tripitaka stood on the left and Sandy on the right, while Pigsy stood behind its tail. Monkey placed himself in front of the horse's head, and fearing trouble, undid the sash of his tiger skin apron and tied it to the turtle's nose, riding the other end in one hand, while in the other hand he grasped his iron cudgel. Then with one foot on the creature's head and the other firmly on its carapace. Now, turtle, go gently, he cried, and remember, at the least sign of a wobble, you'll get a crack on the head. I shouldn't dare, said the turtle. I shouldn't dare. Then, while the turtle set off smoothly over the waters, the villagers on the bank burnt incense and cowed out, murmuring, Glory be to Buddha. Glory be to Buddha. In less than a day, they had safely traversed the whole 800 leagues and arrived with dry hands and dry feet at the further shore. Tripitaka disembarked, and with palms pressed together, thanked the turtle, saying, It afflicts me deeply that I have nothing to give you in return for all your trouble. I hope that when I come back with the scriptures, I shall be able to show you my gratitude. Master, said the turtle, I should not dream of accepting a reward. But there is one thing you can do for me. I have heard that the Buddha of the Western Heaven knows both the past and the future. I have been perfecting myself here for about 1,000 years. This is a pretty long span, and I have already been fortunate enough to learn human speech. But I still remain a turtle. I would indeed be very much obliged if you would ask the Buddha how long it will be before I achieve human form. I promise to ask, said Tripitaka. The turtle then disappeared into the depths of the river. Monkey helped Tripitaka onto his horse. Pigsy shouldered the luggage, and Sandy brought up the rear. They soon found their way back to the main road and set out for the west. If you do not know how far they still had to travel and whether disasters still awaited them, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 28. They traveled westward for many months. At last, they became aware that the country they were passing through was different from any they had seen before. Everywhere, they encountered gem-like flowers and magical grasses, along with ancient cypresses and hoary pines. In the villages, every family seemed devoted to entertaining priests and performing other pious works. On every hill were hermits practicing austerities, and in every wood, pilgrims chanted Holy Writ, finding hospitality each night and starting again at dawn. They journeyed for many days until they suddenly saw a cluster of high, eaves and towers. "Monkey, that's a fine place," said Tripitaka, pointing with his whip. "Considering," said Monkey, "how often you have prostrated yourself at the sight of false magicians' palaces and arch impostors' lairs, it is strange that when you finally see Buddha's true citadel, you don't even dismount." At this, Tripitaka, in great excitement, sprang from his saddle. Walking beside his horse, he soon reached the gates of the tall building. A young Taoist came out to meet them. "Aren't you the people who have come from the east to fetch scriptures?" he asked. Tripitaka hastily tidied his clothes and looked up, seeing that the boy was clad in gorgeous brocades and carried a bowl of jade dust. Monkey recognized him at once. "This," he told Tripitaka, "is the golden-crested great immortal of the Jade Truth Temple at the foot of the holy mountain." Tripitaka immediately advanced, bowing. "Well, here you are at last," said the immortal. "The Bodhisattva misinformed me. 10 years ago, Buddha told her to go to China and find someone to fetch scriptures from India. She said she had found someone who would arrive here in 2 or 3 years. Year after year I waited, but never sign. This meeting is indeed a surprise." "I cannot thank you enough, great immortal, for your patience," said Tripitaka. They all entered the temple and were shown around by the immortal. Tea and refreshments were served, and perfumed hot water was brought for Tripitaka to wash. Soon, they all retired for the night. Early the next day, Tripitaka changed into his brocaded cassock and jeweled cap. Staff in hand, he presented himself to the immortal in the temple hall to take his leave. "That's better," said the immortal. "Yesterday you looked a bit shabby, but now you look like a true child of Buddha." Tripitaka was about to depart when the immortal stopped him, saying, "You must let me see you off." "It's really not necessary," said Tripitaka. "Monkey knows the way." "He only knows the way by air," said the immortal. "You have to go on the ground." "That's true enough," said Monkey. "We will trouble you just to set us on the right path. My master is pining to get into the presence of the Buddha, and it would be a pity if there were any delay." Taking Tripitaka by the hand, the immortal led him through the temple and out the back. For the road did not go from the front gate, but traversed the courtyards and led to the hill behind. "You see that highest point wreathed in magic rainbow mists," said the immortal, pointing to the mountain. "That is the Vulture Peak, the sacred precinct of the Buddha." Tripitaka immediately began kowtowing. "Master," said Monkey, "you had better save that for later. If you know all the way up, there won't be much left of your head by the time we get there. It's still a long way off." "You stand already on blessed ground," said the immortal. "The holy mountain is before you. I shall now turn back." Monkey led them up the hill at a leisurely pace. They had not gone more than 5 or 6 leagues when they came to a great body of water, about 8 leagues wide. It was exceedingly swift and rough, and no one was to be seen in any direction. "I don't think this could be the right way," said Tripitaka. "Do you think the immortal could possibly have been mistaken? This water is so wide and so rough that we cannot possibly get across." "This is the way, all right," said Monkey. "Look, just over there is a bridge. That's the right way to salvation." Presently, Tripitaka came to a notice board on which was written, "Cloud Reach Bridge." But when they reached it, the bridge proved to consist simply of slim tree trunks laid end to end, hardly wider than the palm of a man's hand. "Monkey," protested Tripitaka in great alarm, "it's not humanly possible to balance on such a bridge as that. We must find some other way to get across." "This is the right way," said Monkey, grinning. "It may be the right way," said Pigsy, "but it's so narrow and slippery that no one would ever dare set foot on it. And think how far there is to go, and what it's like underneath." "I'll wait where you are and watch while I show you how," cried Monkey. Dear Monkey. He strode up to the bridge, leapt lightly onto it, and soon slipped across. "I'm over," he shouted, waving from the other side. Tripitaka showed no sign of following him, and Pigsy and Sandy bit their fingers, murmuring, "Can't be done, can't be done." Monkey sprang back again and pulled at Pigsy, saying, "Fool, follow me across." But Pigsy lay on the ground and would not budge. "It's much too slippery," he said. "Let me off. Why can't I have a wind to carry me?" "What would be the good of that?" said Monkey. Unless you go by the bridge, you won't turn into a Buddha. Buddha or no Buddha, said Pigsy. I'm not going on that bridge. The quarrel was at its height when Sandy ran between them and at last succeeded in making peace. Suddenly, Tripitaka saw someone punting a boat toward the shore and crying, "Fairy, fairy." "Stop your quarreling, disciples," said Tripitaka. "A boat is coming." They all gazed with one accord at the spot to which he pointed. A boat was coming indeed, but when it was a little nearer, they saw to their consternation that it had no bottom. Monkey, with his sharp eyes, had already recognized the ferryman as the conductor of souls, also called Light of the Banner. But he did not tell the others, merely crying, "Ahoy, fairy, ahoy." When the boat was alongshore, the ferryman again cried, "Fairy, fairy, your boat is broken and bottomless," said Tripitaka, much perturbed. "How can you take people across?" "You may well think," said the ferryman, "that in a bottomless boat, such a river as this could never be crossed. But since the beginning of time, I have carried countless souls to their salvation." "Get on board, master," said Monkey. "You will find that this boat, although it has no bottom, is remarkably steady, however rough the waters may be." Seeing Tripitaka still hesitate, Monkey took him by the scruff of the neck and pushed him aboard. There was nothing for Tripitaka's feet to rest on, and he went straight into the water. The ferryman caught him and dragged him up to the side of the boat. Sitting miserably there, he wrung out his clothes, shook out his shoes, and grumbled at Monkey for having got him into this scrape. But Monkey, taking no notice, put Pigsy and Sandy, horse and baggage, all aboard, ensconcing them as best he could in the gunwale. The ferryman punted them dexterously out from shore. Suddenly, they saw a body in the water, drifting rapidly downstream. Tripitaka stared at it in consternation. Monkey laughed. "Don't be frightened, master," he said. "That's you." And Pigsy said, "It's you, it's you." Sandy clapped his hands. It's you," he cried. The ferryman, too, joined in the chorus. "There you go," he cried. "My best congratulations." He went on punting, and in a very short while, they were all safe and sound on the other side. Tripitaka stepped lightly ashore. He had discarded his earthly body. He was cleansed from the corruption of the senses, from the fleshly inheritance of those bygone years. His was now the transcendent wisdom that leads to the further shore, the mastery that knows no bounds. When they were at the top of the bank, they turned around and found, to their astonishment, that boat and ferryman had both vanished. Only then did Monkey tell them who the ferryman was. Tripitaka began thanking his disciples for all they had done for him. "Every one of us," said Monkey, "is equally indebted to the other. If the Master had not received our vows and accepted us as his disciples, we would not have had the chance to do good works and win salvation. If we had not protected the Master and mounted guard over him, he would never have gotten rid of his mortal body. Look, Master, at this realm of flowers and happy creatures, of phoenixes, cranes, and deer. Is it not a better place indeed than the haunted deserts through which you and I have passed?" Tripitaka still murmured his thanks, and with a strange feeling of lightness and exhilaration, they all set off up the holy mountain and were soon in sight of the temple of the thunderclap, with its mighty towers brushing the firmament, its giant foundations rooted in the seams of the hill of life. Near the top of the hill, they came upon a party of upasakas filing through the green pine woods, and under a clump of emerald cedars, they saw bands of the blessed. Tripitaka hastened to bow down to them. Worshippers, male and female, monks and nuns, pressed together the palms of their hands, crying, "Holy priest, it is not to us that your homage should be addressed. Wait until you have seen Sakyamuni, and afterward come and greet us each according to his rank." "He's always in too much of a hurry," laughed Monkey. "Come along at once and let us pay our respects to the people at the top." Twitching with excitement, Tripitaka followed Monkey to the gates of the temple. Here they were met by the Vajrapani of the four elements. "So your reverence has at last arrived," he exclaimed. "Your disciple Xuanzang has indeed arrived," said Tripitaka, bowing. "I must trouble you to wait here a moment until your arrival has been announced," said the Vajrapani. He then instructed the porter at the outer gate to tell the porter at the second gate that the Vajrapani wished to report that the priest from China had arrived. The porter at the second gate sent word to the porter at the third gate. At this gate were holy priests with direct access to the powers above. They hurried to the great hall and informed the Tathagata, the most honored one, even Sakyamuni Buddha himself, that the priest from the court of China had arrived at the mountain to fetch scriptures. Father Buddha was delighted. He ordered the Bodhisattva, Vajrapanis, Arhats, protectors, planets, and temple guardians to form up in 2 lines. Then he gave orders that the priest of Tang was to be shown in. Again, the word was passed along from gate to gate. The priest of Tang is to be shown in. Tripitaka, Monkey, Pigsy, and Sandy, carefully following the rules of etiquette prescribed to them, all went forward, horse and baggage following. When they reached the great hall, they first prostrated themselves before the Tathagata and then bowed to right and left. This they repeated 3 times, and then knelt before the Buddha and presented their passports. He looked through them one by one and handed them back to Tripitaka, who bent his head in acknowledgment, saying, "The disciple Xuanzang has come by order of the emperor of the great land of Tang, all the way to this holy mountain, to fetch the true scriptures, which are to be the salvation of all mankind. May the Lord Buddha accord this favor and grant me a quick return to my native land." Hereupon the Tathagata opened the mouth of compassion and gave vent to the mercy of his heart. "In all the vast and populous bounds of your eastern land, greed, slaughter, lust, and lying have long prevailed. There is no respect for Buddha's teaching, no striving towards good works. So full and abundant is the measure of the people's sins that they go down forever into the darkness of hell, where some are pounded in mortars, some take on animal form, furry and horned, in which guise they are done as they did on earth, their flesh becoming men's food. Confucius stood by their side, teaching them all the virtues. King after king in vain corrected them with fresh penalties and pains. No law could curb their reckless debauches. No ray of wisdom penetrated their blindness. But I have 3 baskets of scripture that can save mankind from its torments and afflictions. One contains the law which tells of heaven. One contains the discourses which speak of earth. One contains the scriptures which save the dead. They are divided into 35 sections and are written upon 15,144 scrolls. They are the path to perfection, the gate that leads to the good. In them may be learned all the motions of the stars and divisions of earth, all that appears to man, bird, beast, flower, tree, and implement of use. In short, all that concerns mankind is found therein. In consideration of the fact that you have come so far, I would give you all to take back, but the people of China are foolish and boisterous. They would mock my mysteries and would not understand the hidden meaning of our order. Ananda Kasayapa, he cried, take these 4 to the room under the tower, and when they have refreshed themselves, open the doors of the treasury and select from each of the 35 sections a few scrolls for these priests to take back to the east, to be a boon there forever. In the lower room, they saw countless rarities and treasures and were still gazing upon them in wonder when ministrant spirits began to spread the feast. The foods were all fairy fruits and dainties unknown in the common world. Master and disciples bowed acknowledgment of Buddha's favor and set it to goodwill. This time it was Pigsy who was in luck and Sandy who scored. For Buddha had provided for their fare such viands as confer long life and health and magically transform the substance of common flesh and bone. When Ananda and Kasayapa had seen to it that the 4 had all they wanted, they went into the treasury. The moment the door was opened, beams of magic light shot forth, filling the whole air far around. On chests and jewel boxes were stuck red labels, on which were written the names of the holy books. The 2 disciples of Buddha led Tripitaka up to the place where the scriptures lay, and inviting him to study the titles, said, "Having come here from China, you have no doubt brought a few little gifts for us. If you will kindly hand them over, you shall have your scriptures at once." "During all my long journey," said Tripitaka, "I have never once found it necessary to lay in anything of the kind." "Splendid," said the disciples. So we're to spend our days handing over scriptures gratis. Not a very bright outlook for our heirs. Thinking by their sarcastic tone that they had no intention of parting with the scriptures, Monkey could not refrain from shouting angrily, "Come along, master. We'll tell Buddha about this and make him come and give us the scriptures himself." "Don't shout," said Ananda. "There's nothing in the situation that demands all this bullying and blustering. Come here and fetch your scriptures." Pigsy and Sandy, mastering their rage and managing to restrain Monkey, came across to take the books. Scroll by scroll was packed away into the bundle, which was hoisted onto the horse's back. Then the 2 luggage packs were tied up and given to Pigsy and Sandy to carry. They first went and kowtowed their thanks to Buddha and then made for the gates. To every lesser Buddha they met, they bowed twice. To every Bodhisattva, once. Then leaving the great outer gates, they paid their respects to the groups of monks and nuns, and saying farewell, went back down the mountain as fast as they could. Now, in an upper room that looked onto the treasury, there happened to be Dipankara, the Buddha of the past. He overheard the whole conversation about the handing over of the scriptures and had a notion that if they were given no gratuity, Ananda and Kasyapa would revenge themselves by substituting scriptures with nothing in them. "The poor fools," he said to himself, "certainly have no idea of the trick that is being played on them, and will discover too late that their whole journey has been wasted. Is there anyone here that could take a message for me?" he asked. The white, heroic Bodhisattva stepped forward. "I want you to put forth all your magic powers," said Dipankara. "Catch up to Tripitaka. Get those scriptures away from him, and bring him back to get proper ones." The white, heroic Bodhisattva sat astride a whirlwind, and made off as fast as his magic powers would carry him. The wind he rode on had a strange perfume, which Tripitaka, when he first perceived it, thought merely to be one of the portents of paradise. But a moment later, a great rushing sound was heard, and a hand suddenly stretched out from space, seized the scriptures and bore them away. Tripitaka beat his breast and groaned. Pigsy rolled off in pursuit, while Sandy clutched at the empty pannier. Monkey leapt into the air, but the white, heroic Bodhisattva, seeing him draw near, feared that he might strike out blindly with his cudgel before any explanation could be given. So he tore open the scripture parcel and threw it to the ground. Monkey, when he saw the parcel fall and its contents scattered by the scented gale, lowered his cloud and went to see in what condition the scrolls were. He was soon joined by Pigsy, who had given up the pursuit, and they both began collecting the scrolls and bringing them to where Tripitaka was waiting. He was weeping bitterly. "Little did I think," he sobbed, "that even in paradise we should be thus molested by savage demons." Sandy now opened one of the scrolls he had brought. It was snowy white. There was not a trace of so much as half a letter upon it. "Master," he said, handing it to Tripitaka, "this scroll has got no writing in it." Monkey then opened a scroll. It too was blank. Pigsy did the same, only to make the same discovery. "We had better look at them all," said Tripitaka. They did so and found that all were blank. "I must say it's hard luck on the people of China," sobbed Tripitaka. "What is the use of taking these blank books? How shall I dare face the Emperor of Tang? He will say I am playing a joke on him and have me executed on the spot." Monkey had, by now, guessed what had happened. "Master," he said, "I know what's at the bottom of this. It is all because we refused to give Ananda and Kasyapa their commission. This is how they have revenged themselves on us. The only thing to do is to go straight to Buddha and charge them with fraudulent withholding of delivery." They all agreed and were soon back at the temple gates. "They've come back to change their scriptures," said the bands of the blessed, laughing. This time they were allowed to go straight in. "Listen to this," shouted Monkey. "After all the trouble we had getting here from China, and after you specially ordered that we were to be given the scriptures, Ananda and Kasyapa made a fraudulent delivery of goods. They gave us blank copies to take away. I ask you, what is the good of that to us?" "You needn't shout," said Buddha, smiling. "I quite expected that those two would ask for their commission. As a matter of fact, scriptures ought not to be given on too easy terms or received gratis. On one occasion, Some of my monks went down the mountain to Sravasti with some scriptures, and let Chow, the man of substance, read them aloud. The result was that all 5 members of his household were protected from all calamity, and the dead were saved from perdition. For this, they only charged gold to the weight of 3 pecks and 3 pints of rice. I told them they had sold far too cheap. No wonder they gave you blank copies when they saw you did not intend to make any payment at all. As a matter of fact, it is such blank scrolls as these that are the true scriptures. But I quite see that the people of China are too foolish and ignorant to believe this. So there is nothing for it but to give them copies with some writing on. Then he called for Ananda and Kasyapa and told them to choose a few scrolls with writing out of each of the 35 divisions of the scriptures, hand them over to the pilgrims, and then inform him of the exact titles and numbers. The 2 disciples accordingly took the pilgrims once more to the treasury, where they again asked Tripitaka for a little present. He could think of nothing to give them except his golden begging bowl. He told Sandy to find it, and holding it up before him in both hands, he said to the 2 disciples, "I am a poor man and have been traveling for a long time. I fear I have nothing with me that is suitable as a present, but perhaps you would accept this bowl, which the Emperor of China gave me with his own hand, that I might use it to beg with on the road. If you will put up with such a small trifle, I am sure that when I return to China and report upon my mission, you may count upon being suitably rewarded. I hope on these terms you will this time give me scriptures with writing on them, or I fear His Majesty will be disappointed and think that all my efforts have been wasted." Ananda took the bowl with a faint smile, but all the divinities in attendance, down to the last kitchen boy god, clapped one another on the back and roared with laughter, saying, "Well, of all the shameless, they've made the scripture seekers pay them a commission." Chapter 27. "Now we must decide which of us will go down into the water first," said Monkey, as they reached the bank. "Brother," said Pigsy, "neither Sandy nor I can match your tricks. It's clear that you should go first." "The trouble is," said Monkey, "I'm not at my best in the water. I have to constantly use magic to protect myself. You are both water experts, so you should go in together." "I can manage the water just fine," said Sandy, "but I don't know what it will be like at the bottom. Let's all go together." Sandy continued, "Will you transform yourself, or shall we carry you? In any case, when we reach the creature's lair, you must go ahead and scout. If the master is truly there and alive, we'll all charge into battle. But it might turn out that it wasn't the great king who carried him off. He may have simply drowned. On the other hand, the king may have already eaten him. In that case, there's nothing more we can do, and we should take off in some other direction as fast as we can." "Good," said Monkey. "Which of you will carry me?" Pigsy saw his opportunity. "This monkey," he thought to himself, "has played countless tricks on me, but he's not comfortable in the water, and if I offer to carry him, I'll have a chance to get my own back." "I'll carry you, brother," he said. Monkey immediately sensed something was afoot and made his plans accordingly. "All right," he said, "you are stronger in the back than Sandy." So Pigsy took him on his back, and Sandy led the way. When they had almost reached the bottom, Pigsy began his game. Monkey felt it coming, and plucking a hair, he changed it into his own likeness, which remained on Pigsy's back. The real monkey transformed into a hoglouse and clung tightly to Pigsy's ear. As they moved, Pigsy suddenly gave a great jolt, intending to send Monkey flying over his head. But the sham monkey, being nothing but a transformed hare, merely fluttered away and disappeared. "Brother," said Sandy, "do you know what you've done? The going is not very good, and anyone might slip a bit, but you've jolted our brother right off your back, and how are we to know where he has fallen?" "That monkey," said Pigsy, "ought surely to be able to withstand a little jolting. What good is a fellow who just vanishes at the first jolt? Let's not worry about what has become of him. You and I will go and look for the master." "I'm not going without him," said Sandy. "You and I may be good in the water, but we are not up to half his tricks." Monkey, firmly lodged in Pigsy's ear, could not refrain from crying out, "I'm here." "That's done," said Sandy. "Ghosts are heard but not seen. He is certainly dead. What possessed you to try that game with him? Pigsy, in great perturbation, knelt down and said, kowtowing, Brother, I ought not to have done it. When we have rescued Tripitaka and are on land again, I will apologize properly. Where are you talking from? You frightened me to death. Show yourself in your true form, and I will carry you properly and give you no more jolts. You are carrying me now, said Monkey. Gee up and I won't tease you. Mumbling to himself about his apology, Pigsy scrambled to his feet and continued. Suddenly, they saw a notice with Turtle House written on it. This must be where the monster is living, said Sandy. Let's go and taunt him into battle. Do you suppose there's water at the gate? Said Monkey. There clearly isn't, said Sandy. Well then, said Monkey, you two go and hide at each side of the door and I'll scout. So saying, he crawled out of Pigsy's ear, shook himself, changed into a long-legged crab mother, and sidled in at the door. There was the monster, with his kinsfolk around him and a perched mother at his side. They were discussing how they should eat Tripitaka, but looking about on all sides, Monkey could not see the master anywhere. Presently, he saw a crab mother sidling along the corridor. Granny, he said, going up to her, they're deciding about eating this Chinese priest. What have they done with him in the meanwhile? They've put him in the stone chest behind the palace, she said. They are not going to eat him until tomorrow, for fear his disciples will come along and kick up a fuss. If everything is all right then, there'll be music and great festivities. Monkey chatted with her for a little, and then went behind the palace, where sure enough, he found a stone chest, rather like some pigsties that people make of stone, or a sepulchral sarcophagus. He bent over the chest and soon heard Tripitaka blubbering piteously. Master, he called, do not grieve. The flood, scripture says, earth is the mother of the 5 elements. Water is the source of the 5 elements. Without earth we could not be born, but without water we could not grow. Take comfort in this, and in the fact that I have come. Save me, disciple, groaned Tripitaka. Don't worry, said Monkey. Wait until we have caught the monster. Then we'll soon get you out. I hope you'll be quick about it, said Tripitaka. If I stay another day, I shall succumb. That's all right, said Monkey. Off I go. Well, brother, how do things stand? Asked Sandy when Monkey reappeared in his true form. The master has indeed been captured, Monkey said. But so far, no harm has been done to him. The monster has put him in a stone chest. You two had better go and give battle, and I'll return to the surface. If you can catch the monster, do so. If you can't, pretend to give in and retreat to the surface, enticing him to follow you. Then you can leave him to me. Look at Pigsy. He goes blustering to the door. Monster, he cries, give us back our master. Some little imps at the door rushed in and announced, Great King, there's someone outside asking for his master. I know what that means, said the monster. That cursed priest has come. Quick, bring me my whole outfit, he cried. Armed to the teeth, he called his imps to open the door and came striding out, followed by 110 satellites, all swinging halberds or brandishing swords. What temple do you come from? And why are you making the scene at my door? He thundered. Insensate creature, cried Pigsy. I had a chat with you only a few nights ago. How can you pretend that you do not know me? I am a disciple of Tripitaka, who's going to India to fetch scriptures. You have the effrontery to call yourself great king and think yourself entitled to eat girls and boys from a village. I am your victim, the girl load of gold. Don't you recognize me? Are you aware that you could be sued for impersonation? Said the monster. As things turned out, I didn't eat you, and in fact did you no harm, but you gave me a nasty knock. I should have thought you would have been glad enough to escape alive instead of coming pestering me at home. No harm indeed, cried Pigsy. Isn't it enough that you trapped my master under the ice? Give him back to us at once, and we will say no more about it. But if as much as half the word no leaves your lips, just have a look at this rake, and know what to expect. Chapter 29. The 8 Vajrapanis escorted Tripitaka back to the east. But it must be told that the guardians of the 5 points, the sentinels of the 4 watches, and all the divinities who had protected Tripitaka during his journey, now appeared before Kuan Yin. Your disciples have faithfully carried out your holy instructions, they said, and have all unseen, guarded the priest of Tang in his journey to the west. You have reported to the Lord Buddha on the execution of your task, and we beg to report on our endeavors. The presentation of a report is hereby authorized, said the Bodhisattva. I would like first to know what disposition the pilgrims displayed during their journey. They manifested the greatest determination and devotion, replied the divinities, a fact that has doubtless not escaped your inspired perspicacity. The tribulations endured by the pilgrims were indeed too many to be fully enumerated, but I have here a record of the major calamities. The Bodhisattva took the record and examined it with care. Tripitaka falls into a pit, is attacked by tigers, but saved by his disciple monkey. He is attacked by the 6 robbers, and so on, right down to his adventure in the boat with no bottom. In our faith, said the Bodhisattva, 9 times 9 is the crucial number. I see that the number of calamities listed here is 80, thus falling short by one of the holy numbers. Then, turning to a guardian, she said, catch up with the Vajrapanis and tell them there has to be one more calamity. He flew through the clouds to the east, and in a single day and night he caught up with the Vajrapanis and whispered something in their ears. By order of the Bodhisattva herself, he said, let there be no mistake. The Vajrapanis at once withdrew the magic gale that was carrying the pilgrims through space. Horse scriptures and all, they fell to earth with a bang. Tripitaka was sorely taken aback to discover himself standing upon solid ground. Pigsy roared with laughter. If ever there was a case of more haste, less speed, he said. I call it very considerate, said Sandy. No doubt they thought that we weren't used to traveling so fast and would like a rest. Well, said Monkey, the proverb says, sit tight for 10 days, and in 1 day you'll shoot 9 rapids. Will you stop talking nonsense, said Tripitaka, and devote your ingenuity to discovering where we are? I know, said Sandy, looking at him. Just listen to that sound of water. It makes Sandy feel at home, said Monkey. If it makes him feel at home, said Pigsy, it must be the river of flowing sands. That's where he belongs. Not all, said Sandy. It's the river that flows to heaven. Disciple, said Tripitaka, go up onto the bank and have a look. Monkey sprang up and, shading his eyes with his hand, closely inspected the river. Master, he reported, this is the western shore of the river that flows to heaven. I remember now, cried Tripitaka. On the other side is Mr. Chen's farm. When we passed this way, you saved the boy and girl. They were very grateful to us and wanted to make you a boat. In the end, a white turtle took us across. I remember that on this side there are no houses at all. How are we to manage this time? A dirty trick like this would not surprise one if one were dealing with ordinary people, said Pigsy. But it's a bit too much coming from Buddha's own particular henchmen. He told them to take us straight back to the east. What do they mean by dropping us in the middle of the journey? They've left us in a bit of a fix. I don't know what you two are grumbling about, said Sandy. The master is now no longer a common mortal. We saw his earthly body float by us down the cloud river. There's no fear of his sinking this time. With all 3 of us to assist him, it would be strange if he couldn't get across. Monkey smiled to himself. It's not going to be so easy as all that, he said. Why did he say it was not going to be so easy? If it had been merely a question of possessing sufficient magic powers, all 4 of them could easily have floated across 1,000 such rivers. But Monkey knew that the number 9 times 9 was not yet fulfilled, and that Buddha's inexorable will decreed for them yet another calamity. They were all walking slowly along the shore, discussing the situation as they went, when suddenly they heard a voice cry, Priest of Tang, come over here." As no one was to be seen in the vicinity and there was no boat on the river, they were much astonished. But in a moment they caught sight of a large white head. The white turtle was nearing the shore. "I've been waiting for you all this time," he said, craning his neck. "We are very glad to meet you," said Monkey. "Come a little closer in." The turtle then sidled up to the bank, and Monkey led the horse onto its broad back. Pigsy squatted behind its tail. Tripitaka stood on one side of its head, Sandy on the other. Monkey stood with one foot on its neck and the other on its head. "Now then, old turtle," he cried, "go steadily." And the turtle set off smoothly and easily across the waters, carrying the whole company uneventfully until evening fell, and they had almost reached the far side. Suddenly the turtle said, "When I took you across last time, I asked you to find out from Buddha how long it will be before I attain human form. Did you remember to ask?" Unfortunately, Tripitaka had been so much taken up with his own affairs, losing his mortal body, going up the holy mountain meeting Buddha and all the bodhisattvas and bands of the faithful, taking over the scriptures, and so on, that he had no time to think of anything else and had quite forgotten to ask about the turtle's prospects. Not daring to tell a downright lie, he hemmed and hawed, without giving any definite answer. The turtle saw at once that he had not asked, and much annoyed, dived straight down into the water, leaving the 4 pilgrims, the horse, and the scriptures floundering in the stream. It was lucky for Tripitaka that he had discarded his mortal frame and achieved the way. Otherwise, he would have gone straight to the bottom. Fortunately, too, the white horse was really a dragon, and Pigsy and Sandy were both at home in the water. Monkey sprang up, and by a great display of his transcendent powers, bore the master safely to the shore. But the scriptures and all their other belongings got wet through. They had climbed the bank and were getting things straight when a great wind began to blow. The sky became black, lightning flashed, and sand and grit whirled up in their faces. Tripitaka clutched the scripture pack. Sandy clung to his packet, while Pigsy hung on to the white horse. Monkey, meanwhile, brandished his cudgel in both hands, now to one side, now to the other. The storm was the outward sign of the invisible demons who were attempting to snatch away the scriptures. Their attacks continued all night, but towards daybreak, at last, they subsided. Tripitaka, soaked to the skin, was trembling from head to foot. "Monkey, what does all this mean?" he asked. "You do not seem to realize the immensity of our task," said Monkey, "in enabling you to secure these scriptures. We have incurred the envy of every spirit in heaven and earth, for our undying feet trespasses on the domain of their sovereign powers. They have been making every endeavor to snatch from us what we have gained. Had not the scriptures been wet through, and had you not held them with hands no longer mortal, and had not I kept our hidden foes at bay with this short cudgel, the magic gale would have blown them away before dawn came and the forces of light again prevailed." Tripitaka and the rest then realized what had been afoot, and thanked Monkey for his protection. When the sun was well up, they carried the scriptures onto a flat place above the bank and spread them out to dry. Till now the place is called the rock where scriptures were dried. They also dried their shoes and clothes. They were looking through the scriptures to see if they were all dry, when they saw some fishermen coming along the shore. Among them were some who seemed to recognize them. "Are not you the reverend gentleman who went across the river to fetch scriptures from India?" they said. "That's right," said Pigsy. "Where do you come from? And how is it that you recognized us?" "We are from Mr. Chn's farm," said the fisherman. "How far off is it?" asked Pigsy. "If you went about 20 leagues straight south from here, you would come to it," they said. "Let's take the scriptures and dry them properly at the farm," said Pigsy. "There's much to be gained by going there. We can sit down comfortably for a bit, get something to eat, and ask the people there to wring out our clothes." "I'm not going," said Tripitaka. "We can dry the scriptures very well here, and then we'll collect them and start off again." Meanwhile, the fishermen who had started for home happened to meet the younger Mr. Chn. "Master," they cried out, "the priests who did away with the child sacrifice here have come back." "Where did you see them?" he asked. "They are drying some scrolls on that rock there," said the fisherman. Mr. Chn, accompanied by some of his farm laborers, hurried towards the spot. When he reached them, he fell down upon his knees, crying, "I see that you have got your scriptures and are returning in triumph. I feel rather hurt that instead of coming and visiting us, you should be loitering about here. Pray, come home with me at once. Wait till our scriptures are dry, and we'll come home with you," said Monkey. "I see that all your clothes as well as your scriptures are wet," said Mr. Chn. "What has been happening to you?" Tripitaka told him of his unfortunate failure to remember the white turtle's commission, and how this had led to their all being flung into the water. Mr. Sayan pressed them very hard to come home with him, and in the end, Tripitaka gave in. When they were collecting the scriptures, several scrolls of the Lalitavistara stuck to the rock, and a piece got torn from the end of the last scroll. That is why the Lalitavistara as we have it today is incomplete, and why there are still traces of writing on the rock where the scriptures were dried. Tripitaka was very upset. "I'm afraid this was very careless of us," he said. "We ought to have gone slower and taken more trouble." "You have no reason to get into such a state about it," said Monkey. "These scriptures are now just as intact as they were intended to be. Heaven and earth themselves are not more complete. The part now broken off contained a secret refinement of doctrine that was not meant for transmission, and no care on your part could have prevented this accident." When the scriptures had been collected, they all set out for the farm. The news of their arrival spread with astonishing rapidity, and they were met by everyone in the place, young and old. As soon as he heard of the pilgrim's arrival, the elder Mr. Seichen ordered an incense stand to be set up and awaited them at the gate. He also ordered music to be made, and to the accompaniment of flutes and drums, led them in. He then told the whole household to come one by one and pay their respects to the benefactors who had saved the children from destruction. After this, tea and refreshments were brought in. Tripitaka, since he had discarded his mortal body and become a Buddha and received magic viands from the Tathagata's table, had evinced little taste for earthly food. It was only at the urgent instance of the two old men that he was persuaded to make some show of tasting what was put before him. Monkey, who in any case never ate cooked food, soon pushed his plate from him. Sandy, too, ate very little. Even Pigsy did not eat with anything like the zest that he had shown the last time they were here. "Fool," said Monkey, "you are not doing yourself justice." "I don't know why it is," said Pigsy. "I've been a bit off my feed lately." The tables were cleared, and Tripitaka told the whole story of their adventures, from the time they reached paradise down to the attempts of unseen demons to seize the scriptures. Then he made to go, but the old men would not hear of it. "We could think of no better way of showing our gratitude," they said, "than by setting up a shrine, which we call the Temple of Deliverance, where we continually burn incense in your honor." After War Boy and the girl load of gold had been sent for and had kowtowed their gratitude, the pilgrims were invited to come and look at the shrine. On the upper floor were 4 statues, representing Tripitaka, Monkey, Pigsy, and Sandy. "Yours is very like," said Pigsy, nudging Monkey. "I think yours is a wonderful likeness too," said Sandy to Pigsy. "But the master's really makes him out a little too handsome." "I think it's very good," said Tripitaka. On going down, they found more refreshments waiting for them in one of the cloisters. "By the way, what has become of the great king's shrine?" asked Monkey. "We pulled it down," they said. "But so great is your blessed power and protection that since we built this shrine in your honor, we have had a bumper harvest every year." "Such blessings come from heaven," said Monkey. "We don't claim to have any hand in it, but we will try henceforth to give you all such protection as we can. Your children and children's children shall be many. Your herds shall give easy birth. The winds and rains shall come in due season." The people thanked him again, and once more offerings of fruit and cake of every kind came pouring in from all sides. "It's bad luck on me," said Pigsy. "In the old days, when I really had some appetite, no one thought of pressing victims on me. But today, when I eat next to nothing, they swarm around me, pressing on one another's heels and begging me to stuff myself. I suppose I mustn't be rude." And to spare their feelings, he managed, without undue violence to his inside, to get through 8 or 9 dishes of vegetables and 20 or 30 pasties. They were still egging him on when Tripitaka said, "I don't know how you have managed to make yourself so popular. I think it would be better to call a halt for the present. Your friends can continue their attention tomorrow morning." It was now late in the night. Tripitaka did not dare leave the scriptures for a minute, and mounted a watch over them in the lower part of the shrine. Just before the 3rd watch he whispered, "Monkey, the people here know that we have mastered the secrets of the way. It is said, the adept does not reveal himself. If he reveals himself, he is not an adept. I am afraid that if we stay here too long, Our secrets may be wormed out of us." "I agree with you," said Monkey. "We had better creep away quickly, while it is still night and everyone is asleep." Pigsy was no longer a fool. Sandy had attained to perfect discretion, and the white horse was well able to see the point of an argument. So they all got up and prepared to start. When they got to the main gate of the shrine, they found it locked. But Monkey used a lock-breaking magic, and they were soon through the double gates, and seeking the road to the east. Suddenly came the voices of the 8 Vajrapanis crying from up above in the air. "Now then, where are you off to? Follow us." Tripitaka smelt a great gust of perfumed wind, which caught him and bore him up into the air. And if you want to know how he met the king of Tang, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter. Chapter 30. When day came, the people again began to pour in with offerings of fruit and other dainties. To their astonishment, the pilgrims had vanished. After hunting high and low until they could think of nowhere else to look, they gave up all hope and cried to the joiner of days, "Fie upon you, limpid one! Why have you taken our living Buddha away?" There was nothing for it but to lay the viands they had brought upon the altar of the shrine, where they burned paper slips and prayed for the acceptance of their offerings. Ever afterward, for times a year, they performed a grand ceremony and twice a month a lesser ceremony at this shrine. And apart from this, at every hour of every day, there would always be worshippers there, praying for recovery from illness or protection on a journey, praying for chattels or children. Meanwhile, it took less than a day for this second gale of magic wind to blow the pilgrims back to China, and soon they began to see the towers of Xiaochang'an. It was 3 days before the full moon of the 9th month in the 13th year of the period Chengquan that the emperor escorted Tripitaka to the outskirts of the city. In the 16th year, he ordered a pagoda to be built outside the western gates, called the Scripture Lookout Tower, and every year he visited it in person. It so happened that he was visiting the pagoda on the day when the pilgrims arrived. Looking out, he suddenly saw the whole western sky filled with a magic radiance. A moment later, he noticed a strange perfume in the breeze. "Well, here we are at Xiaochang'an," cried the 8 Vajrapanis, coming to a halt in midair. "We would rather not alight, as the people in these parts are very tricky, and if they caught sight of us, they might make our presence known in undesirable quarters. There is also no reason for the 3 disciples to go down, but you, master, had better go at once and hand over the scriptures, and then come back here. We'll wait for you in midair, and then we will all go back and report in paradise." "That's all very well," said Monkey. "But how is the master to carry the scriptures, and who was to lead his horse? We had much better go with him while you wait here. He may be sure we won't get in his way." The Bodhisattva promised Buddha that the whole business should only take 8 days, said the Vajrapanis. "If you all go, we shall have Pigsy touting around for offerings and get behind time." "You lousy old ruffians," cried Pigsy. "Why should you think that I shall waste time touting around here? I am as anxious as anyone to get back to paradise. The master has become a Buddha, and I intend to become a Buddha too. You wait here, and the minute we have handed in the scriptures, I'll come back with you and be canonized." So Pigsy carrying the pack, Sandy leading the horse, and Monkey accompanying Tripitaka, alighted at the side of the pagoda. The emperor and his ministers at once came down to meet them. "So my dear brother has come at last," he cried. Tripitaka bowed low. "And who are these?" asked the emperor. "They are disciples I picked up on the road," said Tripitaka. "Saddle one of my chariot horses," said the emperor to his servants, "and my brother shall ride back with me to the court." By the time they reached Xiaochang'an, there was not a soul in the city who had not heard that the scripture seekers had arrived. It was noticed by the priests in Tripitaka's old temple that a pine tree in the courtyard was bent towards the east. "This is very strange," they said. "There was no wind to speak of in the night. How come the top of this tree is bent down?" Among them was one of Tripitaka's old disciples. "Go and get your cloaks at once," he cried. "The master has come home with the scriptures." "How do you know?" they asked. "He told us when he went away," said he, "that he might be absent for 3, 5, even 7 years." But if we saw the top of this pine tree bend toward the east, it would mean that he was coming back. Sooner would Buddha himself speak falsely than a lie escaping my master's lips. I know that he is here." The priests hurriedly put on their cloaks and went out. They had not gone far before someone called them. "Have you heard the news? The scripture seekers have just arrived." And the emperor himself met them and brought them back into the city. Hearing this, they hurried faster than ever and were just in time to meet the procession. They dared not approach too close, but followed the imperial party until it reached the gates of the palace. When the pilgrims reached the audience hall, the emperor seated Tripitaka by his side and ordered the scriptures to be brought in. Monkey and the rest delivered them to the chamberlains, who in turn laid them before the emperor. "How many scrolls are there?" he asked. "And how are they given to you?" Tripitaka described his arrival at the holy mountain, the trick played by Nanda and Kasyapa, and how he had in the end obtained written copies by parting with the begging bowl given to him by his majesty. "As to the number of scrolls," he said, "there are 5,048, some chosen from each of the 35 sections." The emperor was delighted and ordered the entertainment board to prepare a banquet of welcome in the eastern tower. Suddenly, his eye fell on the 3 disciples who were waiting at the far end of the hall. Their appearance struck him as very unusual. "I suppose these gentlemen are foreigners?" he said. "My eldest disciple, named Monkey," said Tripitaka, "comes from the water-girt cave on the mountain of flowers and fruit. 500 years ago, he made trouble in heaven, and Buddha imprisoned him in a stone chest under the mountain of the 2 frontiers. But he was converted by the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin, and on my way to India, I was able to release him and take him with me as my disciple. His protection stood me in good stead, and had it not been for him, I could never have fulfilled my mission." My second disciple, Pigsy, came from the Cloud Ladder Cave on Mount Fuling. He was haunting Mr. Cow's farm when I came that way and picked him up. He has carried the luggage throughout our journey and also proved very useful when rivers had to be crossed. My third disciple, Sandy, comes from the river of flowing sands. He too was converted by Kuan Yin and was received into the order. "The horse is not the one that you bestowed upon me." "Indeed," said the emperor. "Its coat looks very similar. How did you change horses?" "When we were crossing the Falcon Grief Torrent," said Tripitaka, "the original horse was swallowed by this one." But Monkey went to Kuan Yin and inquired about the origins of this horse. It appears that it was a son of the Dragon King of the Western Ocean, but got into trouble and would have been executed, had not the Bodhisattva intervened and appointed it to be my steed. It was then that it changed into a horse with a coat exactly like that of my original mount. It has carried me faithfully over the most difficult crags and passes. On the way there, I rode on its back. On the way home, it carried the scriptures, so that in one way and another, we are much beholden to it. "You have been very well served," said the emperor. "It would interest me to know exactly how far it is to India." "I remember," said Tripitaka, "that the Bodhisattvas spoke of the distance as being 108,000 leagues. We kept no exact count, but I know that summer turned to winter 14 times, and that there was no day upon which we did not cross some range of hills. Often we had to make our way through vast forests or across huge rivers. As for the kingdoms through which we passed, you will find the seals of each one of them stamped upon our passports." Then he called his disciples to bring the passports for the emperor's inspection. Seeing that they were marked as having been issued 3 days before the full moon of the 9th month of the 13th year of Chengquan, the emperor smiled. "It has been a long job," he said. "It is now the 27th year." Then he looked at the seals. There was the seal of the country of Krokok, the seal of the Kartslow country, and many others. And finally, the seal of the golden treasury of paradise. Having examined the passports, he handed them back. Just then an official announced that the banquet was ready, and taking Tripitaka by the hand, the emperor led him down the hall. "Are your disciples familiar with court etiquette?" he asked. "I am afraid not," said Tripitaka. "They have spent their time in uncouth and deeply rural surroundings. I fear they have no inkling of what the etiquette of the Chinese court demands. I must ask your majesty to be lenient toward them." "Don't worry," said the emperor. "I shan't blame them. Tell them all to come along to the banquet." The pilgrims found themselves, along with all the officials, civil and military, grouped on either side of the imperial seat. There was dancing and singing, and the music of flutes and drums. The whole entertainment was on the most magnificent scale, and it was indeed a happy day. When evening came, the guests expressed their thanks and withdrew. The emperor took himself to the women's apartments, and the officials to their residences. The pilgrims went to Tripitaka's old temple, where they were welcomed by kowtowing priests. "Master," they said, "this tree this morning suddenly bent towards the east. We remembered what you told us, and went out to meet you." Inside the temple, Pigsy did not shout for more food or create any disturbance. Monkey and Sandy behaved with perfect decorum, for all three were now illumined, and it cost them no pain to stay quiet. When night came, they all went asleep. Early next morning, the emperor said to his ministers at court, "All night long I could not sleep. So full were my thoughts of the magnitude of my brother's achievements, and the impossibility of making any adequate recompense. I ended by composing in my head a few clumsy sentences, which I hope may make him aware of my gratitude. I have not yet written them down." Then he called for one of the imperial secretaries and said, "I want to dictate something to you. Please take it down very accurately." What the emperor dictated is known to all, for it was the introduction to Buddha's holy teachings, which still figures in the canon. When he had finished dictating, he sent for Tripitaka. "Your Majesty's style," said Tripitaka, "is very lofty and archaic, and your reasoning is subtle and profound. I notice, however, that there is no title at the head of your essay. I made it up in my head during the night, as a token of gratitude to my reverend brother," said the emperor. "How would it be if I called it Introduction to Buddha's Holy Teachings?" Tripitaka kowtowed his assent. "My talent," the emperor continued, "pales before the wisdom that is inscribed on tablets of jade. My words are put to shame by the maxims that are incised on bronze and stone. As to the esoteric texts, my ignorance of them is, alas, profound. This, remember, is an essay composed in my head, and necessarily rough and clumsy. It is, I fear, not worth your notice, and you have no need to thank me." The officials who were present all congratulated the emperor on the felicity of his improvised composition, and recommended that it should be circulated everywhere, both at court and beyond. "Won't you read to us out of the scriptures?" said the emperor to Tripitaka. "Your Majesty," said he, "this is no place to recite Holy Writ. The scriptures may only be read in a place dedicated to religion." "Which is the holiest of all the shrines in Ch-Angen?" the emperor asked, turning to those about him. "Holiest of all is the Wild Goose Pagoda," said the Grand Preceptor Siayu. "Take a few chapters from each of the main scriptures," said the emperor, "and reverently transport them to the Wild Goose Pagoda. Then we'll get my holy brother to read them out to us." The selection was made, and they all went off to the pagoda, where a platform was erected and everything made ready for the recitation. Tripitaka told Pigsy and Sandy to hold the dragon horse and mind the baggage, and Monkey to be ready to hand the scrolls to him. "Your Majesty," remarked Tripitaka, "will have to have copies of these scriptures made, if you want to promulgate them throughout your empire. The originals are far too precious to be bandied about." "That's perfectly true," said the emperor, and he gave orders that scribes of the Hanlin Academy should make copies of the scriptures. These were distributed through a special agency set up to the east of the city, called the Temple of Transcription. Tripitaka had already gone up onto the platform with the number of scrolls and was just going to begin his recitation when the familiar gust of perfumed wind reached his nostrils, and the 8 Vajrapanis appeared in mid-air saying, "Recitants, leave your scriptures and follow us to the west." Immediately Monkey and the others, including the white horse, began to rise from the ground. Tripitaka laid down his scroll and rose above the platform straight up into the 9th heaven. In utter amazement, the emperor and his ministers paid homage to them as they receded. Soon afterwards, a great mass was held at the Wild Goose Pagoda. The true scriptures of the greater vehicle were for the first time seen and recited. and multitudes of lost souls were saved from darkness. Moreover, through the labors of the Temple of Transcription, their blessing became universal. Meanwhile, the 4 pilgrims and the white horse were carried back to paradise by the 8 Vajrapanis, and counting up the time taken by their going and coming, it proved that the whole journey had barely taken the 8 stipulated days. It happened that when they arrived, all the deities of the holy mountain were assembled before Buddha to receive his instructions. We beg to state that the pilgrims have been to Seichongan, as commanded, have handed over the scriptures, and have now returned to report, said the Vajrapanis. They then motioned to Tripitaka and the rest to come forward and receive their heavenly rank. Holy priest, said the Tathagata, you in a previous existence were my second disciple and were called Golden Cicada, but because you paid no heed to my teaching and scoffed at my doctrine, I caused you to be reborn in the East. But now, by the true devotion you have shown in the fetching of my holy scriptures, you have one great merit, and I herewith appoint you to be a Buddha, with the title Buddha of precocious merit. Monkey, because you made trouble in heaven, it was found necessary to imprison you under the mountain of the 5 elements. But fortunately, when the time of your retribution was ended, you turned your heart to the great faith and your endeavor to the scourging of evil and the promotion of good. Upon your recent journey, you distinguished yourself by the subjugation of monsters and demons, and have done first and last, so well that I hereby promote you to be the Buddha victorious in strife. Pigsy, you were once a marshal of the watery hosts of heaven, but at a peach banquet, you drank too much and made free with a fairy maiden. For this, you were condemned to be born into the common world, with a shape near to animals. However, when you were haunting the cave of the cloud ladder, you were converted to the higher religion, eventually became a priest, and gave your protection to Tripitaka on his journey. Greed and lust are not yet utterly extinct in you, but remembering that you carried the luggage all the way, I now promote you to be cleanser of the altar. Hey, what's this? I don't understand, said Pigsy. You've just made the other 2 into Buddhas. Why aren't I Buddha too? Because, said Buddha, your conversation and appearance still lack refinement, and your appetite is still too large. But the number of my worshippers in all the 4 continents of the universe is very large, and it will be your job to clean up the altar everywhere, and whenever there is a Buddha ceremony and offerings are made, so you'll get plenty of pickings. I don't see what you've got to complain of. Sandy, you were a great captain of spirits, but one day at the peach banquet, you broke a crystal dish and were banished to the common world, where you settled in the river of flowing sands and lived by devouring human flesh. Fortunately, you were converted, zealously and faithfully carried out your vows, and protected Tripitaka. In recognition of the way you got his horse over the mountain passes, I now promote you to the rank of an Arhat, with the title golden-bodied Arhat. Then he turned to the white horse. You, he said, were a child of the Dragon King of the Western Ocean, but you disobeyed your father and were found guilty of unfilial conduct. Fortunately, you were converted to the faith and became attached to our order, because you carried Tripitaka to the west and on the return journey transported the scriptures. Your services, too, must be rewarded, and I hereby promote you to be one of the 8 senior heavenly dragons. The 4 pilgrims all kowtowed their thanks, and the white horse also made a sign of its gratitude. Then, by Buddha's order, it was led to the back of the holy mountain, to the side of the pool of magic dragons, into the middle of which it was pushed with a splash. After a short while, it began to stretch itself, and its coat began to change in appearance. It grew horns upon its head, and its body became covered with golden scales, while on its cheeks silver whiskers grew. Its whole form was suffused with magic tints. Its claws rested on prophetic clouds. It soared up out of the pool, wreathed its way in at the gate of the palace, and circled above the pillar that supports heaven. All the Buddhas burst into exclamations of wonder at this miracle that the Tathagata had wrought. Master, Monkey said to Tripitaka, I'm now a Buddha, the same as you. It's not fair that I should still wear this golden fillet, so that if you choose to recite your spell, you could still plague me. Make haste and say the loosing of the fillet spell, so that I may get it off and smash it to bits. Otherwise, the Bodhisattva may use it to play her jokes on anyone else. It was put upon you, said Tripitaka, at a time when you needed to be kept in hand. Now that you are a Buddha, it has vanished of its own accord. Feel your head and you'll see. Monkey put his hand to his head. What Tripitaka had said was quite true. The fillet was not there. The promotion of the 5 saints took place in the presence of all the spirits of heaven, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, monks, local deities, and guardian spirits. While the newcomers took their appointed places in the great assembly, multitudinous voices rose in prayer. Praise to the Buddha of the past, praise to Vaisheshya, praise to Sakyamuni, and so on through all the Buddhas, till finally for the first time, they chanted praise to the Buddha of precocious merit, praise to the Buddha victorious in strife. Next, they invoked the names of all the Bodhisattvas, Kwanyi, Mahastam, Prapta, Manjusri, Samantabhadra, and the rest, ending with praise to the cleanser of the altar, praise to the golden-bodied Arhat, praise to the heavenly dragon. I dedicate this work to the glory of Buddha's pure land. May it repay the kindness of patron and preceptor. May it mitigate the sufferings of the lost and damned. May all that read it or hear it read find their hearts turned towards truth, in the end be born again in the realms of utter bliss, and by their common intercession requite me for the ardors of my task. The 2 disciples looked somewhat embarrassed, but Ananda continued to clutch tightly at the bowl. Kasyapa, meanwhile, began looking out the scriptures and handing them over to Tripitaka. Disciples, said he, keep a sharp lookout, to see that the same thing doesn't happen again. 5,048 scrolls were duly handed over. All of them had writing. Then they were properly arranged and loaded on the horse's back, and a few that were left over were made into a packet and given to Pigsy to carry. The other luggage was carried by Sandy, while Monkey led the horse. Tripitaka carried his priest staff and wore his jeweled cap and brocaded cassock. In this guise, they all once more presented themselves before Buddha. Seated on his lotus throne, the Blessed One ordered the 2 great Arhats to beat on their cloud gongs and summon to the throne the 3,000 Buddhas, the 8 Vajrapanis, the 4 Bodhisattvas, the 500 Arhats, the 800 monks, and all the congregation of the faithful. Those that were entitled to be seated were ordered to sit upon their jeweled thrones, and those that were to stand were ranged in 2 files on either hand. Soon, heavenly music was heard from afar. A magic radiance filled the air. When the whole company was duly assembled, Buddha asked his 2 disciples for an exact account of the scriptures they had handed over. Ananda and Kasyapa then read over the list, beginning with the book of the great decease and ending with the Kosa Sastra. These books, said Ananda, written on 5,048 scrolls, have all been given to the priests of China to keep forever in their land. They are all now securely packed on their horses' back or in parcels to be carried by hand, and the pilgrims are here to thank you. Tripitaka and the disciples tethered the horse, put down the burdens, and bowed with the palms of their hands pressed together. The efficacy of these scriptures is boundless, said Buddha. They are not only the mirror of our faith, but also the source and origin of all 3 religions. When you return to the world and show them to common mortals, they must not be lightly handled. No scroll must be opened save by one who has fasted and bathed. Treasure them, value them, for in them is secreted the mystic lore of immortality. In them is revealed the wondrous receipt for 10,000 transformations. Tripitaka cowed out his thanks, doing loyal homage and prostrating himself 3 times, as he had done before. When they reached the outer gates, they paid their respects to the bands of the faithful and went on their way. After dismissing the pilgrims, Buddha broke up the assembly. Presently, the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin appeared before the throne, saying, "Long ago, I was instructed by you to find someone in China who would come here to fetch scriptures. He has now achieved this task, which has taken him 5,040 days. The number of scrolls delivered to him is 5,048. I suggest that it would be appropriate if he were given 8 days in which to complete his mission, so that the two figures may concord. A very good idea, said Buddha. You may have that put into effect. He then sent for the 8 Vajrapanis and said to them, You are to exert your magic powers and carry back Tripitaka to the east. When he has deposited the scriptures, you are to bring him back here. All this must be done in 8 days, so that the number of days taken by the journey may correspond with the number of scrolls allotted to him. The Vajrapanis at once went after Tripitaka, caught him up, and said to him, Scripture taker, follow us. A sudden lightness and agility possessed the pilgrims, and they were borne aloft upon a magic cloud. And if you do not know how they returned to the east and handed over the scriptures, you must listen to what is told in the next chapter.